Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. Bai Xiaochun, relying on his incredibly powerful blood energy, had been practicing this secret technique for several days. Just as he was about to leave the sphere of influence of the giant ghost city, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood wasn't red, but brown. After being spat out, it vaguely formed a skull the face of the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor. The skull stared at Bai Xiaochun, then let out a roar before gradually disappearing. Bai Xiaochun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sighing in relief. After feeling his body, he felt a sense of complete clarity throughout. Finally, I've erased that damn mark. Bai Xiaochun felt much lighter. His spirit was invigorated, and he changed direction, flying in a different direction. In a maximum of 2 hours, I can leave the sphere of influence and enter the desert in the savage wilderness. There, no one will be able to find me using the seal. As he advanced, Bai Xiaochun examined Bai Hao's notes. He studied them as he flew, discovering that they contained Bai Hao's wisdom and methods of deduction, as well as his unique understanding and judgment of flames. Bai Xiaochun frequently read them, each time gaining insight, but unfortunately, Bai Hao was dead. This child had a talent that defied the times. If he were still alive, as my disciple, he could help me deduce the method of concocting multicolored flames. I wouldn't need to search elsewhere, he would do it for me. Bai Xiaochun sighed, accelerating his departure. As Bai Xiaochun dispelled the seal on his body at a distance that would take a nascent soul cultivator half a day's journey to reach, a silver-haired old man riding a soul boat was flying past. His expression changed, and he stopped. This old man was the late-stage nascent soul cultivator of the Bai family who was chasing after Bai Xiaochun. He was also the last hope of the main branch, and in his mind, he was focused on the disappearing mark on Bai Xiaochun's body. The savage wilderness was too vast. After the mark disappeared, he couldn't find Bai Xiaochun at all. Even if he rushed to the place where the mark disappeared at the fastest speed, he didn't think Bai Hao would be foolish enough to wait there for him. Sighing, the old man hurried away. Before long, he arrived at the area where the mark had disappeared. And after looking around, he fell silent, not knowing which way to go. To the west is the savage wilderness desert. To the north is the Yang'an River. To the east is the imperial city. Bai Hao, where did he go? At this moment, in the heavens and earth far from where the late-stage nascent soul cultivator was standing, the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor was flying in the sky. His face grim as he gazed into the distance. Then he let out a cold snort. What about erasing the signature, heavenly human? How can it be like ordinary people think? You have nowhere to hide. He muttered, his right hand forming a hand seal and pointing it at himself. His body aged slightly, and ripples appeared in the sky, twisting rapidly. A picture appeared before him. The picture depicted a desolate and empty landscape. The heavenly human ancestor didn't hesitate. He immediately stepped into the picture. In an instant, his figure vanished, and upon reappearing, he was in the area depicted in the picture. He repeated the spell 3 times. On the last attempt, the figure of Bai Xiaochun was seen flying into the distance within the picture. He's not slow to escape, truly something to look forward to. The heavenly human ancestor of the Bai family stepped into the picture. The sphere of influence of the giant ghost city was vast. This area was owned by the giant ghost king, and in a sense, it was the giant ghost king's territory. Here, the giant ghost king's will was supreme. It's not that once you've entered this area, it doesn't belong to the giant demon king, but rather that the imperial city area here belongs to the giant demon king. Bai Xiaochun has now reached the border. He sees an endless desert before him, and from afar, he can even see a terrifying storm sweeping across the desert, the wind blowing through Bai Xiaochun's hair. Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed. He retrieved Bai Hao's enlightenment notes, calmed his mind, and directly entered the desert area. Continue forward. After a few months, when my reputation has faded, I can return, or choose to go to another royal city area and use the teleportation array to go home. I can also take the opportunity to study the notes during that time. Bai Xiaochun vaguely felt that he had improved his method of concocting the 13 colored flames and had a certain degree of confidence. His flying speed was faster than before. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun stopped in his tracks. He looked up, his eyes narrowing sharply. He saw a resounding explosion in the sky, and a massive vortex appeared. The vortex appeared incredibly quickly, initially small. It instantly enveloped an area of 10,000 feet, and an astonishing pressure descended upon it. Boom! The earth trembled, the surrounding sand and rocks froze. Even the hard rocks in the distance crumbled into dust, transforming the area into a spatial domain. Bai Xiaochun held his breath, feeling the void solidify. Even his body felt unable to move under the immense pressure that had just been generated. Ancestor, the Bai family patriarch's eyes widened, and he choked out. It's the Bai family's ancestor. He seems even stronger than Hong Chennu. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. Within the vortex in the sky, a huge face materialized, the face of the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor, his eyes coldly fixed on Bai Xiaochun. Just a mere core formation cultivator dares to defy heaven. A voice like thunder boomed in all directions, uttering only a few words, yet they transformed into runes in the sky, instantly turning into a light that enveloped Bai Xiaochun. As they advanced, the 8 characters transformed into 8 golden armored giants flying towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's mind trembled, unable to speak. This move was no different from a divine technique of scattering beams to create an army. He realized he had underestimated the celestial being. The previous curse on the Crimson Dust Woman had forced her to expend considerable power to suppress and crush the curse, clearly indicating that her cultivation level was inferior to the old man before her. In this moment of crisis, seeing the 8 golden armored giants approaching, Bai Xiaochun roared in anger. At this critical moment, his body vaguely split into clones, not 1, but 4. These 4 clones did not leave his main body. They all merged into his main body to increase their power, simultaneously strengthening his physical and spiritual strength. All of them increased fourfold. Boom! 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 Bai Xiaochun formed a hand seal, condensing the void into a rift. In an instant, 8 golden armored giants flew towards him. Bai Xiaochun raised his head and roared loudly. At this moment, the situation was critical. He couldn't hold back. After a loud explosion, the 8 golden armored giants missed their target, passing through Bai Xiaochun's back, 8 golden locks forming a seal on his body. The Bai family patriarch was also struck. His body swept far away and he fell unconscious. Interesting? The face of the heavenly human ancestor in the sky glowed with golden light. Previously at the Bai family, because he used a life-locking formation, his cultivation was restricted, not to mention he couldn't use his true body to attack. Which is why Bai Xiaochun was able to escape. Thinking carefully, he didn't find it surprising. No, the fact that this person dodged the attack from his clone made the heavenly human ancestor even more interested in Bai Xiaochun. He conjured an enormous face which then retracted, before shrinking back into the figure of the heavenly human ancestor. He stood there, yet the heavens and earth seemed to assist him, as if a single thought from him was enough to unleash terrifying destruction. He wore a white robe, his eyes filled with majesty and coldness as he looked down at Bai Xiaochun. Then he took a step towards Bai Xiaochun. As he approached, a gigantic footprint appeared in the sky. This footprint, thousands of feet in size, descended from the heavens, shattering the clouds, twisting the void, all of it striking Bai Xiaochun. It seemed intent on crushing Bai Xiaochun beneath its feet with a single kick, its immense power as if the entire heaven and earth were suppressing him. Back then, Hong Chennu was bound by her position, the battle taking place in the underworld palace of the 2nd generation of the Kui Emperor, her body cursed, thus preventing her from borrowing the power of the heavens and earth. Otherwise, Bai Xiaochun would have been on the verge of death. From the situation of the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor, one can see how powerful a heavenly human is. Currently, this is the savage wilderness, and the Bai family's ancestor can unleash his heavenly human power to its fullest extent. Bai Xiaochun's mind was shaken. Previously, he hadn't thought the Bai family's ancestor was much stronger than Hong Chennu, but now he realized how naive his thinking had been. His chest heaved with breath. He didn't have time to think much. The immense sense of danger forced him to consider a countermeasure. The feeling of peril made Bai Xiaochun curl up backward. As he took a step back, his figure blurred, and he felt himself being disintegrated and disappear. In an instant, he vanished, followed by a deafening explosion that shook the heavens. After the explosion, enormous footprints appeared in the sky. The entire land trembled, and the impact force formed a terrifying storm. Before me, you cannot escape a second time. The ancestor of the Bai family, a celestial being, spoke, raising his right hand and pointing forward. Immediately, earth-shattering explosions erupted in all directions, and a vortex appeared in the heavens and earth. As soon as the vortex appeared, a terrifying gravitational pull devoured the heavens and earth, distorting the void and then creating a force that reversed time. Although not true time reversal, it could render all existence around it powerless. Under the vortex's pull, mountains, rocks, and plants were devoured and shattered. Bai Xiaochun, who had already cast the Immortal Forbiddance technique, wanted to escape, but the appearance of the ancestor of the Bai family's celestial being's vortex caused his expression to change. His magic was cut off, and his body vanished into thin air. In an instant, the terrifying gravitational pull seemed to concentrate in one place, continuously pulling Bai Xiaochun back into the vortex. Bai Xiaochun gasped for breath, his body being pulled rapidly backward. A red glow appeared in his eyes, overlapping illusory figures materialized around him, and he clasped his hands together, chanting incantations before striking in all directions. Water Marsh Kingdom. In an instant, 4 clones appeared, immediately protecting Bai Xiaochun's main body. Simultaneously, the Water Marsh Kingdom was deployed, transforming the void into a Water Marsh Kingdom. Earth-shattering roars echoed in all directions, and sharp mountain-like spikes emerged. Boom! 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 In a flash, these mountain-like spikes enveloped Bai Xiaochun. 5 enormous, mountain-like sharp claws and terrifying beast talons also appeared beneath the Water Marsh Kingdom. From afar, this scene shook the world. The 5 sharp claws could tear through the void, creating countless spatial cracks in the heavens and earth, all striking directly at the vortex. What is this? The ancestor of the Bai family, who had been indifferent and unconcerned, was completely taken aback when Bai Xiaochun used the Water Marsh Kingdom and his life-bound beast appeared. His expression changed. Bai Xiaochun unleashed his life-bound beast, the Water Marsh Kingdom, its claws soaring into the sky like a mountain shattering. See a returning force. 5 intertwining mountains, carrying an overwhelming destructive power, erupted violently. In an instant, the 2 sides clashed, the sound reverberating throughout the heavens. The explosions echoed everywhere, the entire world changed color, storms swept around, gales struck in all directions, and thunderous roars resounded in all directions. This was indeed the power of a celestial being. Although Bai Xiaochun's Water Marsh Kingdom was powerful, his current cultivation level was too weak compared to a celestial being. At this moment, the beast claws struck with a resounding explosion, the claws becoming indistinct, and even the Water Marsh Kingdom vanished into thin air at an extremely fast speed. Only the unwilling roars remained, the echoes spreading around without fading. Or rather, it was ineffective. The celestial being ancestor's divine ability to form a vortex also produced a creaking sound, and 5 more cracks appeared. The cracks grew larger and larger, and in an instant, the gravitational pull became chaotic, the vortex's suction force quickly dissipating. Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale, and he spat out fresh blood. His clones also spat out fresh blood, quickly merging back into Bai Xiaochun's main body. His figure retreated, and when he looked up, he still had an incredulous look in his eyes as he gazed at the celestial being ancestor, his right hand holding the crystal soul tower. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were filled with madness, his aura unstable, and his body trembling, but he didn't care about any of that. In his hand, he held the crystal soul tower, infusing his spiritual consciousness into it. With just a single mental command, he could break the final seal within the soul tower and unleash the demigod soul inside. Old man, you shouldn't push me too far. Bai Xiaochun's eyes blazed with madness. He wanted to gamble, wondering if the demigod soul inside could destroy this old man. If it could, he might even gain another celestial soul. But as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he secretly shook his head. He had no means of collecting souls, especially the souls of fallen celestial beings. He didn't know how to collect them. Only a demigod could probably do it. It was highly likely he couldn't destroy the Bai family's celestial ancestor. While Bai Xiaochun was confident he couldn't kill him, he could severely injure the celestial ancestor, an injury that wouldn't heal quickly and would disrupt the balance of power in Giant Ghost City. The Bai family's celestial ancestor narrowed his eyes, looking at the soul tower in Bai Xiaochun's hand. He didn't feel any sense of danger, his gaze fixed on Bai Xiaochun's face, his eyes filled with apprehension. I still underestimated you. You're very good, extraordinarily good. Although I don't know why you can cause so many amazing things, I can sense the Bai family bloodline in you, so that's excellent. The Bai family's heavenly human ancestor smiled, raising his right foot and stepping forward. Bai Xiaochun also saw the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor's decision, and at this moment, he wanted to crush the soul tower in his hand. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the distant sky. The roar came from far away, but upon listening carefully, it was clear that the person who had spoken was very close. Brother Bai, stop. I accept the Giant Ghost King's order to summon Bai Hao. In an instant, he roared, and the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor's face changed drastically. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with struggle. He immediately took a step forward, instantly appearing in front of Bai Xiaochun, raising his right hand and striking out with a claw. Bai Xiaochun's speed was also not slow. The moment the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor approached, he used his extreme speed to retreat. He was extremely surprised, but didn't crush the soul tower. His 4 clones immediately appeared to block him. A deafening explosion resounded, and Bai Xiaochun's 4 clones simultaneously spat out blood, almost shattering. The 4 clones transformed into streaks of light and flew into Bai Xiaochun's body. Even so, Bai Xiaochun managed to buy himself some time to use the Immortal Forbiddance technique to escape. In an instant, the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor's hand struck, and Bai Xiaochun's body disintegrated and disappeared on the spot. The Bai family's heavenly human ancestor's eyes flashed with cold light as he looked into the distance. Come out? This sentence carried divine power. He had guessed Bai Xiaochun's location. As soon as Bai Xiaochun reappeared, he spat out blood, his hair disheveled. The moment Bai Xiaochun appeared, a golden light shot through the air from afar, blocking the path of the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor. It was a golden jade pendant. This jade pendant depicted a 2-horned giant demon, its head thrown back, howling as it appeared, shattering the surrounding void. The Bai family's heavenly human ancestor's face darkened. Beside the jade pendant, an old man emerged from the void. The old man, dressed in black, gazed ahead with an expressionless face, his cultivation level no less powerful than the Bai family's heavenly human ancestors. A chilling aura emanated from him, and a gloomy presence filled the air. As he stood there, the surrounding void seemed to be distorted, as if two invisible divine senses were colliding. Thunder rumbled across the sky, as if everything was intertwining. Even the ground trembled. Looking at the jade pendant and the old man who appeared before him, Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. He had previously thought that if the Bai family suffered misfortune, other families or forces would seize the opportunity to launch attacks against them. However, after waiting for a long time without anyone arriving, the black-robed old man's loud shout clearly indicated that the interfering force was the Giant Ghost King. Bai Xiaochun narrowed his eyes, his heart filled with tension. He gripped the soul tower tightly, ready to use his demigod soul if things went wrong. Wu Zheng, this is a matter concerning my Bai family. What are your intentions? The Bai family's heavenly human ancestor glared menacingly at the black-robed old man, his voice icy. Subordinate of the heavenly king, this is none of my business. The black-robed old man replied, his eyes flashing with cold light. He took a step forward, his aura surging like a mountain collapsing and a sea overturning. Bai Zishan, do you intend to defy the heavenly king's decree? The white family's heavenly human ancestor remained silent, staring at the black-robed old man for a long time. His expression darkened, then he extended his hand, instantly pulling the white family patriarch's body into his grasp. The heavenly human ancestor's methods were astonishing. If the Wang family summons this traitor, I will not hinder them. The White family's heavenly human ancestor gritted his teeth, slowly bowing to the jade pendant before raising his head to look at the black-robed old man. I will definitely pay my respects to the Wang family and ask them about this matter. I need an answer. He spoke each word distinctly, without once glancing at Bai Xiaochun. He turned and stepped into the sky, his figure disappearing into thin air. His departure brought peace to the heavens and earth. The thunder subsided, the lightning vanished, and everything returned to normal. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, but still held the soul tower, his gaze fixed on the old man. Watching the White family's heavenly human ancestor walk away, he slowly turned, his eyes like lightning fixed on Bai Xiaochun. The old man was thin, with an aquiline nose and a cold, sinister expression. His eyes held a sharp, icy glint, as if wanting to see through Bai Xiaochun's body from the inside out. Follow me. From now on, your life doesn't belong to you, but to the Wang family. The old man in black spoke. Regarding the heavenly human soul, he said nothing. That item belonged to the Bai family, and he didn't want to get too deeply involved. Nonsense, my own life doesn't belong to anyone. Bai Xiaochun glared, feeling the urge to yell at the old man in black. But these words were only spoken in his heart. The words that came to his mouth were, Junior greets Senior Wu Chang. Thank you for saving my life. Bai Xiaochun blinked, his face filled with gratitude, and bowed deeply. No need to thank me. You should thank the Wang family. Lord Wu Chang spoke, raising his right hand. Within a radius of 10 meters, a hazy, distorted void began to appear, as if separating the heavens and earth. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. After carefully observing, he was startled to find that the area within 10 meters had shifted. Just as the thought of shifting arose in Bai Xiaochun's mind, an earth-shattering explosion resounded, and the 10-meter radius around Wuchangong completely vanished. It reappeared above a magnificent city. The city was incredibly huge. It was midday, and the bright sunlight illuminated the land, further enhancing its grandeur. It resembled a living beast with its gaping, red mouth welcoming all things in the world. The sheer size of the city was enough to shake Bai Xiaochun's spirit. He immediately made a judgment, his heart pounding even more. This was his first time in the giant ghost city. Looking at the city before him, he feared that even 10,000 Bai family members wouldn't fit inside. The architecture was dazzling and magnificent, and Bai Xiaochun sensed that there were countless soul cultivators and soul refiners within. Such a massive fortress, Bai Xiaochun probably hadn't seen anything like it in his entire life. He felt that the number of inhabitants here was no less than 10 million. Even more astonishing was that the giant ghost city existed on the sky pit. The sky pit was enormous, its depth unfathomable, and its boundaries were boundless. Even Bai Xiaochun's spiritual sense could only barely detect its beginning and end. This wasn't just the depth range. The giant ghost city is not small. The sky pit is probably dozens of times larger than the giant ghost city. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Inside the giant ghost city's abyss, a pillar rose straight up from the ground to the sky, supporting a fortress on top. Below the fortress was a deep chasm, shrouded in mist. Within the mist, countless skulls emanated, howling in all directions. These were countless ghost souls. The sheer number of demonic spirits was overwhelming, practically encircling the entire giant demon city. Around the city lay countless long, purple iron locks, each as large as a hill, connected like rainbows, linking the city to the edge of the sky hole. These iron locks were the entrances and exits to the giant demon city. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun looked into the distance. Countless rainbows approaching the giant demon city dared not fly, instead descending upon the iron locks. This was the case whether coming or going. From Bai Xiaochun's perspective, he could see a colossal statue within the city. It was a giant green demon statue with 2 horns, tens of thousands of feet tall, standing as if supporting the heavens and earth. Atop the statue was a royal palace. The palace was indistinct, but given its location, Bai Xiaochun didn't need to guess who resided within. The person inside is definitely the giant demon king. Bai Xiaochun focused his gaze, feeling an overwhelming pressure enveloping the heavens and earth within the celestial palace. The pressure was so intense, it felt as if the person inside wasn't a human, but a god. 2 palaces stood on the statue's arms, topped with 2 stone walls. The left arm represented Wuchang, the right arm represented Yinming. Bai Xiaochun was deeply moved, immediately guessing that this must be the area where the celestial beings resided. Wu Cheng's left arm was most likely the black-robed old man beside him. Bai Xiaochun had also researched information about Giant Demon City. He wanted to use the teleportation array there to return to the Great Wall, so he had gathered a lot of information about it while at the Bai family. For example, Giant Demon City was divided into two parts, inner and outer. The inner city was heavily fortified, and only those of high status could enter. It was the training area where the elite resided. Outside the city walls was where the inhabitants of Giant Ghost City lived, a bustling place. A protective river separated the inner and outer parts of the city, its waters imbued with a powerful demigod-level restriction. Without a special token, one would be instantly killed. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. He didn't know how the Giant Ghost King would arrange things for him after bringing him here. His heart was filled with uncertainty, and he could only obediently follow behind Wu Jinggong, thinking to himself, no matter what the Giant Ghost King arranges, it's good that I've successfully arrived in Giant Ghost City. After all, I need to use the teleportation array to return home. The mask can conceal the Bai family's formations and celestial beings. Perhaps it can conceal the teleportation array as well. Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself. Along the way, Wu Jinggong remained expressionless, not saying a word, and flew straight into Giant Ghost City with Bai Xiaochun. In the blink of an eye, he entered the city. The soul cultivator guards below were filled with fervent admiration, immediately rushing forward to pay their respects. Greetings, Lord Wu Cheng. Along the way, they didn't bother to scrutinize Bai Xiaochun during their greetings. Bai Xiaochun also looked at the guards, thinking that since the Giant Ghost King had summoned him, if he showed some skill, Lord Wu Cheng might speak well of him, and perhaps even secure a minor position in Giant Ghost City. Then the Bai family wouldn't dare do anything to him. No, this place is too dangerous. I need to find a way to use the teleportation array to leave and figure out how to get back to the Great Wall. Unfortunately, I'm still missing a heavenly human soul. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun braced himself and followed Lord Wu Cheng. Wu Jinggong directly led Bai Xiaochun inside. The colossal city was teeming with countless creatures moving at incredible speed. In just a few breaths, they brought Bai Xiaochun to the moat separating the city from the outside. The two stood motionless there. The river protecting the city was black, giving off a strong sense of danger. Bai Xiaochun looked at it for a moment, then took a few steps back, his gaze fixed on Wu Jinggong, wondering why he wasn't leaving. Senior, where are we going? Bai Xiaochun stared, cautiously glancing at the giant demon statue. Li Su, you haven't met me yet. Wu Jinggong ignored Bai Xiaochun, immediately speaking. Before his voice could travel far, a vortex appeared in the river protecting the city, and in an instant, 3 middle-aged men flew out of the vortex. Bai Xiaochun sensed something was amiss. He looked at the 3 people in front of him. The leader wore a blue robe. Although his cultivation wasn't at the heavenly human level, he was at least a half-step heavenly human. The 2 behind him had slightly weaker auras, indicating that the leader was in charge. The man in the green robe was extremely respectful. After flying to the front of Wu Jinggong, he clasped his hands and bowed. Your humble servant, Li Su, greets Wu Jinggong. This is Bai Hao. I entrust him to you. Arrange for him to be a prison guard. Wu Jinggong spoke, pointing at Bai Hao before turning and flying back to the giant demon statue without another word. The king had tasked him with bringing Bai Hao back and arranging his identity. As for what kind of identity, such a trivial matter the giant demon king wouldn't inquire about, Wu Jinggong didn't think much of it either. Simply throwing him into the demon prison in Giant Demon City. Li Su and the other 2 quickly agreed, respectfully seeing Wu Jinggong off. Demon prison guard? Bai Xiaochun was stunned upon hearing this. He thought the giant demon king would meet him. At the very least, arrange for him to be a bodyguard. He never expected to become a prison guard in a demon prison. Lo, this wasn't the first time he'd heard of it. Previously, Bai Jie had considered throwing him into the demon prison, which piqued Bai Xiaochun's curiosity. He'd asked Zhou Yixing to investigate, and learned that the demon prison in Giant Ghost City was a notorious area within the city. It was a place for imprisoning those who had committed heinous crimes, and for various reasons, they couldn't be executed. They were all extremely vicious and highly skilled individuals, and none of those imprisoned received any special treatment. A saying circulated in Giant Ghost City. Death isn't scary. What's scary is being imprisoned in a demon prison and suffering a fate worse than death. I, a dignified commander of 10,000, how could I become a prison guard? Bai Xiaochun felt indignant. He was a man of principle, so he decided to feign humility and find an opportunity to use the teleportation array to return home. But without waiting for him to say anything, the three of them, including Li Su, watched as Wu Jiangong walked away, slowly straightening up. Li Su, in particular, displayed an air of calm authority, coldly sizing up Bai Xiaochun. His tone was indifferent, as if he disliked Bai Xiaochun. In fact, it wasn't just him. The two assistants behind him were the same, their gazes at Bai Xiaochun cold and devoid of any emotion, seemingly influenced by rumors about Bai Hao. Knowing he was a ruthless man, merciless and seemingly skilled in concealment, and having killed many of their clansmen, they didn't want to associate with such a wicked character. Nor did they care about him. Put away your Bai family demeanor. Since you're here, you must follow my rules. In this demon prison, I am the supreme ruler. If you don't get out of the demon prison today, come here tomorrow and wait. Li Su spoke with icy coldness, not waiting for Bai Xiaochun's reply. He flicked his sleeve into the river, and a vortex appeared again, instantly sending the three of them flying inside. Leaving? Bai Xiaochun stared blankly at the three men who had intimidated him. They wanted Bai Xiaochun to know that the demon prison wasn't a place to be easily entered and exited, and that he should keep his tail between his legs. Someone wants to intimidate me. I don't want to leave. Bai Xiaochun was also angry. He felt that as a commander of 10,000 men, he should accept his role as a prison guard, but he didn't expect them to intimidate him. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly and left. It was now noon, and the entire Giant Ghost City was incredibly vast. The outer area alone was boundless, with many people coming and going, including soul cultivators, soul refiners, and quite a few natives. Anyway, this place is one of the 5 great cities of the savage wilderness, and with a demigod residing here and wielding influence from all directions, it can be said to be the center of all kinds of resources. Almost all items can be bought in Giant Ghost City, especially in some bustling streets where people come and go in a great commotion. The noise can be heard from afar. Giant Ghost City guards frequently fly overhead. Only celestial beings are allowed to fly freely in Giant Ghost City. Even guards are only allowed to fly during patrol hours. Bai Xiaochun, filled with anger and resentment, wandered through Giant Ghost City. The teleportation point wasn't a secret, and after a little research, he knew the location and headed there immediately. Celestial being soul, I give up. I'll think of a way back at the Great Wall. Thinking this, he got closer to the teleportation array. The Giant Ghost City teleportation array was located in the north, where there was a square with a platform in the center that served as a gate of light. This gate was formed by a formation, radiating a brilliant light that sometimes distorted the void. Soul cultivators and soul refiners were constantly coming and going, but there weren't many natives. Bai Xiaochun arrived just in time. It was almost sunset, and he noticed that many Giant Ghost City guards were stationed at the teleportation array, obviously guarding the place. Bai Xiaochun didn't care about the situation there. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the teleportation array. He understood that if he successfully entered it, he could return to the Great Wall, even to the area outside the Great Wall. As long as the distance was short, Bai Xiaochun, relying on his cultivation, could still find a way back. Thinking of this, his heart beat faster, but he still hesitated. During his time at the Bai family, he had heard that the teleportation array had an extremely strict identity verification function. Moreover, Chu Yixing didn't mention this, and Bai Xiaochun hesitated. He was thinking rather than approaching. He wanted to observe first. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's expression remain unchanged, he noticed that whenever a soul cultivator entered the teleportation array, a strange vibration would appear the moment the array opened. Bai Xiaochun couldn't identify the nature of this strange vibration. After observing for a while, Bai Xiaochun determined that this vibration was a method of identity verification. My mask, perhaps it can. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, looking at the setting sun, then gritted his teeth. I should give it a try. He took a deep breath and walked straight towards the teleportation array. The guards around him didn't pay attention to Bai Xiaochun. After Bai Xiaochun handed over some soul medicine, he casually entered the array. After taking a few steps, Bai Xiaochun's mind became tense and hesitant. He suppressed his breathing, and when he stood before the radiant light, his eyes were filled with anticipation. It must succeed. If I succeed, I can escape. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, raised his foot, and stepped forward, touching the aura of the teleportation array. The moment of contact, Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled violently. He discovered that he was being scrutinized by an icy, spirit-like entity. This tremor originated from the teleportation array, penetrating his body and attempting to search his soul. It seemed that only soul-searching could determine his identity and allow him to teleport. Fortunately, the mask offered some protection, but it couldn't hold out for long. Most importantly, Bai Xiaochun realized that if he couldn't pass this test and his soul wasn't searched to determine his identity, the teleportation wouldn't open. Shocked, Bai Xiaochun took advantage of the mask's obstruction to retreat, withdrawing from the teleportation array's range. His retreat attracted considerable attention and surprise. No, I'm not going. This is where I'll make my name. Under the watchful eyes of many, Bai Xiaochun became anxious. He hurriedly shouted, then turned and left. Although others found it strange, Bai Xiaochun's speed was too fast. He directly disappeared into the crowd. The people there hesitated for a moment, then dismissed it. Among the crowd, Bai Xiaochun's face was pale, his heart constricting with fear. What do I do now? What do I do now? I can't use the teleportation array. Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of tears. The teleportation array was his greatest hope, and now it was unusable. After a long while, he sighed, feeling his life was too miserable. He dejectedly went to find a hotel in Giant Ghost City to stay in, thinking all night. The next day, Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot. If I can't go back, I can only rise up here. It's just fate that wants me to ascend to the heavens in one step here. How troublesome. Bai Xiaochun looked up at the sky, sighed helplessly, and then obediently returned to the area of the city's protective river. The more he thought about it, the more he decided he should go to the demon prison. At least this identity could resolve the entanglement between him and the Bai family. In short, it was a good thing. When he arrived at the area of the city's protective river, it was still early. Bai Xiaochun sat down cross-legged, his face gloomy, waiting there. As dusk fell, a vortex suddenly appeared in the protective river. An assistant who had been behind Lisa yesterday appeared expressionlessly. After seeing Bai Xiaochun, he nodded. "Follow me." After speaking, the man jumped into the whirlpool in the river protecting the city. Bai Xiaochun sighed inwardly, feeling so isolated, a dignified commander of 10,000, and not knowing how to face this reality. Well, I, Bai Xiaochun, am so outstanding, so powerful. I'll impress everyone wherever I go. Bai Xiaochun encouraged himself, occasionally glancing at the middle-aged man. He knew that Li Su was the leader of the demon prison yesterday, and also his future superior. The man before him was his assistant. "Hurry up, if you're slow you'll have to wait outside all day." Just as Bai Xiaochun was scrutinizing the middle-aged man, the latter showed a hint of impatience. "I haven't offended this guy, have I?" Bai Xiaochun felt uneasy, but he had no choice but to accept the reality and immediately stepped into the whirlpool. The two had just entered the city's protective river, venturing into the vortex and straight to the riverbed. As Li Su's assistant, the middle-aged man's cultivation was extraordinary. A token emanated from him, enveloping Bai Xiaochun within a soft aura. This aura blocked the river's protective enchantments and prevented the river water from corroding their bodies. Bai Xiaochun felt uneasy, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The place was pitch black, making it impossible to see anything clearly. The dark river water, in particular, gave Bai Xiaochun a sense of danger, as if some terrifying beast was lurking within. In his perception, as the two passed through the river, Bai Xiaochun saw a blue aura appear in the pitch-black darkness. Two blue beams of light in the dark riverbed resembled the eyes of a ferocious beast, startling anyone who saw them and causing their hair to stand on end. Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed. After seeing the middle-aged man in front of him remain silent, he hesitated but maintained his vigilance, continuing to follow. At this point, the blue light grew larger and larger. When Bai Xiaochun and the other man got closer, he was shocked by the sight before him. Beneath the river protecting the city stood an enormous stone statue. The statue wasn't human-shaped, it was a giant turtle, arguably a Zhuanwu black tortoise. It lay at the bottom of the river, its massive body radiating spatial vibrations. Bai Xiaochun realized that the two blue lights he had seen earlier were the turtle's eyes. They contained an unimaginable killing intent. It seemed the stone turtle had a sealing effect, preventing the killing intent from erupting. Otherwise, its eruption would have terrifying consequences, spreading throughout the heavens and earth. All of this shook Bai Xiaochun's mind. He felt the stone turtle looked somewhat familiar, and after looking at it several times, Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed, his heart pounding, his mind feeling like it was about to explode. This turtle looks a bit like Little Black Turtle. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. Little Black Turtle had been missing for a long time. Bai Xiaochun had searched his storage bag but couldn't find it. He had a feeling Little Black Turtle was still inside his storage bag and hadn't come out. Bai Xiaochun was filled with uncertainty. The middle-aged man walked towards the turtle, and Bai Xiaochun, calming his mind, followed behind. He saw the man enter the turtle's left eye. There was a barrier preventing water from flowing inside, but the middle-aged man's token emitted a radiant light, so it wasn't obstructed. Bai Xiaochun also encountered no obstacle and immediately entered the turtle. A massive cave appeared before them, surrounded by sharp, jagged rocks, giving it a menacing appearance. For soul cultivators stood respectfully there, and upon seeing the middle-aged man appear, they immediately bowed deeply. "Greetings, Left Protector." Their voices were powerful yet chillingly cold, as if they were speaking to the dead. Their eyes, in particular, seemed to see through people's hearts. Bai Xiaochun noticed them several times and realized that all four were nascent soul cultivators. The prison isn't simple. Bai Xiaochun seemed lost in thought. He looked around and noticed four passageways in the cave, with a fifth one above his head. "Sun Peng, this is a new prison guard. The warden specifically said to send him to your District D. You arrange his transfer." The middle-aged man spoke, giving a command before walking straight to the fifth passageway with his hands clasped behind his back. The others bowed their heads, not even glancing at Bai Xiaochun, and left through the surrounding passageways. Only an old man remained, frowning as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. To be able to get Li Su to explain, and for the Left Protector to personally arrange his transfer, according to logic, he should be sent to District A. Why is he sent to District D? The old man's eyes flickered. He felt something was amiss. He then smiled at Bai Xiaochun. He tried his best to soften his smile, but to Bai Xiaochun's eyes, it was incredibly unsettling. Outwardly strong, but inwardly cold, combined with the old man's chilling aura, the smile was like a cold wind blowing through him. "This fellow Taoist, what is your name?" The old man's eyes held a thoughtful expression. "I am Bai Hao." Bai Xiaochun blinked, carefully stating his name. "Bai Hao, Bai Hao, Bai." The old man's eyes widened upon hearing the name, and he repeated, "Bai Hao of the Bai family." "That's right, I am Bai Hao of the Bai family." Bai Xiaochun felt a little smug seeing that Sun Peng had heard his name before, but the only response he received was the old man's gasp of cold air. He finally understood why this man had been brought to the Ding area by Li Su. This is a real hot potato. Li Su could explain clearly that the Left Protector's arrangement was clearly orchestrated by someone higher up. To be able to decide this matter with a single word, the person must be extremely powerful, likely the Wuchang Lord. Only the Heavenly King could mobilize the Wuchang Lord. This person is wanted by the Bai family, yet the Heavenly King brought him here. The old man didn't dare think further. This was too big a deal. He sighed, but didn't dare provoke Bai Xiaochun, especially considering Bai Hao was someone who disregarded his own family, daring to even tie up his own father. Moreover, he was always patient and ruthless. "Bai Hao, welcome to our Ding District Demon Prison. Come, let me introduce you to the Demon Prison." Sun Peng chuckled dryly and led Bai Xiaochun towards the northern passage. Although the prison is located inside the stone turtle, its actual scope is vast, possessing its own distinct space. Therefore, it is divided into 5 areas: A, B, C, D, and the center. The central area is where the chief warden resides, and it is the core of the prison. Entry is prohibited unless summoned. As for the 4 areas of B, C, and D, they are further divided into different categories of important criminals. The most important is Area A, therefore, even those imprisoned in Area D are considered the most vicious and evil, but compared to Area, they are merely children. Each area has 100 prison guards, 10 squad leaders, and 1 prison captain. I am the captain of the prison in Area D. Above the four main guard houses are the prison wardens. Sun Peng led by Xiaochun straight to the Ding area. He gave a clear introduction, feeling better about himself. If he was going to bring Bai Hao to him, and he wasn't going to take him, then it was better to make the arrangements. There were so many guards in the Ding area, one more wouldn't make much difference. After the introduction, Sun Peng led by Xiaochun into the Ding area's demon prison. The Ding area was quite large, with a central square above which stood a gate of light. The radiance emitted a powerful pressure, and occasionally a buzzing sound could be heard. The light swirled around 10 areas. According to Sun Peng's introduction, these 10 areas were the residences of 10 guard squads, and the large gate of light was the entrance to the prison. Looking at the 10 identical areas, every dwelling neatly arranged, although all built with blue stone, the contrasting features were striking. But whether it was due to the influence of the demonic prison or not, Bai Xiaochun felt a gloomy and somber atmosphere. "Sigh, I never thought I'd become a prison guard." Bai Xiaochun sighed inwardly, adding to his frustration at not being able to use the teleportation array to leave. Sun Peng, like Wu Jiangong and Li Su, quickly left after bringing Bai Xiaochun here. Although the captain of the 9th squad wasn't usually welcome, he was still Sun Peng's subordinate, and before leaving, he secretly informed him of Bai Xiaochun's identity. Upon hearing that the handsome young man before him was the traitor of the Bai family who had caused a stir in Giant Ghost City, the captain of the 9th squad immediately shuddered. His gaze towards Bai Xiaochun became more attentive than before, and he secretly transmitted a message to the guards under his command, informing them of Bai Xiaochun's identity. Therefore, when Bai Xiaochun looked at his teammates and said his name with a smirk, the captain and the prison guards didn't react at all. After all, Bai Xiaochun's reputation wasn't small, and they knew in their hearts that the impression of Bai Xiaochun was no different from the rumors. They all felt that Bai Xiaochun was a vicious fellow, ruthless and unforgiving, and it was better to avoid provoking him. Among them, a few showed disdain, obviously feeling that the rumors were unbelievable. The entire 9th squad, including the captain, had 11 people before Bai Xiaochun arrived. Bai Xiaochun's arrival increased it to 12. There were no women among them, all men, mostly middle-aged. As for cultivation, there were none at the foundation establishment stage, all at the golden core stage. This formation clearly showed the importance of the demon prison. Seeing everyone like that, Bai Xiaochun felt awkward. The captain of the 9th squad mediated, taking Bai Xiaochun away, then smiling and saying to him, "Bai Hao, you should rest well. Actually, there's nothing to do in the demon prison every day, and everyone isn't familiar with each other yet. You'll get used to it later." After saying that, the captain left. His thinking was simple. If he couldn't refuse this killer joining the team, then it was best not to be too close, but not too cold either. Seeing the captain leave, Bai Xiaochun felt that this captain was a good person, much better than Wu Jiangong and Li Su. He looked at his living quarters. It wasn't big, just a large bed and a table, very simple, but surrounded by mysterious formations, seemingly connected to the stone turtle. "Sigh, I've become a prison guard. I never expected this." Bai Xiaochun sat down cross-legged, dejected and silent. Nothing had happened in the past 2 days. Since the Bai family's ancestor appeared and Wu Jiangong manifested, he couldn't use the teleportation array, and now he'd become a prison guard. "Although I don't know why the giant demon king saved me, I'm temporarily safe, but I don't know how long this safety will last." Bai Xiaochun sighed, thinking about his current predicament. Because of the heavenly human soul, he gritted his teeth and braced himself. It's all because of the old woman Hong Chen and Chen Zietie. Well, I can't use the teleportation array, so I can only increase my cultivation level and use other methods to get back to the Great Wall. Currently, I have 4 heavenly human soul clones, only lacking the metal attribute heavenly human soul to achieve the heavenly nascent soul. Bai Xiaochun was conflicted. He felt like he was standing on a cliff. A slight mistake would lead to his death. He had no other choice. He couldn't use the teleportation array. For now, unless he reached the heavenly nascent soul, his lifespan, even at 1,000 years, would come to an end, and he couldn't realize his dream of immortality. If he wanted to pursue immortality, he had to climb the mountain and carry the stones, hoping to return home. Bai Xiaochun was conflicted, but could only grit his teeth and persevere. In fact, from the beginning of his cultivation until now, Bai Xiaochun's journeys in the Lingxi sect, the Nes sect, the Shinkong Daoji sect, and even in Chengcheng had all been smooth sailing. It wasn't until he went to the burial palace and the savage wilderness that he truly felt what it meant to face imminent danger and the constant threat of death. As long as I find a heavenly human soul of the metal attribute, I will never gamble with my life again. Bai Xiaochun was dejected. His desire for the heavenly human soul was at its limit. Where can I find a heavenly human soul? Moreover, it must be of the metal attribute. The giant ghost king himself is a half-god expert. He must possess one. Bai Xiaochun pondered carefully, but found no clue. I don't know much about Giant Ghost City, though I do know a little, and it doesn't cover many aspects. Whether it's the celestial soul or why the giant ghost king saved me, I lack information. Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed. He used the jade slip to transmit a message to Zhou Yixing and Li Feng. On one hand, he told them not to wait there and to return to Giant Ghost City. On the other hand, he asked Li Feng about the situation in Giant Ghost City. Very quickly, Bai Xiaochun received the information from Li Feng. Looking at the jade slip, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, his heart greatly stirred. The 5 great celestial beings, the strongest existence in Giant Ghost City is a half-god celestial king. Below the celestial king are 5 dukes and 10 marquises. The 5 dukes are all celestial beings, and most of the 10 marquises have half-step celestial being cultivation. Among the 5 celestial beings, 3 are the ancestors of the 3 great families, 2 are the Wuchang Duke, and the remaining 1 is the Yinming Duke. As for the 10 lords who commanded the 10 great legions of the Giant Ghost City, these individuals were considered important figures within the city. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun also learned from Li Feng about the relationship between the ancestors of the 3 great families and the Giant Ghost King. While seemingly harmonious, in reality, the 3 great families were allied. Even so, the Giant Ghost King is a demigod-level expert. He could kill 3 heavenly beings with a single slap. Bai Xiaochun was astonished, feeling there was something amiss. There were things Li Feng didn't know. What he knew was merely hearsay. So it seems the Giant Ghost King saved me to probe the Bai family? But that doesn't make sense. He's a demigod. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, his eyes shining, but he hesitated again. This matter was somewhat complicated. Bai Xiaochun had too little information to judge. He felt that after the 3 great families joined forces, they had some kind of killer move or achieved some kind of balance against the Giant Ghost King. The Giant Demon King himself doesn't want to see this balance appear. My speculation is probably 80% correct. Continuing the analysis, as long as the Giant Demon King doesn't want to be hindered by this balance, I will be safe, at least within Giant Demon City. I must quickly think of a way to find the heavenly human golden soul. Before danger arrives, I must find the heavenly human soul and then escape. Bai Xiaochun was dejected. He felt his life was in danger. Taking a deep breath, he made up his mind and sat down to practice the method of refining the 13-colored flame. The method of refining the 13-colored flame is more difficult than the 12-colored one, not to mention it requires spiritual consciousness. Before Bai Xiaochun obtains the Bai family's heavenly human soul, he cannot do it. With 4 clones now, Bai Xiaochun's spiritual consciousness was much stronger than before. He had a firm grasp of Bai Hao's notes, and he could cultivate 13-colored flames and he knew how to concoct 14-colored flames. Nothing happened during this period of enlightenment and deduction. Bai Xiaochun survived the first night in the demon prison. Although he couldn't see the sun, moon, or the outside world from within, the formations here could create day and night. From pitch black to dazzling light, Bai Xiaochun remained immersed in his deduction until nightfall. This was the 3rd night. For 3 days, undisturbed, Bai Xiaochun remained absorbed in his understanding. Early on the 4th morning, at dawn, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes and looked outside. Soon, a voice echoed in. Bai Hao, today is our 9th squad's mission. Let's go. The captain of the 9th squad spoke, his low voice echoing inside. This is your first time in prison. You should follow me to see these stubborn hardened criminals. Hardened criminals. Bai Xiaochun stood up and walked to the door, seeing the captain of the 9th squad standing there, smiling at him. Captain, why did you come in person? If you needed anything, just call out. Bai Xiaochun thought that he needed to build good relationships with everyone. This was too simple for him. He wasn't arrogant at all because he was a great perfection golden core cultivator with 4 heavenly human soul clones, nor did he carry any air of superiority when killing nascent soul cultivators. He was just an ordinary person. He smiled very amiably and approachably, and when he stepped forward, he bowed respectfully to the captain. Bai Xiaochun had a very good impression of the captain in front of him, and his bow was sincere. The ninth captain was stunned. In fact, his presence here was unavoidable. Patrolling was a rule of the demon prison, requiring everyone to participate. Bai Xiaochun's failure to come after knowing about it was Bai Xiaochun's fault. As the captain, he hadn't informed Bai Xiaochun, and upon investigation, it was his responsibility. Others didn't want to interact with Bai Xiaochun, and the mere thought of rumors about Bai Hao gave them a headache. He could only come himself. He only wanted to express his intentions. If Bai Xiaochun didn't come, it wouldn't matter to him. He hadn't expected this guy, rumored to be vicious, to be so polite to him, even after betraying his own clan and tying up his father. It's all right. You're a prison guard from the 9th Squad. Since you're here, it's only right that I pass you this message. Bai Hao, the matters in our demon prison are top secret from outsiders. In the prison area, there are only 2 types of people, prisoners and guards like us, the 9th Squad leader chuckled. His impression of Bai Xiaochun wasn't any better, but he still managed to smile. At least he could introduce him to a few things. Captain, what cultivation levels do those prisoners have? Bai Xiaochun asked, following behind the captain. No matter what their cultivation level, once they enter our demon prison, even a dragon would have to cower, the captain said arrogantly, leading Bai Xiaochun towards the barrier. Bai Xiaochun was extremely curious. He felt he had experienced so much in his life, yet he had never been to a prison. He wanted to explore the infamous demon prison in Giant Ghost City. When they reached the barrier, the soul cultivators of Team 9 had all arrived, some showing impatience, their eyes filled with displeasure as they looked at Bai Xiaochun. Brothers, I'm new here and don't know much. I sincerely apologize for making you wait here. As soon as Bai Xiaochun arrived, he spotted a clue. Thinking about how long he would be staying here, he quickly stepped forward. Bai Hao's refined appearance and sincere apology dispelled some of the displeasure among those waiting. Apart from Bai Hao's reputation, everyone knew he was ruthless, yet such a person could open his mouth to explain, and moreover, his words were polite yet worldly. The prison guards were extremely surprised and couldn't say anything more. Bai Xiaochun still smiled at them, making it impossible for them to be angry. Especially since Bai Xiaochun proactively stood behind everyone, making it seem like the leader of the group. Everyone felt strange, and soon their coldness towards Bai Xiaochun lessened. However, a young man with a long face and a gloomy expression snorted coldly. He held a high position in the 9th Squad. After his snort, the other guards no longer looked at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun felt disappointed. He felt he absolutely shouldn't have offended this person. Everyone, that's enough. Let's enter the demon prison. The captain pretended not to see, waved his sleeve, and attached the token to the light screen. The screen exploded, revealing a gap. The captain stepped inside, and the others followed suit. Bai Xiaochun was the last, his curiosity plunging him into the gap in the light screen. A sensation similar to teleportation appeared, as if the entire universe was pressing down on him, making him feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, this feeling didn't last long before disappearing. The image before Bai Xiaochun became clear, and he immediately saw a strange world. There was no sky or earth here, only pitch-black void. Within the void were chains of white bones, hanging down without end, seemingly growing in the endless void. At the ends of the chains were enormous skulls, several meters in size, looking ferocious. He saw tens of thousands of such skulls in the void. Their arrangement was also systematic, although numerous. Upon closer inspection, they formed a large array. Moreover, they were not close together. These skulls were prisons. Their color wasn't white, it was constantly changing. Each change brought a special divine power to the skulls, followed by mournful, heart-wrenching screams. These were the screams of prisoners. The prisoners were all confined within the skulls, their clothes tattered, some naked. There were men and women among them, and quite a few indigenous people, their large bodies squeezed into the massive skulls several meters in size, causing their screams to be quite loud. Many were soul cultivators, and some were soul refining masters. Some were indifferent, some haggard, some seemingly unconcerned. Bai Xiaochun observed them, and they all carried a ferocious aura. In the entire void, aside from the skulls and prisoners, there were quite a few soul cultivators wearing gray robes. They were all shackled, clearly prisoners, but not in jail. Along the way, Bai Xiaochun and his group occasionally shouted at the prisoners. Among them were many young women, some even quite beautiful. Upon seeing the ninth squad appear, the gray-robed soul cultivators trembled. Before they even got close, the prisoners knelt down incessantly, their expressions fawning and obsequious. The beautiful women also knelt, trying their best to expose their white, gleaming breasts, which were visible even without turning around. Bai Xiaochun was quite stunned by this sight. He was surprised and didn't understand what was happening. All right, this patrol will last 3 days. For the first 3 hours, follow the old rules. Everyone enjoy yourselves. Don't let anyone cause any major trouble. The captain of the 9th squad said to the prison guards, in 3 hours, all of you gather in front of Old Demon Chu's prison. Let's see if we can pry a word out of him this time. As soon as the captain finished speaking, the prison guards beside Bai Xiaochun sneered and then dispersed. As these people dispersed, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. He watched the gray-robed prisoners huddled around the guards, massaging their shoulders and legs, bowing and whispering something. Almost every guard seemed to be fawning over the guards. These are the prison guards. They haven't committed any major crimes, and they're generally mild-mannered. Their fate is entirely up to us, the captain said with a low chuckle, seemingly noticing Bai Xiaochun's stunned expression. Those skulls all belong to serious criminals. For example, this old man. He angered the king years ago and was imprisoned here. It's been over 200 years now, and because there are no secrets, no one cares about him. He just lives and dies here. The 9th captain pointed to a skull not far away. In the cell sat an old man with a fierce-looking red birthmark on his face. He had his eyes closed, seemingly unconcerned about what was happening outside. All right, go find your own fun. Here, we prison guards are like gods. We decide their life and death, their living conditions. So, as long as it's not particularly outrageous, they'll fulfill our requests. The captain briefly introduced the place, then waved his hand and said, they can fulfill requests. Bai Xiaochun found it unbelievable, his mind reeling. The demon prison was far different from what he had imagined, especially after seeing the long-faced young man who had a prejudice against him surrounded by 7 or 8 beautiful, flirtatious women. Bai Xiaochun stared in disbelief. Captain, what do they want to do? Bai Xiaochun glanced over, licking his dry lips, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Among the 7 or 8 female prisoners, some were quite attractive, and Bai Xiaochun found them appealing. Don't look if you shouldn't. Ignore whoever is foolish, the captain said. And remember, don't provoke those inmates in the cell. Any one of them is a notorious villain, and there have been incidents involving them. Some have their cultivation sealed but can still bite the ears of prison guards. The captain gave a few more instructions, then went off to find his own amusement. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He felt his horizons had been broadened. At that moment, several gray-clad prisoners looked at Bai Xiaochun, finding him unfamiliar, guessing he was a new prison guard, and immediately went up to greet him. Greetings, Lord. Lord, what do you need? Please tell us. Lord, you're so young yet you've become a prison guard in the demon prison. Your future is boundless, a dragon among men. While everyone was fawning and flattering, Bai Xiaochun saw several women with attractive figures, their eyes sparkling like honey. He immediately reached out and embraced them. Doing these things, Bai Xiaochun's heart raced. He felt that with just a flick of his finger, these female cultivators would turn into little kittens. Damn it, I'm so wicked. Bai Xiaochun breathed heavily. He felt this place wasn't suitable for him, so he ignored the flattery and enjoyed the women's sweet chatter, his heart filled with both joy and sorrow. I didn't expect the demon prison to be like this. Bai Xiaochun, am so naive. How can I continue to wander around here? Bai Xiaochun sighed, feeling surrounded by the gray-robed prisoners. He understood what the demon prison was like, but it wasn't anything special. Bai Xiaochun, am an innocent person, absolutely not one to engage in immoral acts. 3 hours later, Bai Xiaochun felt content and carefree in the demon prison. He laughed heartily as the gray-robed prisoners guided him to the assembly point the captain had requested. When he arrived, the captain and 7 or 8 others were already there, all full of energy and whispering amongst themselves. Among them, a long-faced young man, laughing and talking, showed his displeasure upon seeing Bai Xiaochun. He despised him for being a traitor to the Bai family, and also disliked the fact that Bai Xiaochun had tied up his father and killed his clansmen. He believed Bai Xiaochun was unworthy of entering the demon prison. Furthermore, his friendship with Bai Che was quite good, so he felt even more aversion to Bai Xiaochun. The other guards did the same, pretending not to see Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun stood to the side, feeling awkward but increasingly angry. What does this guy mean? Is he trying to bully me? Bai Xiaochun weighed the cultivation levels of both sides, and the long-faced young man was also looking at Bai Xiaochun. Seeing that the two were about to clash, the captain immediately stepped forward. He stood between the two and pointed to the skull prison. Alright, let's get down to business. Bai Hao, see, this is old Demon Joe. The long-faced young man withdrew his gaze, snorted coldly, and Bai Xiaochun suppressed his anger as he looked at the captain. The captain's skull was over a meter tall, and inside sat a burly man. His body was only half a meter tall, even standing. He was no match for a native, but he was still quite imposing. A red glow emanated from his eyes, and a ferocious smile played on his lips, especially the greed in his gaze as he looked at the guards. Greed like a starving man spotting meat. After seeing this, Bai Xiaochun knew this man liked to eat human flesh, especially the murderous aura that enveloped the opponent's entire body. Even with his cultivation sealed, it was incredibly terrifying, seemingly a generation of ruthless killers. This is old Demon Chu. Killing people like this is nothing, but he repeatedly enjoys eating children alive. In 100 years, who knows how many children he's devoured. And yet, this man has deep connections with the Tai family, one of the 3 great families. I don't know what methods he used to avoid the death penalty. Bai Xiaochun frowned upon hearing this. He wasn't someone who blindly believed everything he was told. He assessed old Demon Chu's condition and felt that while the captain's words were somewhat exaggerated, they certainly held some truth. He will spend the rest of his life being tortured here, the captain said coldly. The prison guards of Squad 9 returned one by one, and now everyone was present. Let's begin. This is our last chance. The captain flicked his sleeve, and immediately the other prison guards, their faces grim, approached the skull holding old Demon Chu. Seeing them, the old demon's grin grew even more ferocious, a red glow flashing in his eyes. As they drew near, he stood up, walked to the bars, and let out a loud roar. The roar brought everyone to a halt. A bunch of worthless trash, Chi Yanlong, have wreaked havoc outside, devouring countless people like you. Shut up! At this moment, a prison guard stepped forward, chanting a spell and pointing at the skull. The skull's color constantly changed, lightning bolts appeared within it, and a loud explosion resounded, causing the old demon's entire body to tremble. Speak, where is the treasure? Tell us and we won't torture you. If you don't speak, don't blame us for being ruthless. Senior Chu, why do you need to be like this? You can't get out of here anyway. What good are material possessions? Why not just tell us and buy peace? That way you can spend the rest of your life here peacefully. The 9 fierce and ruthless prison guards relentlessly employed various tactics. There were threats, enticements, a mix of persuasion and coaxing, demands for some museum, even the captain chanting incantations to torture and interrogate him relentlessly. However, no matter what the people of Team 9 did, old Demon Chu's cries of agony and despair didn't diminish his ferocious expression at all. On the contrary, he brazenly stood up. He won't talk, will he? I'll force him to confess. The long-faced young man sneered, stepping forward to stand in front of the prison door. As he walked out, the other guards became quite excited. Zhao Feng is the first-ranked guard of the 9th squad. He'll definitely be able to pry the old demon's mouth out. That's right, the previous 8 squads failed this time. Maybe Zhao Feng can do it. The others were thrilled, even the squad leader was hopeful. Bai Xiaochun watched them all, not understanding what first-ranked meant, but vaguely feeling that the long-faced man's high status was probably related to that title, so he also paid attention. He saw the long-faced man walk to the side of the prison, his hands forming a hand seal, and then black needles appeared, piercing Chu Lao Mo's body. Chu Lao Mo trembled all over, screaming and howling continuously. He roared, but his bloodshot eyes and stubborn demeanor didn't fade at all. In fact, his roars stopped and were replaced by loud laughter. Is this your trick? I've tasted the tricks of other immortal masters before, and they weren't bad. I wonder what yours tastes like. The long-faced young man, seeing the old demon like this, was furious. He continuously chanted incantations and unleashed vicious attacks. No matter what trick he used, the old demon still laughed loudly. The other guards were also enraged and rushed forward to help. Bai Xiaochun watched from the sidelines, staring blankly as Team 9 relentlessly interrogated and tormented the old demon. After a day, the old demon Shu was panting heavily, and the others had expended considerable energy, yet they couldn't pry the treasure out of him. Damn it, this guy is too tight-lipped. Everyone retreated, each one helpless, their eyes blazing with anger as they glared at old demon Shu, wishing they could pry open his head and find the answer. The long-faced young man, in particular, gritted his teeth. When old demon Shu was captured and brought here, he was completely empty-handed. He must have hidden his entire life's treasure somewhere. This man was once a nascent soul great perfection expert, a half-step heavenly human who had dominated for 60 years, annihilating no fewer than 20 clans. He must have a considerable amount of treasure. Seeing his colleagues' helplessness and unwillingness, Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment before asking, We can perform soul searching. Everyone burst into laughter, especially the long-faced young man, who laughed mockingly and contemptuously, looking at Bai Xiaochun as if he were an idiot. For a few people, soul searching is perfectly accurate. Those with high cultivation levels have merged their souls and bodies and possess numerous defenses against soul searching. So even forced soul searching wouldn't be very effective, the captain explained, shaking his head. We have less than 2 days left. If we don't get the treasure within these 2 days, then we'll switch to the 10th team to interrogate him. He then explained to Bai Xiaochun, the prisoners here are no ordinary people, they possess many secrets and riches. According to our prison rules, whichever team gets to find them gets to search, but they have to hand over half, and the rest will be divided among us. Bai Xiaochun suddenly understood. Seeing everyone resting, he changed his interrogation method. On the 3rd day, however, no one could get any information out of old Demon Chu, and everyone sighed, deciding to give up. Well, it seems the old Demon's Museum doesn't belong to our Team 9 anymore. The team leader chuckled bitterly. He was about to lead Bai Xiaochun and the others back, but the guards glared at old Demon Chu with unfriendly eyes. Old Demon Chu spat out a mouthful of blood, laughing hysterically in the prison cell, his eyes fixed on Team 9 like prey to be devoured. I've long heard that the demon prison is ruthless, that there's no one they can't pry open, but that's all there is to it these past few days. This made Team 9 feel resentful. Let's go! The team leader gritted his teeth and roared, leading his men away. Just then, Bai Xiaochun hesitantly spoke up. Team leader, how about I give it a try? I feel I have some affinity for this path. Bai Xiaochun looked over. In fact, he had been excited for a day already. You? The long-faced young man, Zhao Feng, sneered. He was a master of cultivation, yet he couldn't pry open old Demon Chu's mouth. Moreover, he heard that the 8 previous masters had also failed. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's overestimation of his own abilities, he felt even more contempt. Therefore, he didn't hide his true nature. His eyes filled with disdain and disgust, as if he wanted to transfer his resentment from old Demon Chu onto Bai Xiaochun. The other prison guards also frowned. Although they knew Bai Hao was ruthless, killing and torture were 2 different things. This was a matter of controlling people's minds, something absolutely not an ordinary cultivator could do. But Bai Hao claimed to be confident, and everyone felt unconvinced. Even Master Zhao Feng couldn't pry open old Demon Chu's mouth. Bai Hao doesn't know his limits. You should know that interrogation is a skill, not something just any cat or dog can do. Although you have a fearsome reputation outside, who in the demon prison doesn't have a notorious reputation? At this moment, a few prison guards looked at Bai Xiaochun unhappily. They thought he was just boasting. Even though he wasn't completely certain of success, he still had a good chance. The captain also frowned at Bai Xiaochun. After all, Bai Xiaochun was a guard of the 9th squad, so he should let him try a little to see how difficult it was, so he wouldn't brag like that again. He waved his hand and said, All right, Bai Hao, since you want to try, go ahead. Bai Xiaochun heard this, tilted his chin up, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked towards old Demon Chu. The prison guards behind him also looked at him with mocking eyes, imagining Bai Xiaochun's defeat in their minds. The legendary Bai Hao is incredibly ruthless, but now he's so confident. I heard Bai Hao is skilled in patience, but why can't I see how patient he is? HMPH, if I, Zhao Feng, can't find out, how could you? Zhao Feng became even more contemptuous, crossing his arms and looking at Bai Xiaochun. The people here didn't believe Bai Xiaochun could succeed. Bai Xiaochun moved closer to the prison, and old Demon Chu looked up at Bai Xiaochun, revealing his gold teeth, a greedy gleam in his eyes. Your skin is so fair and tender. I like to eat 3 kinds of meat the most: newborn babies, beautiful women, and young men. You fit the 3rd criterion. Old Demon Chu laughed maniacally. Seeing you reminds me of a soul cultivator I ate 10 years ago. He was no different from you, fair-skinned and tender. I tortured and humiliated him, then bit off chunks of flesh from his body. That taste was truly a delicacy. After saying this, old Demon Chu licked his lips, his eyes filled with enjoyment. Combined with the old demon's appearance, it seemed like a cold wind swept over the members of Team 9. Their faces darkened, and their hearts trembled. Old Demon Chu chuckled, and Bai Xiaochun took a few deep breaths to calm himself. His heart trembled, and he pictured the scene in his mind, feeling that the old demon was incredibly ferocious now, his steps faltering. First, I'll devour him piece by piece, eating that pale soul cultivator's body. Then his nose, his eyes seeing Bai Xiaochun hesitate, old Demon Chu seemed to find joy in it. His laughter growing louder, and he even stood up. Hearing the old demon's description, Bai Xiaochun's heart was violently shaken, feeling that the old demon was a monster. He considered that interrogating him was inappropriate and was wondering whether to let him go. Old Demon Chu seemed to sense Bai Xiaochun's thoughts, his skeletal body lunging towards the 2-colored figure, shouting loudly at Bai Xiaochun. Although the roar was like thunder, and the old Demon Chu had previously described it as terrifying, his sudden loud yell carried a certain menacing quality, startling even Bai Xiaochun. Little brat, scared stiff, come, let me have a taste of you. Old Demon Chu laughed maniacally, seemingly finding pleasure in teasing and playing with the little brat, his only joy in the demon prison. Bai Xiaochun was furious. He felt humiliated and angry at being intimidated by the old man, and he looked up. Old man, this is your own doing, Captain. Can you open the prison door? Bai Xiaochun's expression turned serious as he looked at the captain. The captain hesitated for a moment, then his right hand formed a hand seal and pointed at the skull holding the old demon. In an instant, a crack appeared, and before old Demon Chu could rush out, Bai Xiaochun stepped into the cell. In the blink of an eye, he entered. Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and flicked it forcefully. A cloud of black mist enveloped the skull, obscuring the view inside. What is he trying to do? He's blocking our view again. The man from Team 9 stood outside the skull, astonished, wanting to get closer to peer into the prison. Trying to act mysterious, Zhao Feng sneered. At the same time, inside the prison cell, old Demon Zhou was stunned to see Bai Xiaochun enter. He licked his lips, his yellow teeth still dripping with saliva. I didn't expect you little brat to have some guts. Didn't you see my cultivation sealed? Your guts aren't small. If you let me eat your arm, I'll tell you a few clues about my treasure. How about that? 1 arm, a few clues. If you let me devour all 4 of your limbs, I'll tell you 4 clues. Old Demon Chu laughed heartily. Even with his cultivation sealed, he remained defiant, completely disregarding Bai Xiaochun. He knew these people couldn't be killed. At most, they could only be severely punished. I don't want to know anything about the treasure. Bai Xiaochun glared, feeling the old demon was humiliating him. He snorted, patted his storage bag, and a pill appeared in his hand. It was an aphrodisiac pill. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, old Demon Chu was stunned. After seeing the pill, his eyes remained contemptuous. A punishment pill, interesting? I hope you'll still find it interesting later. Bai Xiaochun said arrogantly, raising his right hand and flicking the aphrodisiac pill at incredible speed. Old Demon Chu, with his cultivation sealed, couldn't dodge it. Even if he kept his mouth shut, the aphrodisiac pill would directly pierce his lips and teeth, entering his throat, its effects dissolving instantly. Old demon, someone once admitted to enduring my torture for 2 hours. That's the limit. I hope you can break his record and persevere a little longer, Bai Xiaochun said indifferently, tilting his chin. At this moment, the people in Team 9 couldn't see what was happening inside the prison. They only saw a thick black fog, so dense that even using their spiritual sense to skim the area only yielded blurry images. What is Bai Hao doing? He's with a serious offender, and he's using fog to conceal it. What are his intentions? Something's not right. As time passed, the prison guards whispered to each other. Some were disdainful, some frowned, and even the team leader felt suspicious, realizing he had been somewhat careless in his previous actions. I mentioned this person before. Jiao Feng sneered, crossing his arms and looking contemptuously into the prison cell. He was halfway through his sentence when he heard a frenzied roar emanating from within the fog-shrouded cell. Everyone's hearts trembled at the sound. It was the voice of old Demon Chu, seemingly admitting that he had reached the limit of his pressure and could only vent it through his roars. What's happening? Everyone looked over, their expressions changing with uncertainty and shock. The sound was truly bizarre. They had tortured old Demon Chu for several days, and although he screamed terribly, he had never screamed like this. Before anyone could react, the growling intensified, eventually reaching a frenzied, terrifying scream. What did you feed me? Ah, damn it, let me out. The screams were mixed with strange sounds, sending chills down the spines of those outside. The members of Team 9 stared in disbelief, knowing that old Demon Chu had never begged for forgiveness before. What did Bai Hao do? Everyone gasped, their hearts pounding. Jiao Feng's expression changed repeatedly, and even the gray-robed prisoners standing nearby widened their eyes, terrified by old Demon Chu's screams. The screams didn't last long. Just as everyone's composure returned, they were suddenly replaced by a heart-wrenching, agonizing cry, a cry of unimaginable torture, a pain that pierced to the bone, unbearable to hear. Even the members of Team 9, having heard countless agonizing cries, knew this was a cry of despair. They were terrified. It was a feeling worse than death, their hair standing on end. This sound is from being pushed to the limit, but unable to break free, thus creating madness. My God, how did Bai Hao do that? To make old Demon Chu utter such a sound, the torture is half successful. No one can endure such pressure for long. Everyone trembled. The captain gasped for breath. Jiao Feng shivered slightly. As a master of immortal techniques, he knew that suppressing someone's power was the most difficult feat. Could it be that he's also a master? Impossible. Jiao Feng was unwilling to accept this. He felt that old Demon Chu was not ordinary and might be able to hold out for a while longer. At this moment, old Demon Chu screamed in agony, his cries filled with madness and unimaginable pain, even frightening the prisoners in other cells. Before, old Demon Chu's bones were so strong, but now they've become like this. Who was that little brat just now? The entire process lasted for half an hour, and in the cell, only old Demon Chu's pleas for mercy remained. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you the treasure. Shut up. My grandfather doesn't want to know the treasure. Master Bai, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please forgive me, a voice echoed from within the prison cell, leaving those outside wide-eyed and speechless, utterly unable to believe their ears. No one spoke. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the cell. They couldn't imagine what kind of torture old Demon Chu had endured to utter such a plea. Time and time again, Bai Hao's heart was so cruel that he didn't care. It seemed like this was his pleasure, not because of the answer, but because he was enjoying the process of interrogating. This scene terrified everyone, making them shiver with fear, especially the old Demon Chu's desperate cries and pleas for mercy that lasted for half an incense stick's time. As time passed, his voice grew weaker and weaker. The fog covering the prison cell disappeared, and Bai Xiaochun's figure emerged with his hands clasped behind his back, a look of triumph in his eyes. He walked with a dashing gait that attracted the attention of everyone around him, from the prison guards to the gray-robed prisoners, and even the serious offenders from various places. Bai Xiaochun's clothes were as usual, looking no different than before. At this moment, everyone looked into the prison cell, and the moment they saw him, they exclaimed in shock. My God! He is the old Demon Chu. Bai Hao, what exactly did he do to the old Demon Chu? Inside the prison cell, the towering body of old Demon Chu withered as if roasted over a fire, burning away his life and soul, consuming half of his vitality. He slumped in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, his body covered in scratches, many places revealing exposed bones and internal organs. This clearly indicated he had inflicted the wounds himself. His eyes, filled with terror, stared at Bai Xiaochun's back, a fear beyond words. It was as if Bai Xiaoqun was the most vicious, vengeful ghost in the world. No one expected old Demon Chu's gaze to transform like this. Bai Xiaoqun was his nightmare, his image forever etched in his mind. Everyone gasped at this sight, a stark contrast to Bai Xiaoqun's arrogant demeanor just half an hour ago. Old Demon Chu, so proud just half an hour ago, had become like this. Whether guards or prisoners, everyone looked at Bai Xiaoqun with solemn and fearful eyes. Amidst the awe of many, Bai Xiaoqun arrogantly walked to the captain, tossing the jade slip in front of him. He confessed. Bai Xiaoqun, sensing the gazes of those around him, felt a great sense of triumph. He cleared his throat, then clasped his hands behind his back, tilting his chin up high, and walked away with an unfathomable aura. The captain held the jade slip in his hand, staring blankly at Bai Xiaoqun's retreating figure. Zhao Feng breathed heavily, looking into the prison, carefully observing the trembling old Demon Chu inside. His eyes seemed to pop out of their sockets. No traces of magic. The suppressed pressure couldn't be released. He clearly confessed, but directly refused, creating an illusion of endless torture on the prisoner while he himself was immersed in the enjoyment of the torture. My God, this is the highest realm of immortal masters. Bai Hao is an immortal master. No, he's an outstanding immortal master. He's a dark immortal. Zhao Feng looked up at Bai Xiaoqun's back, his eyes filled with excitement and fanaticism. Although he didn't like Bai Xiaoqun, the scene before him shattered his preconceived notions. As an immortal master himself, he admired Bai Xiaoqun's methods to the extreme, his eyes filled with undisguised fervor. Brother Bai, wait for me. Zhao Feng excitedly walked straight towards Bai Xiaoqun. The prison guards looked at Bai Xiaoqun with reverence. Just thinking about how Bai Xiaoqun could pry information out of old Demon Zhou, his reputation in Team 9 had skyrocketed, and even because of the treasure. Their attitude towards Bai Xiaoqun had reversed. The captain gasped for breath, his eyes gleaming. He understood the significance of such a powerful figure for the 9th squad, so he chased after Bai Xiaoqun, surrounding him. The surrounding gray-robed prisoners and the serious offenders watched the guards surround Bai Xiaoqun, then looked at old Demon Zhou cowering in his cell, constantly urging themselves not to provoke such a powerful figure. This figure was a nightmare for all prisoners. As Bai Xiaoqun walked away with his head held high and chest puffed out, behind him were the prison guards and the captain of the 9th squad, all enthusiastically chasing after him. Crowding around him, their eyes filled with unprecedented adoration and awe. In this demon prison, the strong prevail. This was the highest law. Besides this law, there was one more thing: to respect the powerful figure. A master represents wealth and status, especially in a prison. Zhao Feng, for example, was merely a master of the 9th squad. Previously, he was surrounded by others. Even the captain treated him with respect, and the masters of other squads were the same. In the eyes of others, Bai Xiaoqun displayed extraordinary potential as a master. Even Zhao Feng was impressed, and the others were even more enthusiastic. Brother Bai is truly a master. Haha, Brother Bai, we had a small misunderstanding before. Let's not talk about that anymore. From now on, we are brothers. Brother Bai, your mastery of power is enough to make us proud in this demon prison. The brothers of the 9th squad prospered thanks to Brother Bai. From now on, we'll share all the benefits. Everyone excitedly opened their mouths. Zhao Feng put aside his previous hatred. Now he admired Bai Xiaoqun. The more mysterious Bai Xiaoqun's methods were, the more he respected and feared him. Bai Xiaoqun never expected that simply prying open old Demon Zhou's mouth would lead to so many people pursuing him. He felt elated, his heart filled with excitement and emotion. He felt that he was truly outstanding, that wherever he went, he would be a treasure, and no one could overshadow his brilliance. Too outstanding. I'm so outstanding that even I have to admire myself. Bai Xiaoqun coughed, boasting a bit. He was a smooth talker and eloquent speaker, and he smiled at everyone around him. This little thing is nothing. In the future, if Bai has it, everyone will have it. Team 9 is one family. We are brothers. Bai Xiaoqun patted his chest excitedly, leaving the prison with everyone overjoyed. That same day, the captain arranged for guards to go out following the confession of old Demon Chu to his cave outside the giant ghost city. The entire journey was documented with magical projections, bringing all of old Demon Chu's wealth into the demon prison. At this time, Team 9 held a small meeting. More than 10 people gathered in the captain's room, dividing all Demon Chu's treasures amidst continuous laughter. Bai Xiaochun received the most. He watched as the captain handed him a soul tower containing an astonishing number of vengeful spirits and 1,000 mid-grade soul elixirs. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. So old Demon Chu is that rich? Bai Xiaochun thought to himself. The captain, in high spirits, brought out a jar of fine wine. Gentlemen, it's all thanks to Brother Bai Hao's efforts. Come, let's toast Brother Bai. The captain said, pouring wine for everyone. The other guards stood up, clamoring to toast Bai Xiaochun. They had received their share of the spoils, and this time they had struck it rich. Their eyes shone brightly as they looked at Bai Xiaochun, for he represented countless treasures. My brothers and I have just arrived at the demon prison. Before, we didn't understand the rules, so if we did anything wrong, please forgive us, brothers. Bai Xiaochun twirled his fingers, raised his wine glass, and toasted everyone. There are some rumors circulating about me outside. These things are bitter to talk about, so let's not mention them. In short, I, Bai Hao, have come here, and this place is my home. I hope my meager efforts can create a better future for everyone. Bai Xiaochun felt smug, thinking he had spoken too well. Always right. Then he drained his glass. Seeing this, the captain patted him on the shoulder and smiled at Bai Xiaochun. Before, everyone was cold towards you because of rumors that you were a cruel and heartless person who disowned his own family. It seems the rumors are wrong. Brother Bai Hao is one of us, with the potential to be a master. Bai Hao, it was right for you to come to the demon prison. What kind of damned Bai family is this? From now on, with you here, no one from the Bai family will dare to look for you. After the captain finished speaking, the surrounding crowd burst into laughter, their voices echoing. Zhao Feng also brought wine to Bai Xiaochun, bowing respectfully. Bai Xiaochun was instantly moved, feeling a warmth spreading through his body. Looking around, he decisively took off his robe and picked up the wine jar. Thank you, brothers. From now on, you are all my brothers. Brother Bai, I was wrong before. I'll drink this jar. Zhao Feng raised the wine jar and drained it. Then back to Bai Xiaochun. I, Zhao, have no face to continue in this position. I respectfully request that Brother Bai become the leader of the 9th squad. Zhao Feng said this, and the other prison guards stood up and invited Bai Xiaochun to be the first to join them. That's right, Brother Bai Hao, you should be the first to join the 9th squad. With Brother Bai Hao's potential as a first to join, you'll surely bring fame to the demon prison. Even the squad leader sincerely invited him. Bai Xiaochun was delighted, feeling truly welcomed, and he also asked about being a first to join. Because most prisoners in the demon prison cannot have their souls extracted, there's a profession called first to join. It's a title for someone who specializes in interrogating serious criminals. To become a first to join indicates that this person has far superior interrogation skills. In our 4 major demon prison districts, there are 4 great first to join. Each of them holds a high position, almost on par with the prison captain. They are called Black Immortals, meaning black-hearted first to joins, under the 4 Black Immortals. Each squad in the 4 districts has its own first to join. Although old Demon Chu is very boastful, almost all the immortal cultivators in the Ding area failed. Even the first Black Immortal squad was defeated, but Brother Bai Hao was able to succeed. Brother Bai Hao, you have the potential to be a Black Immortal. Zhao Feng sighed deeply, praising Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times. He hadn't expected such a way of speaking in the demon prison, especially considering how many wronged souls old Demon Chu had brought him. Bai Xiaochun felt excited. Currently, we lack heavenly human souls, so our cultivation has to stop. I must ensure my own safety, relying on magical artifacts. From now on, refining fire will be the priority, and we'll need a large number of vengeful spirits. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun coughed twice. If everyone says so, then fine. I, Bai, will take on the role of the first to offer my services. Bai Xiaochun's words greatly excited everyone. They all raised their wine jars and enthusiastically offered Bai Xiaochun drinks. Some even suggested going to the prison to interrogate the stubborn criminals who refused to reveal their wealth. With Brother Bai here, we'll strike it rich. Brother Bai, in our Ding district, there are over 100 unspeakable criminals who haven't revealed anything for hundreds of years. Someone suggested it, and the other guards excitedly looked at Bai Xiaochun. Even the captain looked at Bai Xiaochun expectantly. Brother Bai, I can communicate with Team 10 and ask them to give us this patrol duty. Seeing everyone's expectant faces, Bai Xiaochun's spirit soared. Suddenly feeling important, he felt very pleased and proudly declared, "With your help, brothers, let's go now. I don't believe there's anyone I can't get to talk to." His words excited everyone, their faces filled with anticipation. The captain chuckled and hurried to find Team 10, wanting to discuss the matter. "Tell Team 10 to give us this patrol duty." In their excitement, Team 9 returned to the prison. Upon entering, the gray-robed prisoners and serious offenders, who had just recovered from Bai Xiaochun's interrogation of old Demon Zhou, widened their eyes in surprise upon seeing Team 9 and Bai Xiaochun. "Oh my god, that black immortal is here again." The gray-robed prisoners trembled, quickly bowing in greeting. Team 9, however, wasn't focused on enjoying themselves. They surrounded Bai Xiaochun and headed towards the cell of the stubborn serious offender. Along the way, Bai Xiaochun swaggered proudly, his hands clasped behind his back. Wherever he went, the gray-robed prisoners felt a sense of terror. Bai Xiaochun quickly appeared before a cell. Brother Bai, this old demon Su was a powerful figure whose name resounded throughout the land over 60 years ago. His cultivation level at the nascent soul stage was astonishing, not to mention his cruel act of disemboweling 99,999 pregnant women to extract their placentas, a truly heinous act. The captain spoke. Bai Xiaochun's gaze shifted, and he saw an old man in the cell. The old man sat there calmly, his cold eyes fixed on Bai Xiaochun, his demeanor showing no regard for life. "It's been a long time since anyone tried to pry information out of me. Well, let's have some fun." The old man's voice was icy cold. Looking at old Demon Su, even the captain, who had faith in Bai Xiaochun, hesitated. Old Demon Zu's reputation was too great. Even the Black Immortal of the 9th Division had repeatedly returned empty-handed, using every means possible without extracting anything. "This is old Demon Su. I want to see how the Black Immortal of Squad 9 manages to pry information out of him." Several of the gray-robed prisoners whispered, their heads bowed. Although they feared Bai Xiaochun, they were full of confidence in old Demon Su. While everyone was lost in thought, Bai Xiaochun's gaze scrutinized old Demon Su for a moment before he stepped into the prison. Immediately, a mist enveloped the cell, and then a powerful roar, similar to old Demon Zhou's, echoed through the air. The entire Team 9 was excited by the sound, and the surrounding gray-robed prisoners gasped in shock. "Even old Demon Su is like this." Impossible. This is old Demon Su. Even the Black Immortal District Sting couldn't get him to speak. In just over half an hour, the desperate screams finally transformed into pleas for forgiveness, each mournful cry terrifying those outside, causing considerable fear among the nearby high-ranking criminals. After Bai Xiaochun emerged, he arrogantly tossed a jade slip to the team leader. He confessed. Where is he next? Zhao Feng trembled with excitement. The captain was thrilled, and the other prison guards looked at Bai Xiaochun with adoration. They all happily followed Bai Xiaochun to other places. And so it went, 1 place, 2 places, 3 places. In 3 days, Bai Xiaochun had left many speechless. He swiftly swept through 13 longtime criminals who hadn't confessed for years. The longest he'd managed to confess was only 2 hours, but none of them could remain silent. Under Bai Xiaochun's interrogation, they all revealed their secrets. Bai Xiaochun gradually realized the benefits of this. He discovered that besides their wealth, these longtime prisoners also knew some secrets. They had never told anyone these secrets, but today, under Bai Xiaochun's torture, they had to speak. At first, Bai Xiaochun didn't feel anything, but after hearing many secrets, his eyes lit up. He also developed an interest in the demon prison because he discovered that the prisoners there were all extremely vicious and evil individuals, and it was only right that they should be killed. So it seems that the great Demon King is very wise. Bai Xiaochun pondered. At the same time, the 9th squad was stunned. They watched Bai Xiaochun's interrogation go incredibly smoothly, each jade slip in their captain's hand radiating a brilliant glow. Each jade slip represented wealth, and the thought of their future lives filled them with even more reverence for Bai Xiaochun than a god. Compared to them, the gray-robed prisoners trembled uncontrollably, their eyes filled with extreme fear as they looked at Bai Xiaochun. Their shock was mixed with reverence. Even the captain gritted his teeth, sparing no expense to communicate with the other captains. After some negotiation, the ninth squad was granted the right to patrol for a month. Upon hearing this news, the ninth squad immediately cheered like sparrows, while the gray-robed prisoners and serious offenders were greatly terrified. Time passed, and a month went by. During that month, Bai Xiaochun, in a fit of enthusiasm, swept through the Ding district, confessing to over 100 stubborn prisoners. Each interrogation was accompanied by heart-wrenching screams from the cell, and the fear grew stronger. The inability to witness the process made the horror even more intense. Most importantly, every time Bai Xiaochun finished an interrogation and emerged, the prisoners behind him, no matter how ferocious or arrogant they had been before, seemed to transform into different people, cowering and trembling in a corner. The indelible mark of this transformation remained. After a few days, when Bai Xiaochun passed by their cell, they trembled like frightened rabbits, constantly shaking and wailing. The captain was overjoyed, and Bai Xiaochun's reputation in the Ding district soared to its peak. People's gazes towards him now held a different meaning. Bai Xiaochun's interest grew stronger and stronger. His interest wasn't in using the aphrodisiac pill to extract information, but in uncovering the secrets within the hearts of these serious criminals. There were so many secrets, mostly about the savage wilderness and some about the giant ghost city. After a month of effort, Bai Xiaochun discovered he knew far too many secrets. A month later, when Team 9 left, all the prisoners in the jail breathed a sigh of relief. For a whole month, they felt each day was as long as a year. Bai Xiaochun had brought them nightmares, sowing seeds of fear even without being interrogated. In contrast, Team 9 officially prospered. They distributed their wealth, causing a sensation among the other 9 teams. These 9 teams received a small share, a significant price paid by Team 9's leader. When the wealth was distributed, the other teams in the Ding area were greatly shaken. They inquired about the reason and immediately learned of Bai Xiaochun's identity as the Black Immortal, their minds reeling as if struck by lightning. What, in a month, that guy forced the mouths of all the serious prisoners who had been silenced for 100 years. This is impossible. Damn it, no wonder Team 9 wanted to patrol in our place. Bai Hao possesses dark magic techniques. If this is true, his dark magic is extremely advanced. You should know that even our Ding district's dark magic couldn't achieve such a feat. In the midst of this shock, the other squads relentlessly gathered information. After verifying everything, everyone immediately suppressed their surging excitement, their eyes reddening as they looked at Team 9. Even Sun Peng, the captain of Ding district, was shaken after receiving confirmation. In 1 month, he extracted the confessions of all the stubborn criminals who had been holding out for 100 years. Sun Peng gasped. After seeing the captain of Team 9 present the soul elixir and magical artifacts, he couldn't believe his eyes. Sun Peng sighed dejectedly. This Bai Hao is a ruthless and heartless individual, completely merciless. He truly is suited to being a dark magic practitioner. Thinking about his own prison cell, Sun Peng was thrilled and decisively ordered Bai Xiaochun to enter and leave the prison at any time, allowing him to conveniently interrogate the key prisoners. At this time, other squads were constantly patrolling the Ding area, sometimes for 3 days a month, but Bai Hao had no such restrictions. Such special treatment would certainly have been met with disapproval under different circumstances, but given Bai Xiaochun's terrifying actions, no one dared to object in the short term. For the members of Squad 9, the past month had been a month of harvest. They didn't need to do anything, simply following Bai Xiaochun had brought them immense wealth. The wealth of hundreds of high-ranking criminals was incredibly vast, beyond imagination. Even if each guard took a share, the combined wealth was still staggering. It's no wonder Sun Peng, having obtained half, excitedly granted Bai Xiaochun special privileges. Bai Xiaochun's harvest was close to Sun Peng's, but given his personality, he wouldn't have kept anything for himself. He had secretly informed Zhou Yixing and Li Feng, instructing them to go and plunder as well. Everyone in the demon prison had guessed this, but it was part of the rules. As long as Bai Xiaochun didn't overstep his boundaries, no one would cause trouble for the Black Immortal. Moreover, Bai Xiaochun was very good at dealing with people. His words, actions, and generosity made others feel comfortable, so no one held a grudge. These weren't even Bai Xiaochun's biggest gains. He had obtained the secrets of over 100 notorious criminals. These secrets, though incomplete, were comprehensive. There were once 5 great families in Giant Ghost City, and 2 more great families were devoured by giant ghosts overnight. their entire family is wiped out. The giant ghost king's cultivation level seemed like that of a demigod, but rumors said his cultivation technique had a fatal flaw. Among the 10 great lords, someone wanted to betray the giant ghost king. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered. These pieces of information were only a part of the secrets. There were so many more hidden matters that piqued his curiosity. I never imagined there would be such things in the prison. Bai Xiaochun happily lowered his head to look at his crystal soul tower, his eyes shining. The number of vengeful spirits he had acquired was astonishing. 13 colored flames. I've almost figured it out. Bai Xiaochun's spirit was shaken. He intended to try refining 13 colored flames, but his place was too small to be suitable for refining, and besides, refining them would have too great an impact. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Xiaochun immediately went to the main gate of the prison. Along the way, the guards from other squads saw Bai Xiaochun and greeted him politely from afar. Bai Xiaochun smiled, enjoying the feeling of being respected. He responded to each of them before stepping through the light gate. Upon entering the prison, disregarding the gray-robed prisoners and serious offenders, Bai Xiaochun remembered there was an open space within the area. He immediately sped towards it. Before long, he reached the end of the ding section, found the empty space, and immediately set up layers of protective formations before sitting down cross-legged. He steadied his breathing and began to take out the soul tower. Countless vengeful spirits flew out from the soul tower, filling the sky and scattering in all directions. Bai Xiaochun's gaze was serious as he waved his hand, and 12 colored flames appeared in his palm. 13 colored flames. I've been studying them since I left the Bai family. Bai Hao's notes inspired me, and after days of careful study and deduction, I now have a great deal of confidence in my success. Even if it fails, it doesn't matter. Finding the cause and adjusting the refining process will lead to success. Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate. He chanted a spell and pointed it at the 12 colored flames. At this moment, the sea of fire devoured countless vengeful spirits. The devouring process seemed very fast, but every step required Bai Xiaochun's countless calculations before yielding results. As time passed, the surrounding vengeful spirits were absorbed, adding new colors to the 12 colored flames. However, at this point, it became extremely unstable. No matter how Bai Xiaochun adjusted it, it was ineffective. Although it didn't shatter or explode, it was extinguished. Bai Xiaochun frowned and tried again. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Another half-month passed. Bai Xiaochun had tried refining dozens of times, but all failed. He carefully pondered the cause before attempting to refine it again. As time passed, he gradually mastered the art of refining the 13 colored flames. Today, Bai Xiaochun, deep in thought, looked up at the sky. His eyes were bloodshot, but his spirits were high. He breathed heavily, filled with anticipation. This is the last problem I've solved. This time, success is certain. Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve, and many vengeful spirits flew out of the soul tower. Before long, Bai Xiaochun had refined the 12 colored flames. After burning and merging them, he focused intently, his body even displaying overlapping illusory images. His spiritual consciousness surged, and as time passed, new colors appeared in the 12 colored flames. The moment the new colors appeared, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, and the flames intensified dozens of times, spreading in all directions, creating what resembled a firestorm. The prisoners far away were terrified, not daring to approach at all. Even the most serious criminals imprisoned in the Skull Prison looked on in fear. Because they were not far from Bai Xiaochun, they could see the restrictions on the other side. In a prison cell near Bai Xiaochun's location, an old man sat with his head held high. He had a red birthmark on his face, and his eyes shone brightly. If any prison guard saw this, they would be startled. It should be known that the serious criminals imprisoned here had their cultivation sealed, making it impossible for them to still possess any cultivation. Yet, the old man in front of them had discovered that Bai Xiaochun had refined the 13 colored flames. This was truly terrifying. This old man was the captain who had casually pointed Bai Xiaochun out, the one who had angered the giant ghost king. The red birthmarked old man who had been imprisoned here for over 200 years. His eyes lit up, then closed, and he sat down again, seemingly only glancing at the 13 colored flames. Bai Xiaochun didn't know that his aura was heavy, his hands tightly clenched, his actions causing the sea of fire to erupt violently, constantly being compressed. At this moment, only a small cluster of 13 colored flames remained in Bai Xiaochun's hand. Success! Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, his eyes filled with joy. Through Bai Hao's notes, Bai Xiaochun had guessed that the difference between 13 colored and 14 colored flames wasn't significant. Even within the same realm, only 15 colored flames represented a wide gap. Once one refined 10 colored flames, they would leap from Huang grade to Xuan grade. And Xuan grade soul refiners were qualified to become the foundation of great families. Anyway, all soul cultivators want to break through the nascent soul grade perfection and enter the heavenly human realm. The lowest standard is 15 times refining spirit items, and through these items, comprehending heaven and earth, achieving a 1 in 10,000 chance of reaching the heavenly human unity realm. 14 colored flames. Today I have some confidence. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were resolute. He intended to refine 14 colored flames. Another half-month passed. Bai Xiaochun's hair was disheveled. He was going crazy. At this crucial moment, the failures of the past half-month had suddenly boosted his confidence. At most 5 more times, I will definitely succeed. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned red. He patted the soul tower, and at this moment, vengeful spirits flew out. Bai Xiaochun frowned. He found there were too few spirits. He was stunned. None. Bai Xiaochun was shocked. He remembered having many before. He was speechless, and a bitter smile appeared on his face, knowing he had wasted too much. I didn't pay attention. I couldn't help it. Bai Xiaochun sighed dejectedly, his heart racing as he remembered the vengeful spirits he'd offered at the Great Wall before. It's a pity, back then I gave the vengeful spirits to the Great Wall in exchange for merit points. Thinking of his foolish actions, Bai Xiaochun regretted it immensely. I've extracted information from the longtime prisoners in the Ding district. I gave the information to Zhou Yixing. He probably gained quite a bit. Alright, I'll go out for a while. Besides Zhou Yixing, I'll see if I can buy more vengeful spirits to bring back. Bai Xiaochun thought to himself, even though the vengeful spirits were gone, he still had plenty of soul medicine in his storage bag. Besides, I haven't explored this giant ghost city yet. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun stood up, transforming into a beam of light and flying out of the prison. He held his guard's identity token as he left the demon prison. After flying out of the stone turtle's left eye, the identity token shone brightly, and he was also blocked from entering. Bai Xiaochun soared upwards, emerging from the water at noon. The entire giant ghost city was bustling with activity, and there were quite a few people outside the city's protective moat. The water surface rippled, attracting the attention of many soul cultivators. When Bai Xiaochun emerged from the water, everyone was stunned, and they also realized his identity. After all, the appearance of this city's protective moat usually meant the demon prisoners. He's a demon prisoner, demon prisoner. The demon prison was an extremely terrifying place for most soul cultivators in Giant Ghost City. At this moment, they all composed themselves and shifted their gaze elsewhere. Even as Bai Xiaochun flew out of the protective moat, a patrol team flew in from the distance. The guards, seeing Bai Xiaochun's token, immediately recognized his identity and, not wanting to provoke the demon prisoners, pretended not to see them and hurried away. The demon prisoners have quite a high status. Bai Xiaochun was very surprised. Although he had heard rumors about the demon prison before, today, as a prison guard, he experienced and felt it more intensely than ever. It seems becoming a guard isn't so bad after all. Bai Xiaochun quickly cleared his throat. He walked to the end of the street in Giant Ghost City and also sent a telepathic message to Zhou Yixing, telling him to come meet him. He was going to find a shop that sold vengeful spirits. Zhou Yixing was in Giant Ghost City, quite far from Bai Xiaochun. Flying wasn't allowed in Giant Ghost City, so he had no choice but to travel there. Bai Xiaochun waited and strolled around, noticing several shops selling vengeful spirits. These shops varied in size, some large and luxurious, others small and exquisitely crafted. However, when Bai Xiaochun went in to inquire, he was frustrated to find that vengeful spirits were scarce. Even though they were open, they only bought, not sold. He visited 7 or 8 shops, all of them the same, which puzzled Bai Xiaochun. What's going on? These shops selling vengeful spirits aren't selling souls. Bai Xiaochun asked anxiously. He had gone out to buy vengeful spirits, so he took a different route, visiting 7 or 8 shops that were all buying but not selling. Shocked and angry, Bai Xiaochun grabbed a shop assistant at a slightly larger shop and demanded an explanation. Why is there no soul? What happened? Who knows what happened? No soul? What do you want with me? Do you want to turn me into a soul? The waiter glared at Bai Xiaochun. He had lived in Giant Ghost City for many years and considered himself to have developed a keen eye, usually able to discern the identity of a guest at a glance. Now, seeing Bai Xiaochun and hearing his question, he understood that he was an outsider. He didn't care about outsiders and glared, ready to yell. Bai Xiaochun was annoyed by the other party's attitude and glared back. Remembering that the patrolling guards had seen him fly out of the city's protective river, they lingered in the air for a moment before leaving without further ado. So he handed the prison guard's token to the waiter. You dare say another word? Bai Xiaochun yelled at the shop assistant. The shop assistant, already impatient, gasped in shock upon seeing Bai Xiaochun's demon prison identity token. His scalp tingled, and his body trembled slightly. He forced a bitter smile. My apologies, sir, but there are hardly any shops left in Giant Ghost City with vengeful spirits. Having lived in Giant Ghost City for many years, he knew exactly who to offend. The ones he could afford to offend weren't criminals, but the prison guards of the demon prison. Legend said the demon prison was a terrifying place, and its guards were said to be ruthless and vicious, especially the chieftains, who possessed extremely cruel methods. They've all been bought, Bai Xiaochun asked, frowning. That's right. The three major families have been buying souls on a large scale for the past few years, supposedly preparing for the Ming Emperor's successor. If you have an urgent need, my shop still has a few left, but not many. The shop assistant, not wanting to offend the demonic inmate, quickly spoke up. Remembering his own past transgressions, he inwardly groaned. He quickly bowed to Bai Xiaochun, then retreated from the inner hall, preparing to chase away the remaining souls in the shop. How domineering! They're buying up all the vengeful souls just because someone inherited the Ming Emperor's legacy. Bai Xiaochun felt frustrated. He hadn't expected that the matter of inheriting the Ming Emperor's legacy, so far removed from him, would affect him today. He thought about how he would need a large quantity of souls for his fire cultivation later on. If he couldn't buy them in Giant Ghost City, it would be difficult for him to cultivate. What should I do now? The three major families are being a bit excessive. I should have plundered some from the Bai family earlier. Bai Xiaochun sighed. He only had hope in Zhou Yixing, thinking that if he skimmed off some of his own resources, Zhou Yixing's harvest today would likely be considerable. Moreover, among the serious offenders were soul refiners, and they possessed a significant amount of soul medicine. While Bai Xiaochun was still considering, the shop assistant entered the back room, picked up a soul tower, and quickly approached Bai Xiaochun with a friendly smile. Sir, there are 100,000 soul fragments inside, not many left. Bai Xiaochun scanned it with his spiritual sense. Although the number of souls was far less than what he needed, it was better than nothing, so he didn't insist. Just as he was about to buy it, a voice came from outside. This young master wants these souls. The voice echoed, and two young men entered from outside the shop. They were dressed in luxurious clothes, woven from some kind of silk, and a protective light emanated from them. Upon closer inspection, it was clear they had undergone 7 soul refinements. It's worth noting that many artifacts in the savage wilderness were refined, but in reality, the success rate was similar to the Tongshan world. The more refinements, the greater the failure rate. Once a failure occurs, the spirit is destroyed. It can be said that any spirit beast that has been refined multiple times, unless it possesses exceptionally good luck, is forged through countless resources and countless failures. These two individuals, both at the Great Perfection Foundation establishment stage, already possess protective robes, a distinguishing feature from ordinary people. Furthermore, behind them are 7 or 8 soul cultivators, mostly Foundation establishment cultivators, with 2 among them at the core formation stage. Looking at these people, who resembled servants, the 2 young men who entered stood out remarkably, indicating they were either wealthy or noble. Bai Xiaochun was also captivated by their attire. Immediately, a gasp of cold air rang out beside him. Even the waiter's expression changed. He smiled even more ingratiatingly than he had smiled at Bai Xiaochun, and immediately rushed over to greet them. Your humble servant greets young Master Chen and young Master Tai. Tai wish to obtain these souls. A young man spoke up, entering without even glancing at Bai Xiaochun. His tone was calm, but his demeanor was arrogant. After he finished speaking, a servant stepped forward, holding a storage bag and intending to collect the soul tower. Bai Xiaochun saw this and spoke up, "Wait, I'll buy these souls first." Bai Xiaochun was furious. The two young men coldly glared at Bai Xiaochun. Even though they recognized his cultivation level as core formation, they didn't care, clearly not recognizing him as Bai Hao of the Bai family. "Double the price of the soul medicine," the young Master Tai said, then ignored the scene and left the shop with the Chen family member, as if it were a minor matter. Bai Xiaochun felt humiliated, especially seeing the shop assistant secretly watching him, clearly enjoying the spectacle. He felt they were being excessively condescending and couldn't take it anymore. He finally spoke up, "I'll triple the price. 10 times. Outside the shop, the member of the main branch of the Tai family didn't turn around, exuding an air of arrogance and swagger. The two of them were members of the main branches of the Chen and Tai families, and this time they were in charge of purchasing souls in Giant Ghost City. Although 100,000 vengeful spirits wasn't a lot, the clan leader demanded that they buy enough. Bai Xiaochun was furious. He felt the urge to use his wealth to overwhelm these people. Just as he was about to speak, the sound transmission jade slip in Bai Xiaochun's storage bag vibrated violently. Bai Xiaochun scanned it with his spiritual sense, and the urgent voice of Zhou Yixing echoed in his mind. "I'm at the Eastern Teleportation Array in Giant Ghost City. Someone wants to kill me and steal the soul belonging to my master. Master, save me." Hearing the sound transmission jade slip, Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned bloodshot. If Zhou Yixing had only said someone wanted to kill him, that would have been one thing, but to say someone wanted to steal his soul. It's important to know that Bai Xiaochun was currently more thirsty for souls than water. He searched around but couldn't find any shops selling souls. Zhou Yixing's possession of souls had become Bai Xiaochun's only hope. "I can try 5 more times at most. I'm confident I can refine the 14-colored flame. If someone tries to steal my soul now, they are my enemy." Bai Xiaochun was furious. He didn't have time to waste with those two guys, Chen and Tai. He turned and left the shop, heading straight for the teleportation array to the east. As soon as he rushed out, he grabbed his demon prison identity token and placed it at his waist. From then on, even though flying was forbidden in the Giant Ghost City, the patrolling guards would recognize his identity upon seeing the token at Bai Xiaochun's waist, and would turn a blind eye. Bai Xiaochun's speed was incredibly fast. This place wasn't far from the teleportation array. At his speed, it would only take 10 breaths to reach it. His figure transformed into a beam of light and flew towards the teleportation array. His arrival caused quite a stir. Indeed, when Bai Xiaochun transformed into a beam of light, he was as fast as lightning. Bai Xiaochun saw Zhou Yixing not far from the teleportation array, howling in despair and struggling incessantly. Dozens of people were near Zhou Yixing, including the Bai family patriarch whom Bai Xiaochun had captured before. Not only was the Bai family patriarch here, but even the Grand Madam was present. Beside them were members of the Bai family, including 2 or 3 soul cultivators wearing different clothes, obviously from other clans. At this moment, the Bai family patriarch unleashed a black wind, directly enveloping Zhou Yixing, making it impossible for Zhou Yixing to escape no matter how much he struggled. "You old scoundrel, how dare you!" Seeing Zhou Yixing in danger, Bai Xiaochun roared, his voice like a thunderclap, echoing in all directions. As Bai Xiaochun shouted, the Bai family members recognized him, especially the Grand Madam, who cried out mournfully upon seeing him. "Bai Hao!" At the same time, Bai Hao's father, the Bai family patriarch, also looked up at Bai Xiaochun. His body trembled, bloodshot eyes appeared, and he recalled his previous capture, his heart filled with resentment. "Bai Hao!" The Bai family members were terrified to see Bai Xiaochun approaching. Because of Bai Hao's actions, the Bai family had been thrown into chaos, and they had lost face. "It's Bai Hao. Previously, even our Bai family's ancestor couldn't kill him. It was the Giant Ghost King who ordered him taken away." Everyone's thoughts were different. Zhou Yixing, who was in despair, was moved to tears. Seeing hope in this life-or-death situation excited him, and he wanted to shout with all his might, "Master, save me!" The ruthless Bai family patriarch, who had previously investigated the origins of the soul-slaying nail, knew Zhou Yixing's identity and his relationship with Bai Xiaochun. This time, upon seeing him, he immediately tried to capture Zhou Yixing. When he saw Bai Xiaochun appear, the Bai family patriarch changed his mind and decided not to capture him, but to kill him instead. He snorted coldly and raised his right hand, striking towards Chu Yixing. The black wind surrounding Chu Yixing transformed into wind blades. You have a status granted by the giant ghost king. My Bai family can't do anything to you, but I want to kill your followers in front of you. Chu Yixing's hopes were dashed when the black wind transformed into a wind blade. While it was described as slow, it was actually lightning fast. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in disbelief, and his speed increased dramatically. It wasn't the mountain-shattering strike, but the immortal Forbidden's technique. In an instant, his body blurred, and Bai Xiaochun's figure vanished, seemingly clashing with the void, producing a sharp whistling sound. Just as the wind blade was about to strike Chu Yixing screamed in despair. Bai Xiaochun, in a nearly invincible manner, appeared before Chu Yixing. He immediately raised his hand and struck forward, his right hand colliding with the wind blade. Boom! 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 A deafening explosion echoed, and after the blast, the wind blade shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. The Bai family members retreated continuously. Bai Hao, you want to die? The White family patriarch was furious. He stepped forward and chanted a spell, immediately causing a cacophony of wailing and howling ghosts to erupt around him. This was the White family's secret technique, transforming his consciousness into countless ghosts that attacked Bai Xiaochun. A defeated opponent dares to be so arrogant? Bai Xiaochun retreated, directly colliding with Zhou Yixing. Zhou Yixing, still daring, was struck by Bai Xiaochun and his body recoiled, using the force to escape the battle. After taking Zhou Yixing away, Bai Xiaochun glared, his body transforming into a phantom. 4 clones appeared, and all 5 figures unleashed a powerful punch at the White family patriarch. The area shook, the explosion surpassing thunder, and half of the giant ghost city heard the blast. Then, countless beams of light shot into the air. Fighting is forbidden in giant ghost city. Stop! Stop! At this moment, shouts echoed everywhere. The statue of the giant demon king enveloped the area with divine consciousness, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Just as the two sides clashed, Bai Xiaochun and the Bai family patriarch were pushed back by the explosion. The patriarch retreated more than 10 meters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his breathing erratic. He looked up, staring intently at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun also retreated, but his hair was unharmed. His eyes moved, and he immediately realized that fighting a member of the Bai family in Giant Ghost City would give him the advantage of the terrain. Unfortunately, fighting was forbidden in Giant Ghost City, and the patrol team had landed, locking onto him with their divine senses, preventing Bai Xiaochun from attacking. Old man Bai, you dare to attack someone from the demon prison. This is Giant Ghost City, not your Bai family's territory. Brothers of the patrol team, I am Bai Hao from the demon prison. This man has violated the rules of our Giant Ghost City, not only attacking in front of everyone, but also disregarding the dignity of our Giant Ghost City. Bai Xiaochun immediately retaliated, roaring loudly before retreating, grabbing Zhou Yixing, and leaving. Seeing Bai Xiaochun disappear into the distance, the Grand Madam let out a scream. Bai family members, kill him for me. Madame Tai's eyes were filled with hatred and resentment beyond words. Ignoring the patrol team in the sky, she ordered a pursuit of Bai Xiaochun. The Bai family members hesitated, their sharp eyes fixed on them. Chase him quickly, kill him, Madame Tai screamed like a madwoman. She yelled loudly, but the Bai family members didn't act. She wanted to speak to the Tai family members, but the Bai family patriarch stopped her. Shut up! The thunderous roar made Madame Tai tremble. She turned to stare at her husband. This bastard has the status bestowed by the Giant Ghost King. Even the heavenly human ancestor had to let him go. We can't do anything to him. Even if we could stop him, we can't kill him in Giant Ghost City. The White family patriarch, his expression grim, secretly communicated with the Grand Madam. The Grand Madam, unwilling to accept the situation, calmed down after hearing the explanation, but her anger was simmering, her body trembling as if about to explode. Seeing that the White family had given up and that Bai Xiaochun had already gone far away, the patrol team merely issued a warning before leaving, withdrawing their surrounding divine senses. Soon, the surroundings returned to normal. The White family members exchanged glances, their expressions complex, especially the Grand Madam, who was seething with hatred. Just endure it. Things will get better when the weather changes. The White family patriarch looked in the direction Bai Xiaochun had left, his expression growing even more somber. After a moment, he secretly communicated with the Grand Madam again. Hearing this, the Grand Madam was stunned, then quickly understood. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun took Zhou Yixing away from the teleportation array area. Only when he saw that no one was chasing them did he find an alley to stop in. The more he thought about the Bai family, the angrier Bai Xiaochun became, especially thinking about how the three major families kept buying souls while he couldn't get any himself. Remembering what happened at the shop, he couldn't believe they dared to threaten him with a price 10 times higher. That's too easy. This, Bai Xiaochun, can adapt. I accept. Thinking of the terrifying power of the Bai family's ancestor and his inability to leave the savage wilderness anytime soon, Bai Xiaochun consoled himself, then looked up at Zhou Yixing. Thank you, Master. If you had arrived a little later, I wouldn't have been able to see you. Zhou Yixing, having survived the ordeal, was so overwhelmed with emotion that he bowed to Bai Xiaochun. You're also implicated because of me. By the way, I told you to bring the treasures. How did they go? Bai Xiaochun comforted him before hastily asking. They were all brought, but they were just stolen by the three great families. Zhou Yixing said suddenly in a low voice. Who was that? Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. That's outrageous. Bai Xiaochun, can adapt, but I couldn't bear it at that moment. Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of anger rising to his head. He was furious. This is outrageous. This is incredibly disrespectful. Are they trying to bully me to death just because I'm gentle? The Bai family, the Tai family, and the Chen family, these three families aren't good people. Bai Xiaochun grew increasingly angry, his heart filled with resentment. He felt he hadn't killed anyone from the three great families, yet they were taking what belonged to him. And it wasn't just the Bai family, the Tai and Chen families were also bullying him. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's rage, Zhou Yixing took a deep breath. In truth, he had harbored some doubts about Bai Xiaochun lately. He wasn't certain, yet he didn't dare think too deeply about it. The way Bai Xiaochun had acted in the mountain cave still sent chills down Zhou Yixing's spine, so he quickly dismissed those thoughts. No matter who Bai Hao's true identity is, it's better not to know. Zhou Yixing thought of this and lowered his head. I can't help it. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He knew from his time at the Bai family that they had soul formations. A soul formation was a place where a large area was created using various methods to generate a predominantly death energy. This area nurtured vengeful spirits better than a soul tower. In this special area, those vengeful spirits could be cultivated and even improve their quality. Unless there were some special secret techniques, nothing could compare to a soul formation, and the capacity of a soul formation was enormous. For a large family, the more soul formations, the better. Bai Xiaochun remembered that the Bai family had 7 or 8 soul formations. These formations were covered by rays, and there were soul cultivators stationed there. Outside, there were also many trained soul guards patrolling. While not impenetrable, their defenses were certainly not bad. In any soul formation, there are an astonishing number of souls. Once a stranger appears inside, they are immediately devoured by the swarm of souls. Since then, no one has dared to interfere, and with the threat of the three great families, even fewer people are willing to provoke them. You stole my soul, so I will steal yours. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. He sent Zhou Yixing away, telling him to hide in Giant Ghost City to avoid the storm, while he himself went outside the city. Bai Xiaochun was a prison guard, able to temporarily leave Giant Ghost City. Even if he wanted to escape, Giant Ghost City could catch him, so he wasn't forbidden from going out. Leaving the Giant Demon City, the sky was already darkening. Bai Xiaochun proceeded cautiously, wanting to visit the nearby Chen family's soul formation. After traveling a considerable distance, he discovered that the Chen family's soul formation only surrounded the Chen family's residence. Any problem would be detected very quickly. After some consideration, Bai Xiaochun felt unsafe. Let's go check out the other two families. Bai Xiaochun thought for a moment, taking advantage of the sunset to go to the Bai family again. Carefully examining the outside of the Bai family's soul formation, Bai Xiaochun was dismayed to find that the number of soul formations was not large. With such a small number, I guess will be discovered very quickly, so if we want to steal, we must seize the largest one. Bai Xiaoqun then went to the Tai family. By this time, the sky was dark with clouds. Finally, he arrived outside the Tai family's soul formation and stopped to look around. The Tai family's soul formations were different from the Chen family's. They didn't surround the Tai family. They were relatively scattered and were extremely close or far apart, sometimes dozens of miles apart. Bai Xiaoqun estimated that this place was 20 miles from the Tai family, and it wasn't just one place, but connected to another. The two soul formations each had a separate formation surrounding them, emitting a cold, icy aura even in the dark of night. To break through them, even a nascent soul cultivator would need to attack for a long time. Once the formation was activated, it would attract the attention of the Tai family. Within the formation was a floating structure resembling a beehive, its surface riddled with countless holes, from which countless souls crawled in and out so numerous that Bai Xiaoqun gasped for breath. Inside were souls of all levels, many nascent souls, and a considerable number of special souls mixed in besides the formation itself. There were over 10,000 armored soul guards flying about, their eyes radiating a protective red aura around the soul field. If anyone from outside entered the formation, they would immediately attack with all their might. Even within the soul field were some structures, clearly indicating the Tai family's soul cultivator encampment. Although there were only a dozen or so of them, and their cultivation wasn't high, they could control the formation's power, enough to buy time for their family members to arrive. Because the two soul formations were close together, the members of the Tai family residing there gathered in one soul field. You stole from me, so I'll steal from you. It's just a soul formation. For others, it's as difficult as climbing to heaven, but for me, it's simple. I, Bai Xiaoqun, can make you all vanish into thin air with a wave of my hand, Bai Xiaoqun muttered to himself. He took a step forward, and with that one step, his body merged into the void. When he reappeared, he didn't even look at the soul formation, not even causing the formation to vibrate, directly appearing inside it. His appearance was so sudden that not only did the Tai family members not have time to react, but even the surrounding soul guards were stunned. The Tai family members stared at Bai Xiaoqun with wide, bewildered eyes. Before they could recover, Bai Xiaoqun raised his right hand and punched. A massive explosion erupted within the soul formation, transforming into a gust of wind that directly swept across the Tai family members. Upon impact, they spat out blood, falling unconscious before they could even scream. At this moment, the soul guards reacted, letting out sharp roars as they flew towards Bai Xiaoqun from all directions. Bai Xiaoqun remained calm. He stepped into the honeycomb-like structure, where a swirling sound echoed. A soul tide erupted, and the souls rushed out, but they couldn't see Bai Xiaoqun, only circling around and wailing in agony. Bai Xiaoqun's heart pounded. Looking at the countless soul tides before him, he was agitated but dared not hesitate, immediately throwing out a soul-gathering pill. I must be quick, a swift victory. A resounding roar echoed in all directions as Bai Xiaoqun threw out the soul-gathering pill. A vortex appeared in the soul field, and the vengeful spirits all around shrieked. In an instant, the gravitational pull drew them in, forming a soul sphere. So exciting! I'm going to strike it rich. Bai Xiaoqun was excited, his eyes involuntarily fixed on the soul formation, his eyes shining brightly. He decided that since he was going to do it, he might as well finish it. Taking advantage of the gathering of vengeful spirits, he collected the soul-gathering pill and stepped forward, directly appearing in the second soul field. A similar scene unfolded, followed by a deafening explosion and the wailing of vengeful spirits. Numerous swirling vortices appeared in the second soul field, generating terrifying suction. Even the soul guards couldn't escape. Bai Xiaoqun casually collected them, and in less than half an hour, both soul fields were empty. Bai Xiaoqun was overjoyed. He collected the soul spheres. There were too many vengeful spirits here, and he estimated it would be enough for him to use for a short time. With 2 soul fields here, Bai Xiaoqun had completely plundered them. It seemed some kind of formation had been activated. In an instant, the formation emitted a warning sound and a powerful light, the beam shooting straight up into the sky, visible to the Tai family 20 miles away. Damn it, the empty soul formation has activated a formation. Bai Xiaoqun's expression changed. At the same time, the Tai family, seeing the light, raised an alarm. Exclamations of surprise echoed from within the Tai family, and many figures soared into the air. What's happening? That place, It's a soul field. What's happening? The soul formation has been activated, and two formations are activated at the same time. As the sounds reverberated, the Tai family elders rushed towards the soul formation. Bai Xiaochun was terrified. He stopped in his tracks as he was about to leave. After using the soul gathering pill, some traces remain. If someone were to study them, they might guess my identity. If they wanted to destroy the traces here, they would know I could do it and wouldn't connect it to those other traces. Knowing time was of the essence, Bai Xiaochun took out a 12-colored flame, intending to refine it into a 13-colored flame. His body was enveloped in overlapping flames, and his clone stepped forward to refine the fire. If he wanted to refine the 12-colored flame into a 13-colored flame, his movements would have been fluid and effortless, and the clone's assistance made the process faster. However, refining the flame wasn't the goal. When the 13-colored flame appeared, the clone's involvement caused instability, and the flame erupted. Upon erupting, the heavens and earth roared, the sky turned red, and immediately afterward, clusters of 13-colored fire clouds descended upon the area from afar. The sky and earth appeared crimson, the 13-colored flames descending and creating unimaginable temperatures, directly incinerating the two soul fields present. Not only did it burn away all traces of the soul gathering pill, but even the formation couldn't withstand it and began to collapse and shatter. In a short time, the flames blazed skyward, creating an astonishing spectacle. The Tai family members, who were unconscious and harbored resentment towards Bai Xiaochun, were thrown far away before the heavenly fire descended. Bai Xiaochun wasn't one to indiscriminately kill others. In the raging sea of flames, Bai Xiaochun's body burst out of the fire and flew away. He was excited while fleeing, but now, having seized his soul and destroyed the soul formation to erase all traces, it was truly exhilarating. "You dare to seize my soul, HMPH. Bai Xiaochun muttered, his heart pounding. He felt he had accomplished something great. Without thinking, Bai Xiaochun flew away at top speed. "You dare to touch the Tai family's soul formation. You want to die." Suddenly, 7 or 8 figures flew from afar at incredible speed. Leading them was a young man with silver hair, his entire body radiating the aura of a great perfection core formation cultivator. One could even sense a hint of nascent soul power within him, clearly indicating that this young man was only a step away from achieving the nascent soul stage. A period of seclusion would likely lead to his breakthrough. His speed was not much inferior to that of a nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, he was filled with anger as he flew straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Behind him were 7 or 8 other cultivators, all core formation cultivators. Seeing the heavenly fire destroy the soul formation, turning a large area into barren land, their hearts were filled with rage. "You want to die," they roared, their killing intent surging as they saw Bai Xiaochun fleeing far away. They were only the first group. Behind them were more nascent soul elders from the Tai family. Bai Xiaochun was even more terrified. The Tai family members were arriving too quickly. He knew that any delay would lead to a serious situation. Without looking back, he immediately used his fastest speed to leave. Bai Xiaochun's speed was extraordinary. He quickly widened the distance, and in an instant, he had disappeared into the horizon. Seeing Bai Xiaochun leave, the Tai family's prodigy's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Without hesitation, he pulled a piece of animal hide from his storage bag. The hide burst into flames, and as it burned, the heavens and earth twisted, and the illusory image of a ferocious creature appeared. The creature was a vulture, hundreds of meters tall, and it let out a piercing cry. The Tai family's prodigy then mounted the illusory creature. The moment he stepped onto its back, the creature's speed exploded, and it vanished without a trace. Using a secret technique, he followed Bai Xiaochun's trail, chasing after him. After about 10 miles, Bai Xiaochun's figure reappeared, accelerating rapidly towards Giant Ghost City. "I must escape quickly. If I attract the Tai family's heavenly human, I'll be in danger." Bai Xiaochun was terrified. Previously, he couldn't suppress his grief and anger and had seized the soul, but now, being calm, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. It was all forced. Bai Xiaochun wiped away the cold sweat, transforming into a beam of light and stepping into the void. He was getting closer and closer to the Giant Ghost City, only a few breaths away from arriving. Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. Behind him, a piercing shriek erupted, a fierce wind arrived, threatening to extinguish any life, and a mournful howl pierced through everything, striking Bai Xiaochun's mind. Bai Xiaochun was startled. He turned his head and saw a vulture appear, piercing through the void and striking directly at him. Its aura was overwhelmingly vicious. A young man stood atop the vulture, raising his right hand and striking the void. A black spear appeared in his hand. Audacious scoundrel, daring to steal the Tai family's soul formation, you shall be utterly annihilated. The young man let out a loud shout, borrowing the vulture's speed and unleashing his cultivation into his spear before attacking Bai Xiaochun. The speed was incredibly fast. Bai Xiaochun had no time to react. It was truly because the vulture was so quick that in an instant, it appeared before Bai Xiaochun, its black spear thrusting forward as if intending to pierce Bai Xiaochun's body. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed, and he shouted loudly, then used all his strength to block. Bang, bang, bang. Loud explosions echoed in all directions. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, and he was directly forced back several hundred feet. After retreating several hundred feet, he looked up in astonishment. I'm all right. Bai Xiaochun was slightly startled. The opponent's attack had been incredibly powerful, and he thought he would at least be seriously injured if it hit him, but he found himself completely unharmed. Damn it, the flying beast is powerful. Its speed is terrifying, but the person is too weak. It can only rely on its speed to catch me off guard. Bai Xiaochun quickly realized the problem. He glared at the young man on the vulture, who was gasping in fear as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. He knew that the vulture's speed could rival that of a nascent soul cultivator at the peak of their power, and with the added advantage of its spear, it could inflict serious injury even on a nascent soul cultivator. Yet this guy in front of him was unharmed. His heart trembled, and he gasped again, carefully examining Bai Xiaochun's face before his eyes narrowed. You are Bai Hao. Bai Hao's appearance, due to his treason against the Bai family, had earned him a notorious reputation. Although not everyone knew his face, the wealthy and influential members of the three great families wouldn't pay much attention to him. The high-ranking officials and prodigies of the three great families all saw the portrait. Previously, he had reacted too quickly to recognize him, but after being stunned, he realized it was Bai Xiaochun. Realizing this was Bai Hao, the Tai family prodigy became nervous, knowing that Bai Hao was ruthless and capable of capturing the Bai family's patriarch, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, and even provoking the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor. This was a figure he couldn't afford to provoke. You know me. Knowing me is useless. Bai Xiaochun glared and shouted, his clone appearing and instantly transforming into a gust of wind, charging straight towards the Tai family prodigy. All four clones appeared, and together with Bai Xiaochun's main body, the flower sacred storm, though not covering the sky, was enough to sweep in all directions. At the center of the storm was the Tai family's prodigy, and the moment of their fusion caused the 8 directions to tremble. The Tai family prodigy was terrified, his aura chaotic, and he deeply regretted his impulsive pursuit, but there was no time to think. He could only control the vultures beneath him to block the storm. The vulture's speed was too fast. Their collision with the storm created a powerful explosion, and the Tai family prodigy retreated several hundred meters. Although he avoided the attack, his entire body was severely shaken. Bai Hao, my Tai family didn't provoke you. Why did you destroy my Tai family's soul formation? The Tai family's prodigy immediately spoke up, trying to buy time. He knew he was flying too fast, but the family's ancestors would arrive soon. Bai Xiaochun frowned, his gaze falling on the vulture. He realized it was a summoning spell and couldn't last long. Time was of the essence for him. HMPH, your Tai family first had someone arrogant and overbearing who overpowered me, then stole my soul, so of course I have to steal yours too. After saying this, Bai Xiaochun didn't bother to pay attention to the Tai family's prodigy and turned to fly away. The Tai family's prodigy was conflicted. He hesitated, controlling the vulture, to chase after him. He thought that as long as he didn't get too close, he would be fine. He would just watch and wait for the ancestors to pursue him. The two flew one after the other. Seeing that the vulture was still following him, Bai Xiaochun felt annoyed. The vulture's speed was too fast. If he turned around to chase, the vulture would immediately catch up, wasting time and making it difficult to kill. I hate it most when someone relies on speed to bother me. Humph, do you really think you can defeat me with this dead bird? A cold glint flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes before disappearing. He remained motionless and flew straight towards the giant ghost city. Suddenly, an aura of extreme cold erupted, enveloping everything in all directions. The extreme cold aura collided with the vulture, causing the Tai family's prodigy on board to shiver. His expression changed rapidly. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. By the time he realized what was happening, Bai Xiaochun had already turned around. Too late, Bai Xiaochun roared, taking a step forward. His icy aura enveloped the surroundings, allowing him to teleport like a nascent soul cultivator in the icy region. His words still echoed as his figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before the Tai family prodigy. He immediately unleashed the mountain-shattering charge, the impact force boundless and terrifying, shaking the void. The Tai family prodigy had no time to think, his head buzzing. You! He wanted to scream but couldn't utter a sound. He wanted to dodge but couldn't, only able to resist with all his might. He was only one step away from nascent soul, yet to weaken Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Bai Xiaochun directly slammed into the Tai family prodigy, his entire body covered in blood. Seeing his body about to shatter and his soul annihilated, a golden aura appeared around him. At that moment, a golden light emanated from the necklace around his neck, containing the power of a celestial being. The arrogant Tai family prodigy continuously spat out fresh blood, his body flying like a kite with a broken string, directly crashing into the vulture. Many bones shattered, but thanks to the golden aura that weakened the force by more than half, only small cracks appeared in his bones. Although the necklace could save the Tai family prodigy from death once, a second attack would have been fatal. The feeling of surviving the ordeal filled the Tai family prodigy with considerable fear. If it weren't for the ancestors' gift protecting my life just now, I would have died. By how he almost killed me. The Tai family prodigy trembled, terrified. He retreated without hesitation. He wasn't saying anything about pursuing Bai Xiaochun. It seemed this wasn't a simple pursuit, but a desperate fight to the death. You big families have quite a few life-saving items, huh? Bai Xiaochun frowned, watching the Tai family's prodigy flee. He snorted coldly, intending to chase and kill him. But suddenly his expression changed, and he turned and stepped into the void, his body disappearing in an instant. After Bai Xiaochun disappeared, only a few breaths later, the Tai family's prodigy, still trembling with fear, watched as 3 beams of light flew closer. At this moment, 3 old men appeared in the area where Bai Xiaochun had disappeared. Great clan elder, the scoundrel is Bai Hao. It's Bai Hao who betrayed the Bai family. The Tai family's prodigy, seeing the 3 old men, exclaimed excitedly. These 3 were Tai family elders, especially the leader, the great clan elder of the Tai family, a nascent soul great perfection cultivator. The 3 men's faces were grim as they looked at the prodigy, and after nodding, they pursued him. Outside the giant ghost city, a void rift appeared, and Bai Xiaochun's figure stepped out. His aura was chaotic and fluctuating. After landing, he entered the giant ghost city. Damn it, the Tai family is having a blast chasing after me. They're attacking me head-on, but they're coming to my rescue. If they have the guts, let's have a one-on-one duel. Bai Xiaochun was unconvinced. His speed didn't decrease at all as he swiftly flew towards Giant Ghost City. Just as he was about to enter Giant Ghost City, the 3 Tai family elders caught up behind him. As they approached, the sky changed, dark clouds obscuring the heavens. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's figure from afar and his imminent entry into Giant Ghost City, the 3 became furious. Their eyes, filled with murderous intent, roared, "Bai Hao, you stole the Tai family's soul formation. Even if you hold an official position in Giant Ghost City, I will still kill you." His nascent soul great perfection cultivation level made his roar like thunder, the sound waves impacting Bai Xiaochun's mind. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled, and without looking back, he stepped into the Giant Ghost City. The city gate guards stared in astonishment, instinctively wanting to stop him. But Bai Xiaochun held up his demon prison token for them to see. "I am the prison warden of the demon prison. The Tai family intends to rebel. You must stop them." Shouting at full speed, Bai Xiaochun, though not as loud as the Tai clan elder, was still quite powerful. His voice echoed throughout the giant ghost city, instantly shaking the entire city. The city gate guards were bewildered. They recognized Bai Xiaochun's token and let him through. The Tai clan elder, who had been chasing after Bai Xiaochun, was terrified by his shouts. "You're talking nonsense." My Thai family is loyal and devoted to the giant ghost king. Don't falsely accuse us. Seeing that this tactic worked, Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed. He roared loudly and flew even faster. The Thai clan elders tried to pursue him but were stopped by the city gate guards and patrol teams appeared. If it weren't for Bai Xiaochun's earlier false accusation, they would have risked chasing him and then explaining themselves. But now charging in would cause serious trouble, and they wouldn't be able to explain themselves even if they had the chance. This left the three elders of the Thai family feeling resentful and unable to suppress their anger. However, they had to explain themselves to the soul cultivator guards repeatedly, delaying the process. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun flew to the riverbank protecting the city, directly jumped inside, and then used his token to enter the riverbed. My treason against the Bai family was so serious. After entering the demon prison, the Bai family didn't dare pursue me. The Thai family, I only stole to soul formations, they wouldn't dare come. Bai Xiaochun confidently entered the stone turtle at the bottom of the river, quickly returning to the demon prison. In fact, Bai Xiaochun's guess was correct. The three elders of the Thai family, after painstakingly explaining themselves, only dared to stand outside the riverbank protecting the giant ghost city. They were extremely angry and frustrated, almost suffering internal injuries from the frustration. This time, they had no choice but to enter the demon prison. After a long while, the three of them left in silence. This matter seemed to be over, but its impact on Giant Ghost City was no less significant than Bai Xiaochun's rebellion against the Bai family. The news spread rapidly among the soul cultivators in the city, and most who learned of it took action. They discussed Bai Hao and the Thai family's affairs. Did you hear? Bai Hao caused another major incident. He seized the Thai family's soul formation and even set fire to it, burning it to the ground. He's too good at causing trouble. Not only did he betray the Bai family, but this time he angered the Thai family. I heard that a spoiled brat from the Thai family competed with Bai Hao for souls, then raised the price, enraging Bai Hao, so he killed him. He did that for such a small thing. Bai Hao is truly vicious and vengeful. I also heard that he possesses the heavenly fire divine ability. Its power is extraordinary, and the heavenly fire descended. All sorts of rumors circulated, and news spread everywhere that Bai Hao had seized the Thai family's soul formation, claiming he was ruthless and cruel, and that his heavenly fire divine ability was terrifying, becoming Bai Xiaochun's signature move. Bai Xiaochun patted his storage bag, his heart filled with excitement. He felt he had made a great gain and believed his choice was wise. The three great families stole from me, so I'll steal from them. It's a tit-for-tat situation. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, then frequently patrolled with Team 9. For the past few days, Bai Xiaochun had been practicing his fire-refining techniques. Now, taking advantage of a patrol, he ventured alone into the prison. In the ding section of the prison, a bustling place, the gray-robed prisoners and serious offenders were all busy with their own affairs. Without guards, they were free to roam. Even the prison guards usually didn't care about the prisoners. They still did as they pleased. When Bai Xiaochun entered Section Ding, the entire prison fell silent. I'm on duty today. Behave yourselves. Bai Xiaochun entered the prison, hands clasped behind his back, swaggering and shouting to those around him. The gray-robed prisoners trembled with fear, and many serious offenders looked over. Black Immortal. It's Black Immortal Bai Hao. This is a ruthless man. I still remember the scene of him interrogating old Demon Joe. Terrible. Especially those prisoners who had been interrogated by Bai Xiaochun. They involuntarily trembled at the sight of Bai Xiaochun's figure. The entire Section Ding prison was incredibly quiet. There wasn't a sound in the places Bai Xiaochun passed through. It was truly because Bai Xiaochun's reputation in the demon prison was so great that he had managed to get the mouths of all the serious offenders who hadn't spoken for 100 years. Then they were terrified, because Bai Xiaochun's interrogation was extremely mysterious, only visible through a veil of mist, not clearly. From the prisoners' agonizing screams, countless people still had unforgettable memories. At this moment, seeing Bai Xiaochun arrive, all the prisoners in Section D became cautious, not daring to provoke him and cause trouble. Many gray-robed prisoners even came to flatter him. Bai Xiaochun looked at the people around him, his heart filled with joy, feeling like he was truly a prodigy in the demon prison. Too outstanding. This wasn't my intention. Perhaps I should have appeared less often. Bai Xiaochun sighed, waving his hand to dismiss the gray-robed prisoners around him. He walked alone through Section D of the demon prison, going to the secluded spot he'd been to before and sitting down. This place is very good. The area is spacious enough, suitable for my practice. Bai Xiaochun nodded slightly in satisfaction. Surrounded by numerous restrictions, he waved his hand, using mist to obscure everyone's vision. After meticulously refining the 14-colored flame for a while, he opened his eyes and looked at the soul tower, beginning to attempt refining the 14-colored flame. As the soul flew out, Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands together, chanting incantations. The surrounding flames contracted and condensed in his palms, creating a single-colored flame. After refining 13 colors, he seriously began refining the 14-colored flame. I have great confidence in refining the 14-colored flame, but there are a few minor adjustments needed. A maximum of 5 attempts should be enough. Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone brightly as he refined according to his own deductions. At this moment, countless souls flew towards him, merging into Bai Xiaochun's flame in sequence. The flame grew larger and larger, eventually transforming into a sea of fire, beginning to devour the vengeful spirits. The 13-colored flame slowly increased, by 1 color becoming 14. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed, and he immediately waved his hand to extinguish the flame in his hand. Bai Xiaochun frowned, looking at his palm, and pondered as many vengeful spirits appeared. He began experimenting again. 9 days passed, and Bai Xiaochun had tried 4 times. Although each attempt failed, he didn't lose heart. He had enough souls to try, and failure helped him learn from experience. On the 10th day, Bai Xiaochun looked up, his eyes bloodshot, but his spirits were high. The problem is solved. Now I can definitely refine a 14-colored flame. Once I refine a 14-colored flame, it will represent that I've reached the peak of the Emperor grade. If I can refine a 15-colored flame, I will be a Xuan grade soul refiner. Bai Xiaochun was filled with anticipation. He had been in the savage wilderness for quite some time, and he understood soul refiners well. He knew that a Xuan grade soul refiner was the highest level among the great families. As for the Earth grade, there weren't many in the entire savage wilderness, and any one of them held an extremely high status, though not equal to the royal family, but far superior to the heavenly humans. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and began refining the fire. The process was incredibly normal and skillful. He refined 13 colored flames, and without stopping, Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve, releasing a large number of vengeful spirits. He roared, and the 13 colored flames in his hand erupted. As the flames spread, the surrounding soul tide merged into them. This process lasted for half an incense stick, transforming the 13 colored flames into 14. Bai Xiaochun was incredibly excited, but his hands remained steady. He unleashed his spiritual consciousness and clenched his fist. After his action, the 14 colored flames slowly contracted. This process consumed a great deal of Bai Xiaochun's mental energy. After half an hour, Bai Xiaochun carefully contracted the flames into his fist, and the sea of fire disappeared within his palm. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded, his breathing quickened as he stared at his fist, slowly extending his hand. A 14-colored flame appeared in his palm. The flowing radiance seemed to contain some kind of ultimate power, and as the flames blazed, a deadly force erupted. Once unleashed, the 14-colored flame couldn't threaten a celestial being, but it had the power to annihilate most nascent soul cultivators. It's done. I've succeeded. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily. I don't know when I'll be able to cultivate a 15-colored flame. It's probably very difficult. Anyway, once I've cultivated it, I'll be a profound grade soul refiner. Well, even though this flame is good, it becomes useless if it doesn't increase my combat power. Bai Xiaochun suppressed the excitement in his heart. After retracting the 14-colored flame, he looked at the remaining souls with a decisive expression. Refining all my items 14 times. Although I'm not a nascent soul cultivator, my combat power has increased considerably. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun became determined. He didn't hesitate any longer. He began refining his items, also taking out the turtle pattern cauldron. No, there are too many scrutinizing eyes. Although there's fog obscuring everything, it's better to be safe than sorry. This cauldron is my treasure. Wealth shouldn't be displayed openly. I must go somewhere else. Be careful. In the savage wilderness, safety comes first. Don't be careless. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun stood up and left the fog, transforming into a beam of light and flying towards the light gate. As Bai Xiaoqun left the Ding district prison, not far from his location sat an old man with a red birthmark on his face. The old man bowed his head, looking no different from an ordinary prisoner, but then slowly raised his head, a gleam appearing in his eyes as he watched Bai Xiaoqun leave. He refined 13 colored flames not long ago, and now he's refined 14 colored flames. This young fellow is interesting. The old man murmured softly, seemingly chuckling. Bai Xiaoqun had refined the flames in a secluded place, and moreover, he had set up a fog-shrouding barrier. So the appearance of the 14 colored flames went unnoticed by anyone except this old man. But he quickly closed his eyes, ignoring it. After leaving the Ding area, Bai Xiaoqun met the Soul Cultivator Team 9. After exchanging smiles and words, he returned to his room. There's still some time before the next patrol. I'll use this time to refine all my items. Thinking this, Bai Xiaoqun felt a surge of anticipation. A mental image appeared in his mind, depicting himself surrounded by treasures. Thinking of the exciting part, Bai Xiaoqun smiled smugly, his heart filled with excitement. He began making arrangements, ensuring there were no obstacles before starting to refine the 14 colored flames with vengeful spirits. He immediately took the turtle pattern cauldron and began refining its spirit. The first to refine was the Eternal Night Umbrella. He refined the umbrella 14 times, its appearance slightly altered, especially the demonic face on the umbrella, which seemed to be smiling but not smiling, crying but not crying. Extremely terrifying. Even the mark on the demonic face's forehead upon closer inspection wasn't a third eye. It vaguely concealed another demonic face. Just a quick glance was enough to send a shock through Bai Xiaoqun. I'm afraid if I refine it 15 more times, it might become a celestial human artifact. Bai Xiaoqun's eyes lit up as he licked his lips. He knew that a treasure refined 15 times would emit an aura similar to that of a celestial human, a treasure extremely rare in the savage wilderness. Although the savage wilderness possesses multicolored flames, the success rate of refining them is not high. However, one can still refine a few at a high price. In reality, if Bai Xiaoqun's entire body were filled with 14 times refined spirit-enhancing artifacts, while not the best in the savage wilderness, it would still be enough to strike fear into others. Refining the Eternal Night Umbrella, Bai Xiaoqun carefully surveyed his surroundings, and only after confirming everything was fine did he remove his mask. He refined the mask 14 times, then quickly put it back on, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He then took out Zhou Yixing's bow and powerful arrows, even intending to refine a flying sword. Most dramatically, when Bai Xiaoqun saw the armor worn by the spoiled Tai family member, he was not only unimpressed, but also felt a sense of style. Therefore, he took out several pieces of leather armor from his storage bag and refined them 14 times. If this extravagant behavior were to spread, it would surely drive people crazy, until Bai Xiaoqun discovered that he had nothing left to refine. Only then would he end the process of refining spirit-enhancing artifacts that would drive people insane, even to the point of death from jealousy. Because his entire body was filled with 14 times refined spirit-enhancing artifacts, it could be said that he had grown so much, and only today could he be fully armed. Today I encountered the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor. It won't be easy for him to kill me, Bai Xiaoqun chuckled, delighted to find that his soul was still half intact. Although my cultivation hasn't increased, my equipment has greatly boosted my combat power, right? I must quickly refine 15 times refined flames. That way, my entire body will be filled with 15 times refined spirit-enhancing artifacts. Even the heavenly humans will be speechless when they see me. Yes, it's best to make them envious to death, without even needing to fight. The more Bai Xiaoqun thought about it, the more excited he became. Although he understood the saying that possessing treasures brings trouble, and that even with a mask concealing his power, once it was unleashed, the treasures on his person would display golden patterns. Having done this, Bai Xiaoqun sat down cross-legged and, following Bai Hao's notes, began to deduce the 15 colored flames. Time passed quickly, 7 days flew by, and Bai Xiaoqun was very worried. The method for refining the 15 colored flame was a crucial treasure of the great families. Although Bai Hao's notes contained a method for refining the 15 colored flame, the method was incomplete and extremely difficult. Bai Xiaoqun spent 7 days without finding any clues. If the difficulty of refining the 14 colored flame was 10, then the difficulty of refining the 15-colored flame was 100. The difference was 10 times, making the 15-colored flame an insurmountable obstacle. It not only stood in Bai Xiaochun's way but also hindered most peak-level Huang-grade soul refiners. Once successful, it would become a Zhuan-grade soul refiner, a difficulty so great that there were only a few dozen Zhuan-grade soul refiners in the entire savage wilderness. Therefore, one can see how difficult the 15-colored flame was to refine. Bai Xiaochun was dejected. He had no choice but to continue his research and deduction, even refining it once. 3 days passed, and at noon today, Bai Xiaochun was tearing his hair out in frustration. He had been deducing for 10 days but had achieved very little. Soon, the joyful laughter of the captain of the 9th squad was heard outside the door. "Bai Hao, come out here quickly, there's big news." Bai Xiaochun frowned and got up from the room. He saw the captain of the 9th squad excitedly. "Captain, what's wrong?" "A new prisoner," Bai Xiaochun asked lazily. "Absolutely, there's a new prisoner. Not from our Ding area. And besides, it wasn't me who wanted to see you. It was the warden." After saying that, the captain grabbed Bai Xiaochun's hand and pulled him away. The warden. Bai Xiaochun was stunned, his mind recalling the scene at the city's protective river that day. He had seen Li Su then, and his heart was in turmoil. He wondered if the giant ghost king had abandoned him, and if the Tai or Bai families had come looking for him. Bai Xiaochun looked at the excited captain of the 9th squad and felt it wasn't what he had imagined. "Captain, what happened?" Bai Xiaochun paused and asked. Great news, the captain chuckled, seeing Bai Xiaochun's impatience, and didn't beat around the bush any further. He pulled Bai Xiaochun along as he spoke. Bai Xiaochun understood the reason. According to the captain, there was a new prisoner in the section of the demon prison, a very important prisoner, seemingly designated by the higher authorities to get information from him. So the warden was taking it very seriously. But this person was incredibly stubborn. Even the 4 black immortals of the demonic sects couldn't get any information out of him. His special status meant that forcibly extracting his soul was ineffective because he was a nascent soul cultivator and would cause his soul to be instantly annihilated. Therefore, nothing could be done. The prison warden was under immense pressure, even getting angry several times, but to no avail. Even the 4 black immortals of the demonic sects, pouring all their resources into the operation, couldn't do anything. Everyone was at a loss. The captain of the Ding district, Zun Peng, brought up Bai Xiaochun, saying that in the Ding district there was a skilled interrogator named Bai Hao, who had successfully extracted information from all the criminals in the district. No matter how stubborn they were before, once Bai Hao appeared, they would all speak. No matter how important the matter was, it wasn't Bai Xiaochun's place to know, but Li Su had no choice. Hearing Sun Peng's words reminded him of Bai Xiaochun's identity. He hesitated, but because the pressure was too great, he decided to try everything he could, which is why he summoned Bai Hao. "Brother Bai, this is your chance. Once you get that guy to talk, you'll be the #1 black immortal of the demon prison from now on." The captain exclaimed excitedly. He had faith in Bai Xiaochun. He believed no one in the world could withstand Bai Xiaochun's torture. Becoming the #1 black immortal, although without a title, according to our demon prison rules, you can freely move between the 4 demon prisons. Your status is almost as high as the prison warden, on par with the captains of the 4 major districts. You must seize this opportunity. Your promotion will be very rapid, a meteoric rise. Not to mention, the long-serving criminals of the 3 major districts will bring you great wealth. Don't forget my guidance then. The captain became increasingly excited as he spoke, dragging Bai Xiaochun straight to Zone A. Bai Xiaochun sighed. As long as it wasn't the Bai family or the Tai family coming after him, he wasn't afraid of anything, especially since interrogation wasn't difficult for him. "It's just a small matter, Captain. Rest assured, there's no secret I can't uncover." Bai Xiaochun tilted his chin up, saying triumphantly, and quickly made his way to Zone A. Zone A's environment was similar to Zone D, but upon closer inspection, it was several times larger and considerably more gloomy. A chilling aura permeated the surroundings, and the guards' quarters even emitted soul vibrations, clearly indicating they were cultivating. At this moment, in the square of Zone Jia, there was a huge skull imprisoning a middle-aged man. Bai Xiaochun recognized the man. His clothes were tattered, and his eyes held a look of disdain. He was currently facing away from Bai Xiaochun, clutching his neck as if muttering something. Outside the skull, quite a few people were waiting. Bai Xiaochun recognized Sun Peng from District Ding, and surrounding Sun Peng were 3 old men, all with gloomy expressions. These men were the captains of the 4 prisons. Beside them were 4 cultivators, of varying ages, some old, some young. Each of them exuded a chilling aura, giving the impression of venomous snakes lurking in the bushes. Bai Xiaochun recognized only one of them, the Black Immortal from District Ting. Through him, it wasn't difficult for him to guess that the other 3 were Black Immortals. Besides these, Bai Xiaochun also saw Warden Li Su strangling a prisoner. When Li Su noticed Bai Xiaochun's arrival, he immediately released the prisoner and turned his head to look at Bai Xiaochun. His eyes were like those of a wolf, filled with ferocity and sharpness. That gaze made Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrow. Li Su was very powerful. Although not a celestial being, he possessed the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Combined with his status as warden of the demon prison and his years of experience there, he naturally exuded a gloomy and cold demeanor, his gaze seemingly transforming into a direct force. By how, if you can pry the truth out of me, you'll be the #1 dark immortal of the demon prison. If you can't get it out of me, get out of the demon prison. If you cause trouble outside, deal with it yourself. Li Su was losing his patience. He thought about the remaining 2 days. If he didn't get an answer, the higher authorities would investigate, and he would be in serious trouble. The more he thought about it, the more troubled he became. He couldn't execute the prisoner, and given his status, he knew the order came from the giant Ghost King, who wanted him here to investigate. As he spoke, the captain beside Bai Xiaochun's face changed color, and even Sun Peng was stunned. Their recommendation of Bai Xiaochun was well-intentioned, but now Li Su had turned that good intention into something bad. Bai Xiaochun walked over, frowning as he looked at Li Su. The captains of the 3 districts and the 4 Black Immortals remained expressionless, but inwardly they sneered, especially the Black Immortals of the other 3 districts. They had their pride, and if even they couldn't get an answer, a young brat like Bai Hao, even with some ability, wouldn't be able to find anything. Can you pry his mouth open or not? If you can't, then get out of this prison right now. Li Su was extremely tyrannical. Everyone bowed their heads in silence, not saying a word. Sun Peng sighed inwardly, and the captain trembled even more, unable to utter a word. Bai Xiaochun lost his temper. He knew Li Su disliked him. It wasn't him who wanted to come, but the other party who sought him out. You want to vent your anger on me? Kick me out of this prison. Bai Xiaochun frowned. This was difficult to resolve. Once he was kicked out, the Tai family and the Bai family outside could easily cause him trouble. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun decided to endure it. So he went to the head of the prison, examining the middle-aged man inside. He had felt this man looked familiar before, and now, upon closer inspection, Bai Xiaochun immediately recognized him as one of the 3 Tai family elders who had been chasing him. Obviously, the clan elder recognized Bai Xiaochun. Although his hair was disheveled and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, the contempt in his eyes hadn't disappeared. Even though his whole body was covered in bruises, Bai Xiaochun still saw the killing intent in his eyes, and he even spat on Bai Xiaochun's clothes. Chief Warden, what is this man's identity? Bai Xiaochun shook off the saliva from his clothes, looked at Li Su, and asked, knowing the answer but still pretending to ask. What his identity is not something you can know. Just answer me. Can you get him to talk? If not, get out. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's calmness, Li Su snorted coldly. He had previously vented his anger on Bai Xiaochun, intending to use this opportunity to kick him out of the demon prison. Bai Xiaochun looked around, his face showing his displeasure. He had been able to endure before, but now he looked up at Li Su. Chief Warden, if you want me to leave, just say so directly. There's no need for this. Someone is trying to pry information out of me, and you won't tell me their identity. How can I conduct a targeted interrogation if you don't tell me? Fine, if you don't welcome me, then I, Bai Hao, will leave. Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve and departed. I'll say this beforehand, in this entire demon prison, if anyone can pry information out of this person, it's none other than me, Bai Hao. Bai Xiaochun sneered, then turned and left. He knew he had offended the Black Immortals with his words, but he had no choice. Their sudden appearance and deliberate provocation, Even their attempt to expel him from the demon prison meant he had to resist and display his confidence and arrogance. If Li Su is truly impatient, he will definitely keep me here. If he doesn't, it means I've fallen into a trap. That damned Li Su deliberately set this trap to kick me out. Bai Xiaochun pondered this inwardly. He took a few steps and heard a cold, icy voice behind him. This person is the Tai family elder. The question you need to ask is which soul attribute the Tai family has consumed the least in recent years of fire cultivation. Li Su looked at Bai Xiaochun's back and slowly spoke. Although his tone was cold and stern, it was slightly better than before. Bai Xiaochun stopped, immediately guessing that the other party only wanted an answer and wasn't targeting him. The Tai family elder, captured and taken to the demon prison, Bai Xiaochun looked at the middle-aged man in the skull. This made him think of many things. Which soul attribute consumed the least? Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He realized there were no clues to this problem, and it was obvious that the answer was a lie from the Tai clan elder, making the difficulty even greater. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 soul attributes were previously questioned by the Black Immortals. He finally spoke, but I don't know if the answer is correct, Li Su said gloomily, his voice tinged with frustration. Therefore, you should focus on having him prove it. If he gives the correct answer, that's up to you. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment. He walked to the head of the prison, observing the Tai clan elder, one of the 3 who had chased him earlier. If he escaped slowly, the 3 would kill him. There was no sympathy between them, as they were already enemies. During his time in the demon prison, Bai Xiaochun understood that although the 3 great clans were at odds, they would form an alliance to deal with external enemies. Recalling that the Bai family wanted to kill him, and that the giant ghost king wanted to save him, Bai Xiaochun connected these events and formed a definite answer in his mind. As expected, the giant ghost king is incompatible with the 3 great families. What do the 3 great families rely on to dare to fight against a demigod? Why doesn't the giant ghost king directly eliminate them? Bai Xiaochun still didn't understand this. As Li Su grew impatient, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He knew he had no choice. To survive in the savage wilderness, he had to make his stance clear. Standing with the giant ghost king meant opposing the 3 great families. Once he made his choice, he couldn't be merciful or lenient. Moreover, this choice didn't worry Bai Xiaochun. His eyes flashed with cold light as he directly entered the skull prison. Upon entering, a black mist enveloped Bai Xiaochun, obscuring his view. Even Li Su, a nascent soul cultivator at the peak of his power, found it difficult to break through the mist Bai Xiaochun had released using his mask. The Black Immortal Ding knew Bai Xiaochun well, so he remained silent. The other 3 Black Immortals, seeing Bai Xiaochun recklessly entering, sneered. Trying to act mysterious, I want to see what you're capable of. If we can't get the answer, neither can you. Needless to say, this guy is definitely putting on a show, then giving some random answer. Humph, one of the answers we asked is true. Why would the prison warden need to make things worse? The 3 men exchanged cold laughs, further despising Bai Xiaochun. Li Su frowned but held back. As long as Bai Xiaochun could get the answer, proving his answer was true, everything else was insignificant. Inside the prison, Bai Xiaochun sighed, looking at the Tai clan elder. You should tell me otherwise. Once I make a move, I'll be afraid of myself. Little bastard, if you hadn't run fast that day, I would have definitely strangled you. You dare to provoke the Tai family, sooner or later you'll be killed by the Tai family. The Tai clan elder spat a glob of phlegm at Bai Xiaochun. Is it fun to keep spitting like that? Seeing this guy spit on him twice, Bai Xiaochun was furious. He potted his storage bag and took out several aphrodisiac pills. Stubborn, aren't you? Let's see how long you can keep that mouth shut later. Everyone waited for half an incense stick's worth of time, when suddenly a roar filled with pressure echoed from the prison. Everyone immediately looked at each other upon hearing the scream. Judging from the sound, Bai Hao has some skill, but that's all. Making someone scream under pressure, we could do that with our eyes closed. The 3 Black Immortals were stunned, then whispered to each other. Their contempt for Bai Xiaochun lessened a little, but they still didn't take him seriously. Only the captain, after hearing the scream, his eyes lit up. He blindly trusted Bai Xiaochun even more, muttering to himself, as long as he makes a sound, he'll succeed. Li Zu's expression remained as gloomy as ever, his heart filled with worrying, but also anticipation and apprehension. Everyone, harboring different thoughts, eagerly listened to the screams emanating from all around. By how, you won't die in peace. By how, I want to kill you. If you hadn't run so fast last time, I would have torn you to shreds. It seemed the Tai clan elders were trying to forget their pain through insults. The screams intensified, subsiding after half an hour of fighting. Those outside gasped in shock, the three black immortals exchanging terrified glances. Warden Lisa was pleased, while the surrounding guards were equally terrified. Who is Bai Hao? I can't believe he could make that guy scream so terribly. My God, just hearing the screams gives me goosebumps all over my body. Even more terrifying was that the torture lasted so long, yet the suffering didn't lessen. Instead, the life force seemed to surge again and again. This was truly unbelievable. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The agonizing screams continued for half an hour, the cries extremely mournful and pathetic. Even the well-informed prison guards outside felt a chill run down their spines. The screams no longer contained curses directed at Bai Xiaochun, only cold roars and a kind of pressure that wouldn't be satisfied unless it erupted, a power that drove people insane, making them involuntarily shiver. The black mist obscured the scene, making it impossible for many to discern the specific situation inside. The sense of mystery intensified, not only terrifying the prison guards, but even the four black immortals were breathing heavily, their faces filled with fear and solemnity. Li Zhu's eyes lit up. He began to anticipate more. While everyone was waiting, Bai Xiaochun frowned as he looked at the Tai clan elder, whose whole body trembled, veins bulging all over. Yet he still stared intently at Bai Xiaochun. Although he was shouting uncontrollably, his eyes were even more frenzied. You have some skill, relying on shouting to vent your burning anger. Bai Xiaochun snorted, thinking that this method wasn't unique to the Tai clan elder. In fact, many old demons in the prison had done it, and Bai Xiaochun had encountered it many times. I advise you to speak up. We are all serving our masters. Don't force me to use the second move. The second move has just appeared. It's not invincible, but it's not far behind. Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands behind his back, his chin raised in a persuasive tone. Get out! The Tai clan elder roared, his face ferocious as if he wanted to devour Bai Xiaochun alive, even spitting out a glob of blood. Old fool, fine. I'll let you taste the second move. Bai Xiaochun chanted a spell and pointed it at the opponent. At that moment, a seal entered the Tai clan elder's body. Instantly, it sealed the Tai clan elder's mouth, preventing him from screaming. He was silenced, and the uncontrollable screams turned into gurgling sounds. This method immediately cut off his escape route. In an instant, the Tai clan elder's body trembled, his eyes filled with terror. He struggled violently, feeling a burning sensation throughout his body, yet unable to release it. Sweat drenched him but quickly dried, as if countless ants were crawling inside him, tormenting him to the extreme, causing unimaginable suffering. Bai Xiaochun swallowed hard at the sight, his heart pounding. He felt a pang of guilt, remembering how the other party had once hunted him down, and considering his position as the giant ghost king, if he showed mercy, he wouldn't only fail to gain the other party's favor, but would also bring about his own demise. Oh well, in the world, one's fate is not in one's own hands. Bai Xiaochun sighed, squatting before the Tai clan elder and trying to persuade him. You should tell us, that way you won't make things difficult for me, and I won't make things difficult for you. That would be great. You should tell us which soul attribute the Tai clan has consumed the least over the years. It's too simple. As Bai Xiaochun spoke, the Tai clan elder's eyes widened in madness. He attacked Bai Xiaochun head first, a brutal tactic, as if he would rather die than not kill Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun retreated a few steps, dodging the attack from the Tai clan elder. He frowned. At this moment, those outside were also startled. They noticed that the shouting had stopped, replaced by the sound of someone gulping with their mouth covered. Because the guards of the Assection prison were not immortals, they didn't understand the seriousness of the situation and were puzzled. However, the expressions of the four black immortals changed, their faces becoming serious. They looked at each other, each seeing the other's appreciative gaze. Making prisoners scream in agony is just a common tactic. But the method of preventing them from screaming has reached a different level. Many people understand this principle, but applying it requires different situations and different methods. Bai Hao. Although it wasn't clear what method he used before, the screams carried a sense of release, the method changing like a volcano erupting but being suppressed. Once it erupts, the power is even greater. His method is very clever. Lee Soo was delighted. As the prison warden, he understood some of the dark magic's techniques, and at this moment, his eyes were filled with anticipation. This gurgling sound lasted for a while, unexpectedly lasting for more than an hour without ceasing, a phenomenon that made people anxious. Even in his cell, Bai Xiaochun was startled. He saw the Tai Clan elder's body glowing red, his eyes filled with madness and struggle, yet still retaining a glimmer of consciousness. Bai Xiaochun was moved. "You are the most persistent person I've ever seen. But why do you need to do this? I have a third move." "But I don't want to use the third move, tell me," Bai Xiaochun sighed, speaking very seriously. The Tai Clan elder stared at Bai Xiaochun, then suddenly nodded. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. He quickly chanted a spell, removing the seal from the Tai Clan elder's mouth. The moment he removed the seal, the Tai Clan elder spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, splattering it all over Bai Xiaochun. He then screamed and laughed maniacally. "Bai Hao, is this all the trick you have? I'll give you another torch, and I'll tell you something. Your mother died because she was a maid in the Tai family, and also your stepmother. Before she died, your mother even sewed clothes for you. Her death was extremely tragic." The Tai family elder laughed loudly. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. "Furthermore, your mother's entire family perished that year. Not a single person survived. All were executed, including all the maids beside her. If you didn't have the Bai family bloodline, you would have been executed too. As a maid, her life was worthless. It's one thing not to get pregnant, but to dare to give birth after becoming pregnant is a grave crime. The one who truly killed your mother wasn't anyone else. It was you. If you were there, your mother wouldn't have died." The Tai Clan elder laughed loudly, his eyes filled with madness. He knew his words would greatly provoke Bai Xiaochun, but he still said them. Bai Xiaochun held his breath, his eyes filled with killing intent. At the same time, the people outside heard this, and their expressions changed. Lee Soo was also terrified. "Bai Hao, this person cannot die." He anxiously wanted to enter, but Bai Xiaochun's voice came from inside the prison. "You provoked me like this. Do you want a quick death? I won't let you have your wish." Bai Xiaochun's gaze was terrifyingly cold. Although he wasn't Bai Hao, he was still angry at these words. After speaking, he looked at the Tai Clan elder who was laughing loudly. The look in his eyes was very special, and the Tai Clan elder's heart trembled. He felt a chill run down his spine and stopped laughing. Ignoring the Tai Clan elders, Bai Xiaochun stepped out of the prison cell. His appearance brought a serious look to everyone's eyes. Lee Soo stepped forward, but before Lee Soo could speak, Bai Xiaochun spoke in a somber tone. "I also need torture instruments. Bai Hao, don't be impulsive. This man cannot die before he confesses," Lee Soo sternly rebuked. "Warden, I won't let him die so easily," Bai Xiaochun said simply, but to those around him, it sounded like a chilling wind, striking fear into their hearts. "What kind of torture instruments do you need?" Lee Soo asked, staring intently at Bai Xiaochun. "A large dog, a male dog, the stronger the better," Bai Xiaochun replied gloomily. His words caused everyone around him to frown. Lee Soo frowned but said nothing. After explaining to his subordinates, it wasn't long before someone brought in a large black dog, as big as a calf. This dog was a ferocious beast, covered in backward-pointing spines and incredibly strong. Its teeth were yellow, and when it was let in, its eyes gleamed with ferocity, with a lot of saliva dripping from its mouth. Seeing the dog, Bai Xiaochun nodded in satisfaction. He led the dog into the prison cell. As soon as the Tai Clan elder saw the large dog, his face changed, and he let out a pathetic howl. "Bai Hao, what do you want to do?" "Nothing." "You said you wouldn't speak, didn't you?" "I didn't ask you to." Bai Xiaochun sneered, took out an aphrodisiac pill, and stuffed it into the dog's mouth. Still not satisfied, he took the remaining aphrodisiac pills and stuffed several into the Tai Clan elder's mouth. This is the third move, and so far no one has been able to withstand it. "If you can persevere, I'll give you another ferocious beast to enjoy," Bai Xiaochun said. He had felt reluctant before, but the old man from the Tai family had provoked him, and Bai Xiaochun's heart had turned cold. The dog struggled, becoming an extreme terror for the Tai Clan elder. Because of the large number of aphrodisiac pills it had consumed, the Tai clan elder felt he could no longer control his body. Yet, Bai Xiaochun refused to let go, a torment and torture for the Tai clan elder. He even regretted provoking Bai Xiaochun. Trembling, the Tai clan elder hesitated. Bai Hao, let's talk things over calmly. The Tai clan elder was about to speak, but Bai Xiaochun interrupted him. I don't want to hear it anymore. With that, Bai Xiaochun released his grip, and the dog howled and lunged straight at the Tai clan elder. In an instant, those outside heard sounds they had never heard before, and screams of agony unlike anything they had ever heard. These screams surpassed anything they had heard before, and it was impossible to describe them. This situation would cause lifelong suffering. The prison guards in Zona gasped for air, their bodies trembling with cold. They reached a consensus. They absolutely must not provoke Bai Hao. The expressions of the four black immortals constantly changed. Because of the fog, they couldn't see the situation inside, but countless imaginations ran through their minds. Their hearts trembled, and they all shared the same thought, too brutal. No one can endure such suffering. Not only tortures the body, but also shatters the spirit. A dignified nascent soul cultivator, a high and mighty elder of the Tai family. Bai Hao is indeed ruthless. He even resorted to such methods. He's truly a dark immortal. His heart is truly black. Li Zu's eyes widen, a vague chill rising within him. Bai Hao, he truly is the legendary wicked man, capable of anything. Amidst the agonizing screams, there was also the frenzied howling of a dog. The two sounds merged to create a terrifying aura that enveloped the Jia area. Before long, after only a few dozen breaths, the Tai clan elder let out a mournful cry, his voice hoarse. I said, wood soul, the least amount of wood soul consumed. Tell it to stop. The Tai clan elder cried out desperately, not only giving the answer Li Su wanted, but also worried that people wouldn't believe him. He said a lot more. Finally, he let out a heart-wrenching scream, revealing something shocking. The three great clans are about to rebel. The clan elder Tai was utterly tormented. This kind of torture had shattered his spirit. Even though he spoke, his agonizing cries continued unabated. The people outside, upon hearing the last sentence, all changed their expressions, especially Li Su, whose eyes gleamed with terror. The three great clans are about to rebel. What right do the three great clans have to rebel against the giant ghost king? Everyone was shocked. Bai Xiaochun stepped out of the cell, his face grim. After leaving, he glanced at Li Su, said nothing, and then left. There was no need to say anything. Everyone around had already heard. If even the clan elder Tai was lying, then no one could force him to tell the truth. Watching Bai Xiaochun walk away, Li Su took a deep breath. He had previously held some prejudice against Bai Xiaochun, but now that prejudice had vanished, all that remained was admiration for him. This is truly a black immortal. Li Su believed that what the Tai family elder said was 80 or 90% true. The fact that the other party even mentioned the rebellion of the three great families was proof enough. As for the four black immortals of the demon prison, they looked at Bai Xiaochun's retreating back with awe, understanding deep down that they were vastly inferior to him. Don't let anyone spread today's news, Li Su said in a low voice, withdrawing his gaze from Bai Xiaochun's departing back. He coldly surveyed the surroundings. Those present knew the importance of the matter, and they all nodded in silence. The demon prison was an independent and sealed area, making it possible to completely block information. To ensure there were no loopholes, Li Su personally ordered the prison to be sealed off. During this time, anyone wishing to leave had to obtain his permission. Otherwise, no one was allowed out. After making arrangements, Li Su left alone, flying up to the Wuchanggon's Grand Hall on the enormous statue. As for the Tai clan elder, no one paid any attention to him. He was like a skeleton sealed in a prison. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun also returned from Zone to Zone D in his room. He sat down and frowned, saying nothing. On one hand, he sympathized with Bai Hao because of what the Tai clan elder had just said, and on the other hand, he was concerned about the Tai clan elder's talk of the three great families rebelling. The three great families, on what basis did they rebel? Bai Xiaochun pondered, unable to understand. Although he hadn't participated in most of it, he knew the difference between a celestial being and a demigod was enormous. It's worth noting that in the Starry Sky Dao extreme sect, celestial beings were few, but there was a demigod. Just one demigod could overwhelm all the celestial beings. From the situation, it was clear that the three great families of the giant ghost sect wouldn't dare rebel against a demigod. More importantly, the foundation of the three great families lies here. When deciding to rebel, they must understand that it could lead to the destruction of their entire clan. This matter is definitely being concealed. Perhaps it is this very concealment that has led the giant ghost king to suspect the three great families for a long time. But why hasn't he acted? The three great families must have a firm grasp of the situation. What is their trump card? Bai Xiaochun thought. In Giant Ghost City, there was a statue of a giant ghost. Wu Jiangong stood in the main hall, and Li Su stood bowing to Wu Jiangong. Reporting to Wu Jiangong, the clan elder Tai has reported. Wu Jiangong's eyes lit up as he listened to Li Su continue. No need to tell me, you follow me to report to the king. After saying that, Wu Jiangong walked straight up to the top of the statue. Upon hearing this, Li Su was slightly startled. He then excitedly bowed his head and followed, instantly reaching the top of the statue. No one stopped them along the way. Inside the pavilion, they saw the imposing figure of the giant ghost king. Greetings, your majesty, they respectfully said. The giant ghost king stood at the edge of the pavilion, surveying the entire royal city. His eyes shone with an aura as if no secret could escape his notice. After a long pause, he spoke. Is there a result? Li Su suppressed his trembling body, and after calming himself, offered the jade slip. Without any visible magic from the giant ghost king, the jade slip flew into his hand. After reading it, the giant ghost king's eyes shone brightly, and the jade slip turned to dust. This scene made Li Su's heart tremble. He bowed his head, his mind unsettled. Although he was confident that the contents of the jade slip were 80 or 90% true, he feared something might go wrong, and he couldn't bear the consequences. You all may leave. After a long while, the giant demon king spoke. Li Su breathed a sigh of relief, then secretly glanced at Wu Jiangong, finding that Wu Jiangong remained unchanged from beginning to end. He felt reassured and followed Wu Jiangong. As the two left, inside the pavilion, the giant demon king's gaze swept across the area of the 10 marquises, then towards the three great families outside the city. After a long, he finally smiled. They can even uncover the rebellion, using the least amount of wood soul, as expected. The three great families want to brazenly use the Ming Emperor's inheritance to collect souls. They've really got the upper hand. Normally, the 5 elemental souls are consumed evenly, and there shouldn't be a situation where any particular soul attribute is severely lacking. So it seems that after so many years, the 3 young lads from the 3 great families have discovered the weaknesses of my cultivation technique. It seems I've reached the stage of decline. During the stage of decline, my cultivation level continuously decreases. More importantly, during the stage of decline, I am suppressed by the wood attribute power. This is their only chance. Even Wu Jiangong can't completely trust it. How many of the 5 dukes and 10 marquises in Giant Ghost City are plotting against me? I'm really looking forward to it. I need to resolve a few issues now. Giant Ghost King smiled nonchalantly, his expression arrogant, as if the 5 dukes and 10 marquises were nothing more than insignificant insects in his eyes. Bai Hao is really good, a troublemaker. He also has some talent in fire cultivation. Giant Ghost King smiled. In his eyes, Bai Hao was just a useful pawn. The disappearance of the Tai family altar didn't cause any uproar. The Tai family gave the impression of not investigating, and everything was calm and peaceful. Even Giant Ghost City remained unchanged. Similarly, Giant Ghost King made no move, as if nothing would happen. To those in the know, this was extremely strange. It seems a storm is brewing. Those in the demon prison who heard the Tai clan elders' words that day were apprehensive but dared not discuss it, only able to keep it to themselves. A month, and still no fighting. Bai Xiaochun was also surprised. In fact, he had been closely monitoring this matter, but after a month, he still hadn't seen any action from the 3 great families or the Giant Ghost King. The Tai clan elders capture even if the Tai family didn't know at the time, they will definitely find out. They will definitely find out that the betrayal has been discovered. Still not taking action, the Giant Ghost King has remained incredibly quiet. Could it be that they have achieved their common goal? Bai Xiaochun sat in his room, a hint of disdain for the Giant Ghost King rising in his heart. To be a half-god level expert like him, I guess there aren't many. If I were a half-god, I would directly eliminate the three great families and settle everything. From that, it seems the three great families aren't fully prepared or are hesitating. Perhaps this is my opportunity. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a while, lowering his head to look at his storage bag. He had previously seized soul formations from the Tai family and then used all his strength to refine the 14 colored flames, leaving only less than half remaining. Furthermore, he had failed several times in his attempts to refine the 15 colored flames, and today he didn't have much left. No more souls. The flame consumption is too great. Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes, thinking for a long time, feeling that the situation was developing beyond his expectations. It seems I can't take the risk. I should go up first. If there's an opportunity, I'll seize it. If not, then so be it. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun felt uneasy but incredibly excited. After a moment's thought, he stood up and went outside. Although the demon prison restricted his escape, Bai Xiaochun, being the #1 Black Immortal, and having already asked beforehand, and also having a feud with the three major families, was not easily deterred by Li Su and was allowed to leave directly. At this time, Bai Xiaochun disguised himself and left the demon prison through the city's protective river. It was already twilight, and the river was vast. Bai Xiaochun casually found an area to surface without attracting attention and immediately left Giant Ghost City. It's a pity I can't reveal my ability to change my appearance. I can only pretend to be disguised, Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself. He put on a hood and several layers of clothing to make himself appear larger than before. He bowed his head and flew out of Giant Ghost City towards the Chen family. Just taking over the Tai family wouldn't be good, and besides, they're definitely heavily guarded. The Bai family has too few souls, leaving only the Chen family. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered. He secretly flew forward, quickly reaching the Chen family's city, and saw 8 soul formations surrounding the Chen family. Looking at the beehive-like structure within the soul formations, with many vengeful spirits flying out, Bai Xiaochun's throat twitched, and he swallowed a gulp of saliva. The Chen family has quite a few souls. Bai Xiaochun looked unenviously. He carefully examined them, feeling very frustrated that the Chen family's soul formations were too close to the Chen family's city, and that they were heavily guarded inside. Bai Xiaochun thought that with his speed, he would probably be discovered. The Chen family is too stingy. Why do they need such heavy guarding for just a soul formation? Bai Xiaochun was melancholic, feeling unwilling to see but not touch it. Isn't it just souls? The three great wealthy families are so rich, such heavy guarding is too much of an insult. Bai Xiaochun sighed, knowing he had no chance. He left with a heavy heart, heading far away. Looking at the Giant Ghost City, he wanted to return to the demon prison, but suddenly his eyes narrowed. He saw a figure flying through the air from the statue in the city. Although the distance was great, with his cultivation, Bai Xiaochun could clearly see that it was Wu Jiangong, and his direction was towards the Bai family. Moreover, celestial beings don't conceal their movements. Not only did Bai Xiaochun see him, but many people in Giant Ghost City also saw him, their eyes filled with contemplation. Huh? Bai Xiaochun looked over. At this sensitive time, Wu Jiangong is coming to the Bai family. Bai Xiaochun was surprised, but didn't think much of it, and returned to the city through the Giant Ghost City gate. The sky had already darkened, and there were many people on the streets. Bai Xiaochun followed the crowd towards the river protecting the city. He had only gone halfway when a commotion erupted around him. He saw a powerful radiance erupt from the statue of the Giant Ghost King in the distance. The radiance spread outwards, and a figure clad in a purple gold dragon robe, wearing a crown, flew out from the top of the statue. His entire being exuded an earth-shattering aura. It seemed as if he could suppress heaven and earth with his presence. He stepped from the royal palace into the void as if strolling leisurely. Giant Ghost King! It's the king! Greetings, king! At this moment, a loud clamor of voices erupted from within Giant Ghost City. All the soul cultivators who saw him knelt down, and the city guards also knelt. In an instant, all eyes were focused on the figure of the Giant Ghost King. The Giant Demon King's expression was calm and unspoken. He ascended step by step into the sky, gracefully entering the clouds, lightning bolts constantly swirling around him. The celestial phenomena were terrifying, and at the same time, a colossal, illusory figure appeared and disappeared behind the Giant Demon King. seemingly capable of tearing through the void once it solidified. Bai Xiaochun's aura trembled. This was the first time he had seen the giant ghost king, and feeling the oppressive aura emanating from him, Bai Xiaochun shivered. The giant ghost king has left the palace. Is he trying to intimidate the three great families? Bai Xiaochun swallowed hard, looking at the figure in the sky. Suddenly, his mind went blank, and he couldn't hear anything else. Damn it, what's going on? The Turtle Lord smells a familiar aura. It's the scent of a treasure. As this voice emerged, a head popped out of Bai Xiaochun's storage bag. It was the little turtle. It had disappeared long ago, and Bai Xiaochun couldn't find it no matter how hard he searched. He had only managed to find its hiding place by knocking it unconscious earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find it. Even though Bai Xiaochun had breathed a sigh of relief many times when this sour little turtle left, feeling a little disappointed, he didn't expect this little fellow to appear again. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. He lowered his head and saw the little turtle's eyes shining brightly as if it had found a treasure. Bai Xiaochun even vaguely saw saliva dripping from the little turtle's mouth. You're still here, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed in surprise. In this desolate wilderness, he was all alone, and finding the little turtle still by his side made him extremely happy. It's just that Turtle Master was sleeping for a while. What, missing Grandpa? It's useless. Don't talk to me. Your Turtle Master likes cleanliness. The little turtle lifted its head and brushed Bai Xiaochun's face. Hearing such a sinister remark, Bai Xiaochun felt the meeting an old friend in a foreign land moment vanish into thin air. Shut up! Bai Xiaochun angrily exclaimed, no longer looking at the little turtle. Seeing that the giant ghost king had disappeared, he raised his hand and stuffed the little turtle's head into his storage bag. He then headed towards the moat protecting the city, jumped into the river, and entered the demon prison. When Bai Xiaochun returned to the demon prison, in the main hall of the Bai family's city, the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor was sitting there, his face grim as he glared at Wu Gong. I've followed the king for many years, fighting alongside him on the battlefield, loyal and devoted. Unfortunately, my cultivation is inferior to the king's. Even if I were crazy, I wouldn't dare betray the entire Bai family. There's no smoke without fire. I beg the king to be fair. The patriarch of the Bai family gritted his teeth and said, there's also a rebellious son who betrayed the Bai family. At that time, the king said a word, and even though I gritted my teeth and lost all face, I didn't pursue it. Now it's just rumors. The Wuqing Lord has come to question him. What does that mean? The patriarch of the Bai family stared at the Wuqing Lord, asking word by word. The Wuqing Lord remained silent, his heart heavy. Although he had followed the giant ghost king and knew some of his hidden intentions, he couldn't guess the giant ghost king's thoughts. He didn't understand why the giant ghost king had ordered him to visit the three great families, even asking him in front of the three old men if he would rebel, and even hinting that he could fulfill some of the three great families' conditions. This made him feel immense pressure. He's feigning weakness to lure the enemy out, or has he truly reached a point of decline? The Wuqing Lord sighed inwardly, looking at the patriarch of the Bai family. Brother Bai, if the king truly believes the rumors, then I won't inquire further. Obviously, the king doesn't believe them either. Bai Hao's matter has indeed caused you, Brother Bai, much distress. If Brother Wuqing says so, then I also wish to make a request. I hope Brother Wuqing will convey it to the king. Bai Hao is a rebellious son of my Bai family. He is unsuitable to be a prison guard in the demon prison. The Bai family patriarch spoke up. Seeing that Wu Gong had arrived, he couldn't figure things out, so he seized the opportunity to make a request, hoping to paralyze the other party. After all, the three great families weren't ready yet. No one could guess the giant ghost king's intentions. It seemed like he was feigning weakness to lure the snake out of its hole, or perhaps he was compromising. Those who knew the inside story felt this even more strongly. The giant ghost king's demigod status placed even greater pressure on the three great families. At this time, Wu Gong set out, and the heavenly human ancestors of the three great families were uncertain but unanimously made demands, some of which sounded rather excessive. These demands were intentionally conveyed by the ancestors of the three great families, representing their lack of rebellious intentions. Otherwise, if the Bai family truly wanted to rebel, dealing with Bai Hao would be much simpler, and they wouldn't need to wait for the giant ghost king's order. However, the Bai family ancestor didn't expect that less than a day after he made his demands, the giant ghost king issued a royal decree sending him to the demon prison. Bai Hao betrayed his family, abused his father and killed his brother, used vicious methods, and is stripped of his prison guard status and imprisoned in the demon prison. This news shocked many in Giant Ghost City. Bai Xiaochun's reputation was already immense due to his many accomplishments, and his capture today caused quite a stir. In the White family's city, Madame Tai was overjoyed upon hearing this news. Although she hadn't yet taken Bai Xiaochun's life, thinking of the legendary cruel demon prison, Madame Tai temporarily relieved her pent-up anger. The discussions outside didn't reach the demon prison. For Bai Xiaochun, this decree left him stunned. He had been enjoying boundless glory, and now Sun Peng and all the guards of District Ding surrounded him. In an instant, he felt like he had fallen into hell. Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of tears. There must be some misunderstanding. Bai Xiaochun stared blankly at the familiar prison guards surrounding him, speaking pitifully and indignantly. The guards also had a soft spot for Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, they all hesitated, their eyes filled with complex emotions of sympathy and reverence, but they dared not disobey the king's order. They sighed inwardly before bowing respectfully to Bai Xiaochun. "Brother Bai Hao, we have no choice. Bai Hao, you'll have to endure this for a while. Maybe after the king's anger subsides, you'll be released. Bai Hao, rest assured, you're from District Ding, even if you're imprisoned. It's still within District Ding. It's nothing big, just a matter of status. With us here, no one in District Ding prison will dare to make things difficult for you," the captain of Team 9 said. He felt uneasy, but most of the guards surrounding the Ding District prison nodded in agreement. Over the past few days, they had all benefited greatly from Bai Xiaochun's interrogation, and Bai Xiaochun was tactful and skillful, so he hadn't offended anyone. They couldn't disobey the king's orders, but they could still use their authority in the Ding District to treat Bai Xiaochun well. "Bai Hao, just change your clothes. We'll take care of your food and drink. You're no different than before. Tell us whenever you want to leave," said the Ding District prison captain Sun Peng to Bai Xiaochun. Seeing that the matter was settled, Bai Xiaochun felt wronged but had no choice. Fortunately, his connections in the demon prison weren't bad. Hearing this, Bai Xiaochun felt warm inside. He sighed reluctantly and followed them into the Ding District prison. Upon entering, the gray-clad prisoners and serious offenders were all surprised. Many of the serious offenders who had been interrogated by Bai Xiaochun were even excited that Bai Xiaochun had finally reached this point. As soon as the feeling arose, the 10 squad leaders of the Ding District appeared, each fiercely warning the prisoners. Even Sun Peng said that Bai Xiaochun was no longer a prison guard, but still the leading figure of the Ding District. This statement plunged the prisoners into despair. They felt that Bai Xiaochun had become a prisoner himself, which was terrifying. Previously, they were only nervous when it was Bai Xiaochun's turn to patrol, but now that he was here year-round, the mere thought of the consequences filled them with dread. Most outrageous of all was that Bai Xiaochun's cultivation hadn't been sealed. This kind of treatment made all the prisoners feel resentful and anxious, reluctantly bidding farewell to Bai Xiaochun as the guards left. Bai Xiaochun was dejected. He found an empty cell and went inside, sitting there and sighing. "Things changed too quickly. Before, I was a prison guard, a black immortal, the #1 immortal master. Now I've become a prisoner. Is this a trick on me? Old man, the giant ghost king, you spared me before. Why are you making things difficult for me now? You're a demigod-level expert." The 3 great families rebelled. "Wouldn't it be easier for you to eliminate them? Why torment me? I, on behalf of Bai Hao, despise you." Bai Xiaochun sighed with a gloomy expression, knowing full well that the giant ghost king was playing a game of chess with the 3 great families. I don't know what the 3 great families are relying on. Damn it, what's the matter between them and the giant ghost king? It has nothing to do with me. Bai Xiaochun scratched his head, feeling increasingly frustrated. He looked around blankly and sighed. Luckily, these old brothers didn't seal my cultivation. Otherwise, I'd be even more miserable here. Bai Xiaochun felt fortunate. Looking around, he saw an old man in the cell next to him. The old man had an expressionless face, a red birthmark on his cheek, and his eyes were closed. Bai Xiaochun looked at him a few times and recognized him as the one who had offended the giant ghost king and had been imprisoned here for over 200 years. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of shared suffering and inquired, "This fellow, you also offended the giant ghost king. Sigh, we're alike." Bai Xiaochun called out. The old man ignored him, pretending not to hear. He didn't care at all. "Your cultivation is sealed. Even meditating won't help. Come, let's chat." "That damn giant ghost king, that guy isn't any good." The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the angrier he became, and he shouted again. No matter what Bai Xiaochun said, the old man kept his eyes closed. As time passed, Bai Xiaochun grew increasingly angry, pretending not to hear. "Huh? What's so special about you? I haven't offended you." Bai Xiaochun was frustrated. Seeing that the old man didn't care about him, he snorted, leaned against the wall, and reminisced about his past, sighing repeatedly. He felt an overwhelming longing for his position as a 10,000-man commander at the Great Wall, and even more so for the Reverse River sect. "My Junwen and little sister, I miss you both so much." Bai Xiaochun sighed, his resentment towards Hong Chennu and the old man Chen Zietia growing stronger. But sulking was useless. After a while, Bai Xiaochun calmed himself down and sat down, beginning to consider what to do next. The more he thought, the more he couldn't find a solution. He had tried the Immortal Forbiddance technique before as a prison guard, and it was completely ineffective in escaping the demon prison. Not to mention the fact that he's now a prisoner, Bai Xiaochun felt a strong sense of danger, yet was utterly helpless. Damn the giant ghost king and the Bai family, they're all no good. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. Right now, I can only wait for the three major families to rebel. If they win, they'll definitely come to kill me. Then I'll have to use my demigod soul to charge out and fight to the death. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were filled with malice. If the giant ghost king wins, perhaps I'll still have a chance to survive. Then I'll ask the captain for help and see if the warden begs the giant ghost king to release me. Bai Xiaochun rubbed his temples. Of these two possibilities, the second was less likely. If he couldn't escape this fate, the thought of a life or death battle made Bai Xiaochun tremble, but his eyes grew even more frenzied. "They forced me." Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and after making his decision, closed his eyes. He maintained his peak condition at all times, ready to act quickly if any problems arose. Half a month passed quickly. Bai Xiaochun had prepared for half a month, but everything was calm and uneventful. No one bothered him, and even the guards in the Ding prison district talked to him and brought him food and drink every day, taking good care of him. For Bai Xiaochun, it was just a change of residence and clothes. He even asked to go out for a walk and was allowed. All of this made Bai Xiaochun feel a little better. Not only that, but people from other districts even came to respectfully invite Bai Xiaochun to help them with interrogations. After all, Bai Xiaochun was the #1 black immortal of the demon prison. Bai Xiaochun's status changed from prison guard to prisoner for half a month. The entire giant ghost city, which had previously shown no signs of impending storm, was now bustling again, as if the previous rumors were nothing more than hearsay. The three major families continued their soul-gathering activities within Giant Ghost City, completely unchanged, with no particular shifts. Only within the city, the 10 great marquises, who rarely left Giant Ghost City, reappeared. All of this made it impossible for others to discern any particular clues. The changes within the three great families and the three heavenly human ancestors all simultaneously announced their seclusion. However, the three heavenly human ancestors secretly often looked up at the sky from their seclusion chambers, seemingly waiting for someone. 7 or 8 days passed. In the giant ghost city, people bustled about. The demon prison beneath the river guarded the city. Bai Xiaochun was thriving. Although a prisoner, he received special treatment within the demon prison. He felt no different from his previous status as a guard in District D, and he could still roam freely. Moreover, as the #1 black immortal of the demon prison, the three districts had invited him for interrogations, and everything went smoothly, further enhancing his reputation. At this moment, in District B prison, 10 squad leaders were smilingly surrounding Bai Xiaochun as he entered District B. "Brother Bai Hao, we're counting on you this time. Su Shir is incredibly cunning. We've used every means possible, but can't get him to reveal the location of the stolen goods." "That's right, Brother Bai Hao. If we succeed this time, our District B is willing to contribute 3/10 of the value as a reward for you." Everyone laughed and spoke, each showing goodwill towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's reputation was so great that everyone in the demon prison wanted to befriend him, as it was tantamount to befriending a fortune. It's a small matter. Brothers from District B, please speak up. Even if you don't give me a share, Bai will certainly do my best, Bai Xiaochun chuckled. The more polite he spoke, the more comfortable the people in District B felt. However, they also knew that the rules of the demon prison couldn't be broken, and there would be a next time, so Bai Xiaochun had to give his share. The group left the Ding District prison together. Along the way, every prison guard they encountered greeted Bai Xiaochun with a smile, not treating him like a prisoner at all. Bai Xiaochun smiled back, his personality just like that. If others showed him kindness, he would reciprocate. Besides, he knew his place, so his words were like a gentle spring breeze. At this point, they entered District B. Although District B wasn't as large as Ding District, it was considerably bigger, especially the prison cells in District B, which were overflowing with severe cases, each containing a skull and even more brutal than those in Ding District. This is the place, Brother Bai Hao, we're counting on you. Soon, they arrived at a skull, and the District B captain politely said to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands behind his back and nodded, his gaze sweeping towards the prison. Inside, he saw a young soul cultivator. This soul cultivator looked very rude, but upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, his eyes narrowed, clearly having heard of the reputation of the demon prison's #1 black immortal. You don't need to waste your time. I admit I'm not a stubborn person, but I currently have no cultivation, and I fear I will be corroded by the death energy in the demon prison. I'm afraid I won't live for more than 10 years. I only have one request. Your demon prison is incredibly powerful. Just arrange a woman for me to enjoy each day, and 10 years from now, before I die, I will show you where the wealth is. Nothing is impossible. Su Shiyu sneered, his words very sinister. Hearing Su Shiyu's words, Bai Xiaochun ignored him, directly opening the prison door and entering. He flicked his sleeve, causing mist to envelop his head. This action excited the guards of the U prison. Su Shiyu looked at Bai Xiaochun, his heart trembling, his breathing rapid, his eyes fixed on Bai Xiaochun. What do you want to do? I only have 10 years to live. I'm not afraid of death. You're not qualified to pry my mouth open. Let's negotiate a little. You've heard of me, haven't you? Once I take action, I'm even afraid of myself. What crime have you committed? Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed, looking at Su Shiyu. He recalled the introduction from the guards of the Yi district. This man was a patrol guard in Giant Ghost City. He was imprisoned because he himself wanted to die. This man was known for his revenge against anyone who provoked him, always seeking to wipe out entire families. Over the years, relying on his guard status and ruthless methods, he had raided and destroyed several small families in Giant Ghost City, seizing all their assets and accumulating a considerable fortune. If he had such habits, that would be one thing. Even if someone wanted to punish him because of his status, it would be difficult to deal with. But time and again, Su Shiyu was lustful to the extreme, secretly robbing and raping many people. A few days ago, he abducted a female cultivator connected to a marquis in Giant Ghost City, which caused great trouble. The marquis, enraged, crippled his cultivation and even wanted to kill him to vent his hatred, so he captured him and threw him into the demon prison to suffer. Putting a fat piece of meat in the demon prison, no one would let him off the hook. But this person knew he wouldn't live long, so he was extremely stubborn, making all sorts of demands that were difficult for the people of District B to satisfy. He didn't wait 10 years, which is why they invited Bai Xiaochun here. No negotiation. Su Shiyu took a few steps back, loudly refuting Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun sighed. Since he began interrogating prisoners in the demon prison, no one had ever cooperated. At this moment, he shook his head, patted his storage bag, and immediately took out an aphrodisiac pill. He crushed it in his hand, then used half of the fragments to shoot towards Su Shiyu, not allowing Su Shiyu to resist, allowing the medicinal power to enter his nose and mouth. When I interrogate each person, they are initially very stubborn, but within a few hours, there is no one I cannot get to talk. Bai Xiaochun stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, tilting his chin arrogantly. As he spoke, Su Shiyu's breathing quickened, his eyes blazing with anger, but his expression was strange. Completely different from when Bai Xiaochun interrogated others, Su Shiyu seemed to show no signs of suffering. At this moment, his expression was strange, but it didn't last long. After only 10 breaths, Sushiu's complexion returned to normal. Although his body was sweating, his eyes shone brightly, his breathing became more rapid, and he looked up at Bai Xiaochun with burning eyes. "How is it gone? Is there any more?" Sushiu quickly asked, his face still showing worrying. He felt a great sense of loss, as if his life had been cut short at a crucial moment. Huh? Bai Xiaochun was stunned. This was the first time he'd encountered something like this. He lowered his head to look at the fragments of the medicinal pill in his hand, wondering if he'd picked up the wrong medicine. After checking, he realized he hadn't. Bai Xiaochun looked at Sushiu with disbelief. "Give it to me, quickly give it to me." Seeing the powder in Bai Xiaochun's palm, Sushiu became even more agitated. Bai Xiaochun broke out in a sweat. This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. He hesitated, then waved his hand and threw the powdered medicine toward Sushiu. Sushiu excitedly caught it, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it. His whole body trembled, then he leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and his expression was one of ecstasy, making Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingle. He instinctively took a few steps back, his eyes fixed on Sushiu as if he'd seen a ghost. What is this? It's clearly useless. Is he enjoying it? Bai Xiaochun felt his world collapsing. He truly never imagined that someone would enjoy the burning sensation of the aphrodisiac pill. He's too perverted. But before Bai Xiaochun could be shocked for long, Sushiu's whole body trembled. He broke out in a sweat, then recovered, and he looked at Bai Xiaochun with burning eyes. "Do you have any more? Give me some more." Bai Xiaochun gasped. Sushiu's shock was too great, and Bai Xiaochun even felt a sense of curiosity, so he threw another pill to him. Sushiu excitedly grabbed it and swallowed it, his eyes red and almost insane. "Give me one. No, give me 3. Bai Xiaochun's expression was strange. He took out another pill, and Sushiu's eyes lit up. If he hadn't lost all his cultivation, he would have probably rushed forward to snatch it. At this moment, he was breathing heavily, about to speak, when Bai Xiaochun coughed. He awkwardly said this, "Tell me where you hid your savings, and I'll give you one." Sushiu gritted his teeth. He deliberately refused to answer, but he was being tortured and couldn't eat as few pills as the other prisoners. He wanted to eat more. After all, others couldn't unleash their full power, and he had a special constitution, so he found it even harder to endure. Bai Xiaochun had no intention of giving him any, and even felt that doing so was a little shameless. This was taking advantage of someone in distress, but this was the best way to suppress Sushiu. "Tell me, and I'll give you one." Bai Xiaochun winked, urging him again. Sushiu's eyes burned with desire. His entire body was burning. His meridians felt like they were being consumed by flames. He could only hold on for a few breaths before immediately opening his mouth to give Bai Xiaochun the answer he wanted. Bai Xiaochun kept his word, and upon hearing the answer, he threw the aphrodisiac pill to Sushiu. Seeing Sushiu swallow it and his body turn red, Bai Xiaochun felt strange. "This is the first time I've encountered such a peculiar situation. It seems I need to improve the aphrodisiac pill." Bai Xiaochun sighed, observing Sushiu for a moment before leaving. Just as he was about to step out of the cultivation house, Sushiu anxiously roared from behind, "Bai Taoist, stop! Do you have any more of this pill? Give me some more." I'm still short a little, just a little. Can you give me some?" Sushiu's eyes were bloodshot, his whole body trembling, his gaze filled with intense desire. This shocked Bai Xiaochun. "You've already eaten 3. Are you trying to die? Eating too many of these isn't good for you. Give me 3 more, Bai Taoist. I beg you, give me 3 more." Sushiu almost pleaded. He hadn't expected Bai Xiaochun's pills to have such a significant effect on him. The burning sensation had even slightly restored his crippled cultivation. After his cultivation was destroyed, he had lost all hope, but now that hope was within reach, it had become incredibly important to him. "No, you'll waste them." Bai Xiaochun disagreed. This was the savage wilderness, he couldn't refine pills, and his storage bag was running low. Considering his reputation as a black immortal, maintaining his status without pills would be difficult. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun decisively refused and turned to leave. "Brother Bai, I have a secret. I'm willing to exchange this secret for 3 pills." "Not interested." Bai Xiaochun didn't turn around. He wanted to leave the prison cell, but as he stepped into the mist, Su Xiu rushed forward, his eyes bloodshot, and roared, "This secret concerns the giant ghost city. Whoever possesses it will possess the giant ghost city. As long as the half-city of giant ghost city doesn't come out, no one can take your life," Su Xiu said anxiously. Bai Xiaochun looked at Su Xiu in confusion. Seeing Bai Xiaochun turn around, Su Xiu was overjoyed. He quickly explained the secret. Bai Xiaochun gasped, his eyes widening. "What did you say? There are hundreds of teleportation arrays in Giant Ghost City. They can quickly teleport out of the city. How many of them can teleport 10,000 miles? There are many more mechanisms. Among them is a mechanical beast, which, although it can only be activated once and lasts for less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, can be compared to a celestial being." Bai Xiaochun couldn't believe what he heard. His heart pounded, and blood rushed to his head. According to Su Xiu's words, his ancestor was once a rare formation master in the savage wilderness who had participated in the construction of the giant ghost city, responsible for setting up the forbidden formations and arrays within the giant ghost city. That year, Su Xiu's ancestor was forced by the first giant ghost king to use all his strength to build the giant ghost city. He knew that after completing it, he would almost certainly be silenced, so his ancestors secretly established a retreat for himself. During the construction of the giant ghost city, he created many ambushes, such as formations within formations, and also integrated his retreat into the giant ghost city's grand formation, even concealing it from the giant ghost king. Unfortunately, although he managed to conceal his identity from the first giant demon king, he ultimately failed to escape and was killed by the first giant demon king. He did manage to inform his descendants beforehand. It's unknown how this news spread. If it had remained undetected by the first giant demon king, countless years would have passed, and the giant demon king lineage would have lasted 9 generations. Today, even the 9th giant demon king wouldn't know about such a secret hidden within Giant Demon City. But Su Xiu remembered in his heart that the reason he amassed such wealth was to open the teleportation array in Giant Ghost City. According to him, he had secretly searched for the location of the teleportation array over the years. Although many were damaged due to the changing times, some parts were still usable. However, they required a large amount of soul medicine to activate, and he hadn't accumulated enough wealth. Therefore, when the mark was attacked, Su Xiu could only swallow his resentment and lack the power to use the teleportation array to escape. He understood that once he used these arrays, the first to not spare him would be the giant ghost king. Bai Xiaochun's heart was filled with turmoil. He couldn't be sure if Su Xiu's words were true or not. If they were false, so be it. If they were true, then Bai Xiaochun understood just how important they were. This is my only chance of survival. As long as these teleportation arrays exist, even if the Bai family hunts me down, as long as I escape from the demon prison, I can escape death. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. He tried to stabilize his breathing and asked about the teleportation arrays. After receiving all the answers, according to the list, there were 371 teleportation arrays in Giant Ghost City. Seeing Su Xiu's worried expression, Bai Xiaochun immediately threw him 3 aphrodisiac pills. Upon seeing the 3 aphrodisiac pills, Su Xiu immediately swallowed them. His face flushed crimson, the burning heat opening his blocked meridians, and his whole body trembled. Bai Xiaochun hesitated whether to silence him or not. Obviously, silencing him was the safest option. If the teleportation arrays were real, and he told others about it, it would greatly affect Bai Xiaochun. This person is ruthless and cunning, not a good person. He's not stupid. My elixir will definitely work on him, and he said he's definitely keeping it. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. This is deception. He's cunning, but I'm not stupid either. Bai Xiaochun thought to himself, feeling a sense of superiority in his mind, as if he could overshadow Su Xiu. Before long, Su Xiu roared, his whole body trembling a few times. He sighed, his entire body drenched in cold sweat, even expelling a considerable amount of impurities from his perspiration. His eyes gradually cleared, and when he looked up, he smiled at Bai Xiaochun. I didn't think I could still be alive. I originally thought you would immediately attack me after hearing the secret. He was also at his wit's end. Having realized the medicinal pill was effective against him, he could only risk everything. Once Bai Xiaochun made his move, he would have a trump card to lure the opponent to the formation and make him regret it. You didn't attack me immediately, giving me a chance to speak again. By how, among the more than 300 formations, 27 are secret formations that require special incantations to enter. Otherwise, you will be repelled and unable to enter the formation, let alone teleport away. These teleportation arrays mostly teleport each other. Only one formation can teleport 10,000 miles. By how, I know you're a traitor to the Bai family imprisoned by the giant Ghost King's orders. You must still be thinking of a way to escape. If you escape, remember to take me with you. I will unlock the 27 secret formations for you and take you to the teleportation array 10,000 miles away. Otherwise, you won't escape. I can tell you clearly, the 100,000-mile teleportation array is a secret formation. You can't get in. Su Xiu's eyes were cunning as he slowly spoke. No matter what, Bai Xiaochun had to agree to his conditions. That way, once he escaped, he would have many ways to secretly eliminate Bai Hao during the teleportation process and escape alone. There's no other way. The elixirs that work for me. Bai Hao probably still has quite a few in his storage bag. Su Xiu sighed deeply, his heart filled with greed. A secret formation, ordinary people can't enter without a special incantation. Bai Xiaochun was slightly startled, asking uncertainly. That's right. Su Xiu smiled smugly. You mean outsiders can't get in? They're blocked from the outside, but touching it isn't dangerous. Bai Xiaochun asked with a strange expression. Su Xiu was stunned, then nodded. Just entering the formation allows teleportation. Bai Xiaochun asked cautiously. What exactly do you want to ask? This isn't nonsense. As long as you have a special hand seal, like the one used to open the gate, you can open the formation by stepping inside. Su Xiu was impatient. He concluded that this time he wasn't deceiving Bai Hao. Their goals were the same. Cooperation would only benefit them. If they didn't cooperate, unless he killed him, otherwise, if he were to ruin the other's lifeline, he would simply reveal the existence of the teleportation formation. Are you sure? Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. To be on the safe side, he still asked, I'm sure. Su Xiu frowned. He felt something was amiss but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, a smile spreading across his face, startling Su Xiu. Without waiting for him to act, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and pointed a finger downwards. In an instant, a finger pierced through Su Xiu's forehead. You! Su Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected Bai Xiaochun to dare kill him, despite his detailed questioning. Say it sooner. You scared me to death. Bai Xiaochun shook his finger dismissively, thinking that those secret formations required special hand seals for outsiders to enter. But he didn't need them. He could just use the immortal silence. I can easily pass through the Great Wall formation, let alone these teleportation formations. Bai Xiaochun said proudly, looking at the dead Su Xiu, a feeling of superiority rising from the bottom of his heart. Your mistake was that you didn't recognize your own strength. Bai Xiaochun felt these words were very powerful, and after saying them, he left the prison. Although Su Xiu's death caused some trouble, it wasn't a big deal for Zone B once Bai Xiaochun told the Zone B team leaders the location where Su Xiu had hidden his treasure. His death or not was irrelevant. Although everyone wasn't stupid, they could guess that Bai Xiaochun must have uncovered some secret, which was why he was trying to silence him. When Bai Xiaochun proactively offered to release 3/10 of Su Xiu's wealth, the people in Zone B didn't say another word. After all, obtaining some secrets unknown to outsiders through interrogation was within the rules, as long as it wasn't too unsightly. Bai Xiaochun's actions not only went uncriticized, but were also perfectly in line with the rules, so everyone just smiled and then took their leave. Bai Xiaochun, feeling refreshed, returned to Zone D as a prisoner. He couldn't leave the demon prison, so he tried to send a telepathic message to Zhou Yixing, and unexpectedly succeeded. Earlier, during the interrogation of the Tai family elder, Li Su had sealed off the demon prison to prevent information from leaking out. At that time, Bai Xiaochun had secretly tried to send a telepathic message, but it hadn't worked. Things are fine now, Bai Xiaochun said, referring to those formations and instructing Zhou Yixing to verify their authenticity, patiently waiting a day for a reply. Master, the formations do exist. You said those places were too strange. Outsiders couldn't see anything, and even using divine sense wouldn't detect the formations. If you hadn't told me the exact location, I wouldn't have found them. Zhou Yixing reported the news in a terrified voice. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, then became quite excited. It's really true. Haha, with the teleportation array, my chances of escaping are much greater. Now, I'll wait for the three major families to fight the giant ghost king to the death. When chaos erupts, I probably won't need to wait for the Bai family to find me. I'll escape from the demon prison and flee far away. Bai Xiaochun's thoughts raced. Over the past few days, he had befriended the guards of the three districts, cooperating with them in interrogating prisoners. He had already made this decision. If a rebellion broke out outside and chaos erupted in the demon prison, Bai Xiaochun would escape. He waited quietly. Half a month passed, and even those who knew about the situation understood that a real rebellion was imminent. The day was drawing near, and even those who knew were shocked. When the incident occurred, it clearly didn't come from the three great families, but rather a phantom image appeared in the air, a massive hammer. The enormous hammer, earth-shattering in its power, appeared in the sky and solidified, then without hesitation struck directly at the giant ghost king perched on top of the statue. The heavens and earth roared, the entire city shook violently, and a long scream erupted from within the statue. "Nine Nether King, how dare you!" As the voice rang out, the phantom of a giant demon appeared. It roared and then thrust out a punch. At this moment, the heavens and earth twisted, as if an unimaginable force had descended upon the mortal world, severing the heavenly mechanism and cutting through space and time. "Giant Demon King, I only want to repay a favor. You'd better sort this out yourself." Laughter echoed from behind the hammer, the words reverberating throughout the giant demon city. Simultaneously, a deafening explosion reverberated, and the hammer struck the phantom of the giant demon. Boom! The sound surpassed thunder, seemingly intending to destroy heaven and earth. A powerful shockwave swept across the area, causing earth-shattering destruction wherever it passed, even creating cracks in the sky. Chaos erupted in Giant Demon City. Countless people looked up in fear, watching as the phantom of the giant demon king, struck by the hammer, couldn't withstand the impact and exploded. Oh my god, the giant demon king can't resist. That's impossible. Countless people were terrified. They saw the hammer shatter the giant demon king's illusion and strike directly down upon the giant demon city. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. The giant demon city's grand formation was fully blocking the attack. At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The formation showed signs of crumbling but didn't shatter. The hammer slowly turned into an illusion as if about to disappear. And then laughter echoed in all directions. "Giant Demon King, you have indeed reached your twilight years. Whether you survive this ordeal is irrelevant to me. Farewell." The arrogant laughter spread everywhere, and the hammer gradually vanished from the sky. At this moment, the entire giant demon city trembled, and everyone had a strong premonition that the heavens were about to change. As the premonition arose, countless rays of light appeared within the giant demon city. 6 of them were the giant demon city's heavenly marquises under the giant demon king, each commanding one of the city's 10 major legions. At this moment, 6 of them struck like lightning, instantly flying straight towards the top of the statue. The other 4 heavenly marquises remained silent, not attacking. "Giant Demon King, today is your death day. Giant Demon King, die for me." Although the 6 heavenly marquises weren't at the celestial human level, they were still half-step celestial humans. Their attack shook the giant demon city, and in an instant, they flew into the king's palace. From the hands of the giant demon king's statue, Wu Gong emerged, his face grim and filled with anger, shouting loudly, "How dare you!" Wu Gong roared, his celestial human cultivation erupting with immense power. Just as he was about to stop the 6 heavenly marquises, a sigh emanated from the right hand of the giant demon king's statue. "Brother Wu Chang, we've been friends for many years, but your opponent is me." With a voice filled with helplessness, a blurry figure flew out from his right hand. It was one of the 5 lords of the giant ghost city, Lord Yuming. "Yuming, you've also betrayed the king." Lord Wu Chang's eyes blazed with killing intent, and in an instant, the two clashed. At the same time, the 3 great families unleashed their power. 3 pillars of light exploded, attacking the giant ghost statue in the giant ghost city from 3 directions. Simultaneously, 3 beams of light shot out from the 3 great families. They were the 3 heavenly human ancestors. The reason the ancestors of the three great families hadn't attacked earlier was that they were waiting for the nine Nether Kings' attack. Seeing the giant Ghost King weaken, their minds were much more at ease. The three moved with incredible speed, directly crushing the void and entering the royal palace along with the 6 heavenly marquises. At this time, rebellion broke out. 6 of the 6 heavenly marquises rebelled, and 4 of the 5 dukes rebelled. This kind of situation was rare in the savage wilderness. It could even be said to be extremely unusual, especially since they rebelled against the kings, intending to kill a god. Giant Demon King, your secret has been exposed. Your cultivation technique has a fatal flaw, and you are entering a period of decline. Although we can't pinpoint the exact time, you are currently in a state of decline. Prepare to die. Giant Demon King, I have waited a long time for this day. Today, you will undoubtedly die. The 3 great heavenly human ancestors spoke with words as sharp as blades, directly piercing through the void, each beam of light striking the giant demon statue. Boom! 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 Earth-shattering explosions resounded. The giant demon statue couldn't withstand the force, cracks immediately appearing, and the palace crumbled into countless fragments. Immediately afterward, a figure clad in a purple-gold dragon robe and crown appeared. He appeared to be middle-aged, but his demeanor exuded an aura of unwavering authority, and a terrifying presence emanated from him. It was the Giant Demon King. Finally, you've all jumped out. The Giant Demon King stood in the sky, looking at the 3 great clans' heavenly human ancestors and the 6 heavenly marquises. His eyes showed no trace of confusion. Instead, he wore an enigmatic smile, a smile that betrayed his unwavering confidence. I didn't understand why you rebelled, so I waited for you to jump out before eliminating you. Now, unfortunately, I'm tired of this game. It's time for you to end this. The Giant Demon King smiled, but his words carried an extremely powerful aura. The 3 clans' heavenly human ancestors' expressions changed. They had no way out. At this moment, the 3 gritted their teeth and instantly chanted incantations, attacking. Wood realm ceiling, the 3 roared, and suddenly a vortex appeared in the sky from which countless vengeful spirits descended. All the souls were of the wood attribute, but unexpectedly, the vengeful spirits of the wood attribute self-destructed. In the resounding explosion, the entire giant ghost city seemed to be sealed, controlled by the wood attribute power. In the area with the dense wood attribute, the giant ghost king unleashed an extremely arrogant aura, like snow meeting boiling water, looking helpless. Wood power suppresses you, giant ghost king. You're in a state of decline, and you're being suppressed. Let's see how you stop me. The ancestor of the Bai family laughed loudly, his body flying towards the giant ghost king. The ancestors of the Chen and Tai families, radiating murderous intent, charged towards the giant ghost king. The giant ghost king remained incredibly calm, even though his aura and cultivation were suppressed by the wood attribute, showing no signs of being at the demigod realm, having fallen to the heavenly human realm. And even his speed had slowed down, seemingly on the verge of falling to the nascent soul realm. He remained unchanged, even a confident smile played on his lips, as if he were looking down on insignificant figures. This smile made the patriarchs of the 3 great families and the 6 heavenly marquises nervous, gritting their teeth and charging forward in a desperate attack. A deafening explosion resounded as the giant ghost king single-handedly fought 3 heavenly beings and 6 half-step heavenly beings. This great battle created a powerful commotion, shaking Giant Ghost City. Everyone in Giant Ghost City was terrified, and the arrival of the 3 great families and 6 legions caused chaos. Among them, the Bai family, led by its patriarch and several elders, rushed to the river to protect the city, their hearts filled with murderous intent. Accompanying them was the Tai family elder. By how the heavens have changed, let's see how you escape this calamity. The Bai family patriarch was filled with anticipation. He had waited a long time for this day. Finally, he could get rid of the giant ghost king, and he would skin Bai Xiaochun alive. During the chaos in the giant demon city in the sky, the ancestors of the 3 great families and 6 heavenly marquises were fighting the giant demon king. Unexpectedly, the battle ended faster than they had anticipated. With thunderous roars, the giant demon king spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body recoiled, his cultivation level nearly dropping to the nascent soul stage. Yet a confident smile still graced his face, as if mocking everyone, as if he had seen through the truth. No, The truth would obviously be revealed quickly, especially when the giant demon king's body became ethereal, his fingers indistinct. The ancestor of the Bai family was the first to notice the anomaly, his expression changing drastically. He's a clone, damn it, he's a clone, not the original giant demon king. This is a clone that can be thrown away at any time to escape. The ancestors of the other two families trembled. They hadn't seen it before, their scalps tingling. That's impossible. Demigod-level powerhouses have unique divine senses, so they can't possibly use a clone to surpass the nascent soul stage. Demigods don't have clones, that's a law. Why do you have a clone? Moreover, after all these years, we haven't discovered anything. Not only were the three heavenly human ancestors terrified, but even Wu Jinggong, who was fighting Yumin Gong, was greatly shocked, his face filled with disbelief. Is this your trump card? Is this the reason you're so confident? The White family ancestor was terrified. He gritted his teeth and looked at the giant ghost king. Now he understood why the giant ghost king had been so calm before. Recalling the past, from the giant ghost king's words and expressions, all of this was just a game. The opponent is fully prepared. No matter how you play the game, you won't lose. Whether it's probing, provoking, compromising, feigning weakness to lure the enemy, or reassuring them, it's all just his game. As everyone's minds trembled, the giant demon king smiled broadly, his body becoming more than half indistinct. His laughter carried an aura of majesty and supreme power. Now you know it's too late. To me, this is just a game. Do you know the time it takes for this king to decay? Do you know that when power restrains this king, my decay period hasn't just begun, it's almost over. In 3 months, it will be completely gone. When that time comes, I will return, and I will have a chat with each and every one of you. The giant demon king laughed, shaking his head. He looked around contemptuously, his arrogant and disdainful demeanor like an invisible hand slapping the faces of those involved in the rebellion. You only have 3 months. Let's see if you can find me. This is the second game between us. The giant demon king tilted his head back and laughed loudly. His body gradually became indistinct and then vanished into thin air. In midair, the 3 grand ancestors of the heavenly human realm and the 6 heavenly marquises panicked, their eyes concealing an unmistakable terror. They dared not disbelieve the giant ghost king's words. They only had 3 months. After 3 months, if they did not find the giant ghost king's true form, they would perish. Even if they fled, the vast savage wilderness was inescapable, and with the giant ghost king's peak power returning, no one could escape. Search, use every means possible. We must find the giant ghost king's true form. He is still in his period of decline, and his true form is also undergoing a process of decline. If we find him, we can live. If we don't, we will all die. He said 3 months, but we cannot believe it. 1 month. We only have 1 month. The White family patriarch, his eyes reddening, shouted loudly. His heart was filled with despair. They had prepared for countless years, striving with all their might, but their hopes were dashed. They were unwilling to accept this, yet they had no other choice. Who could have imagined that the rule of the demigod not creating clones would be shattered by the giant ghost king? Why did he get clones? The Chen family patriarch, his eyes reddening, roared and gave orders, even flying off to search himself. The Tai family patriarch and the 6 heavenly marquises trembled, gritting their teeth as they searched in all directions, desperately looking for the giant ghost king's true form. Their initial target was the giant ghost city. The underworld lord had no intention of fighting the impermanence lord. He retreated anxiously, while the impermanence lord had no intention of surrounding him. He stood there, looking up at the sky and laughing loudly. No one asked him where the true form of the giant demon king was hiding, because everyone knew that when it came to matters of life and death, the giant demon king wouldn't trust anyone. Instead of asking him, it was better to go find him yourself. In fact, that was exactly the case. Even Wu Jinggong didn't expect that the person who frequently appeared before him was actually a clone. While the 3 great families and 6 heavenly marquises were trying every means to find the true form of the giant ghost king in Giant Ghost City, in the Ding District prison of the Demon Prison, Bai Xiaochun was sitting in his cell, bored, looking around. He looked at the old man with the red birthmark who had offended the giant ghost king and had been imprisoned here for over 200 years. Old man, I've been here for quite some time, and I've said a lot to you. Why don't you respond? Bai Xiaochun sighed. He felt a sense of shared suffering, so he said a few things, but the other party didn't lift his head or open his eyes, turning his face away indifferently. That's fine, Bai Xiaochun didn't care about that. Today, the old man had opened his eyes, his expression constantly changing. Bai Xiaochun saw this and asked a few questions out of curiosity, but the other party still ignored him, and that's what really disappointed Bai Xiaochun. Old man, you don't know my identity, do you? Listen carefully. I am the #1 black immortal of the demon prison. If you provoke me, you won't get away with it, Bai Xiaochun shouted. The old man still didn't look up, but frowned as if deep in thought. Bai Xiaochun glared, feeling insulted, and snorted, about to speak when suddenly the main gate of the demon prison was opened. The captain of the 9th Squad and several guards who were on good terms with Bai Xiaochun rushed in, their faces changing. Bai Hao, something big has happened. Come with us quickly. The 3 great families have rebelled. 6 heavenly marquises have revolted. The entire giant ghost city is in chaos. The captain of the 9th Squad approached Bai Xiaochun, quickly explained what was happening outside, and then pulled Bai Xiaochun along. The Bai family won't let you get away with this. You can't escape from here. All we can do is help you escape, the captain said anxiously. Bai Xiaochun was shaken. He took a deep breath. Although he knew the 3 great families would rebel, he didn't expect that knowing this would render him powerless. The giant ghost king would weaken during his decline, and the giant ghost king who appeared before everyone was a clone. The 3 great families were searching for the giant ghost king's true form. All these changes deeply affected Bai Xiaochun. He finally understood why the giant ghost king hadn't destroyed the 3 great families. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but because he was in his decline and couldn't do it. It was precisely this decline that gave the 3 great families the audacity to rebel. But in the end, he discovered it was all just a game played by the giant ghost king. Damn giant ghost king, play your game, why drag me into it? Bai Xiaochun was frustrated, but helpless. He also realized he was in danger. The Bai family's madness wouldn't let him go. He had to escape quickly. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun gratefully pulled the captain's hand. Brothers, I will remember your great kindness and generosity. Let's not talk anymore. Let's go quickly. Bai Xiaochun's face was pale. He wanted to leave with the captain, but suddenly the little turtle's voice rang in his ear. Hey, Bai kid, don't leave so quickly. There's a big deal. Are you going to take it or not? No. Bai Xiaochun replied without hesitation, immediately refusing via telepathic communication. He didn't even need to think much. Bai Xiaochun knew in his heart that compared to his own life, no matter how big the deal, nothing mattered. Especially with the chaos outside, the 3 great families were all searching for the true form of the giant ghost king. For the 3 great families, this was the most frantic time, and obviously, also the most dangerous moment for Bai Xiaochun. The White family patriarch will take advantage of the chaos to strike at me at such a moment. Bai Xiaochun had no mood for any big deals, let alone deals brought up by the little turtle, because he had been terribly harmed by the little turtle for many years. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun simply ignored it. He and the captain headed towards the main gate, increasing their speed to avoid delay. Currently, the hearts of the people in the demon prison were in turmoil, both the guards and the prisoners. A group of guards rushed towards the main gate of the demon prison at lightning speed. Hey, don't be like that. This is a big deal. A once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. My turtle family has already planned everything. We're just one step away from it. Don't go, kid. The little turtle, impatient, flew directly out of Bai Xiaochun's storage bag and landed on his shoulder, its eyes bulging. Bai Xiaochun didn't even glance at the little turtle. He was running at full speed. The little turtle, utterly frustrated, turned its head to look behind it, then gritted its teeth and transmitted a message to Bai Xiaochun. Bye-bye, kid, I know exactly where the great ghost king is. The little turtle was desperate, intending to use this information to get Bai Xiaochun to agree, but it hadn't expected Bai Xiaochun to be completely unmoved and indifferent. So it hastily told the truth, hoping these words would move Bai Xiaochun and make him question it. In fact, Bai Xiaochun's reaction was no different from the little turtle's. After hearing this, Bai Xiaochun was shaken, his eyes widening as he looked at the little turtle. Who is it? Bai Xiaochun gasped. This news was too sudden. Outside, the three major families were searching for the giant ghost king's whereabouts. And unexpectedly, this little turtle knew his whereabouts. But despite his shock, Bai Xiaochun didn't stop. He continued running straight towards the main gate. You know, so what? It's none of my business. I'm telling you, little turtle, right now my life is the most important thing. Bai Xiaochun was resolute. He didn't want to get involved in the matter between the giant ghost king and the three major families because it was too dangerous. Don't, Bai Xiaochun, listen to me. Damn it, slow down, wait, listen carefully, Bai Xiaochun. The old man with the red birthmark next door is the real giant ghost king. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochun was greatly shaken. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in his head. His body trembled, and he gasped for air several times. His eyes widened, and he stared at the little turtle with disbelief. He's the giant ghost king. Bai Xiaochun was greatly surprised. The little turtle's words had shaken him, and he recalled the image of the old man with the red birthmark on his face. Furthermore, I've noticed that the giant ghost king is currently in a period of decline, arguably at his weakest. This is the best opportunity to rob a demigod. Bai Xiaochun, think about it. This is a demigod-level expert, the giant ghost king, a demigod king. He has a lot of treasures. Once we rob him, we'll be rich. A heaven-sent opportunity, one I haven't encountered many times in my life. You're letting it go. The little turtle, panting with anger, transmitted a loud word to Bai Xiaochun, extremely worried. At this moment, it disregarded all pretense and blurted out everything. He's the giant ghost king, Bai Xiaochun. Let's go rob him. Seeing Bai Xiaochun show some interest, the little turtle immediately became cheerful and began to tempt him. How could this be? Bai Xiaochun's footsteps halted, his heart pounding. The little turtle's words had stirred his emotions. The captain and the others were stunned. They looked at Bai Xiaochun, seeing him dazed and frightened, then stopped in confusion. Why aren't you going? Hurry, the captain called out anxiously. Wait for me. Bai Xiaochun was also conflicted, and at this moment, he transmitted a message to the little turtle. Are you sure? I'm absolutely certain. From the last time I saw this little fellow going out, I've been keeping a close eye on him. Otherwise, why do you think I noticed the clue the moment I saw the giant ghost king that day? He's already in a state of decline. Haha, now I've kept you waiting. Right now, he only has the cultivation level of a golden core cultivator at most. Don't worry, although this little fellow is cunning, his true form has escaped this place. I bet no one outside would ever guess he's become a criminal. It's a pity he was unlucky to run into me. The little turtle was extremely excited and smug, even sending a telepathic message to Bai Xiaochun, boasting, I'm the most powerful. Bai Xiaochun fell silent for a moment. He remembered the day the little turtle awakened and said something like, I smell the aura of a treasure, little turtle. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded faster and faster, his eyes gradually brightening. He thought about finding the giant ghost king's true form and the fact that the giant ghost king was currently in his weakest state. If he robbed the giant ghost king, this would be an unimaginable fortune. With this trump card, he could even think of some ways to entangle himself with the three great families. Even if robbing was incredibly simple, using the giant ghost king's identity to do something would greatly reduce the danger. The giant ghost king is a demigod, a seasoned veteran. Even if he's hiding here, he must have a killer move. He'll be fully prepared. Besides being tempted, Bai Xiaochun also rationally considered the situation. Rest assured, his ultimate weapon is the invisible formation within the stone turtle. It's invisible to outsiders, but once activated, it possesses immense power. Although not as strong as a demigod's, its defense is so powerful that even a celestial being would need a long time to break through. It must be said that the giant demon king is unlucky to have encountered my turtle clan. Haha, I dare not say anything about other things, but although the turtle formation is powerful, even if my turtle clan cannot control it, we can still render it ineffective for a while. I just closed the formation and will wait to see how weak this little fellow becomes. Hurry, we'll definitely succeed in robbing him now. He's a demigod. He has many treasures on him. The little turtle roared, its eyes shining brightly, seemingly extremely excited. Does he have a heavenly human soul? Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned red. A demigod king can easily obtain such a thing, so there's no need to worrying about him not having one. Of course he does. A heavenly human soul is extremely precious in your eyes, but it's simple in the eyes of a demigod. Hurry, we must capture the demigod and take him out of this stone turtle. I can't suppress the formation here for too long. Once it ends, the demigod still inside this turtle will be dangerous for us. The little turtle shrieked in Bai Xiaochun's ear. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. At this moment, the captains beside him were worried, all looking at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and looked at the captain. Captain, you go first. Give me the prison key. During my time here, I disliked one guy, and before I leave, I want to deal with him. Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Under different circumstances, this wouldn't have been possible, but now everyone was in turmoil. The captain hesitated, then looked deeply at Bai Xiaochun. Brother Bai Hao, you handle this yourself. We'll leave first the captain's side. He naturally saw that Bai Xiaochun had a secret, but he didn't care. Even if Bai Xiaochun killed a prisoner, no one would question it. Now that he had given Bai Xiaochun a token, he didn't linger and immediately ran out with the guards. Bai Xiaochun held the token, opened the prison door, and calmed himself down. He knew that any carelessness would cause a major incident. Now that he had made up his mind, he gritted his teeth and ran back to the old man with the birthmark on his face. He secretly transmitted a message to the little turtle, repeatedly confirming that the old man had reached the core formation stage before accelerating his return. Seeing they were almost there, Bai Xiaochun still felt uneasy. Taking advantage of the little turtle's inattention, Bai Xiaochun whispered, "No, this is too risky. This is a demigod. If you misjudge, you'll be fine and can escape anytime, but my life is over. Little turtle, you come out and into my hand. I'll hold you. That way, if we're in danger, we'll overcome it together." To rob a demigod, you have to show sincerity. The little turtle, eager for the treasure, heard Bai Xiaochun's words. Its eyes glanced at the giant ghost king's main body prison not far away. Without much thought, it flew out of the storage bag and landed in Bai Xiaochun's hand, being taken by him. Hurry up, hurry up. You're too busy, damn it. Robbing a demigod is a good thing. Turtle, really don't understand what you're hesitating about. Seeking wealth in danger. How can you reap rewards without taking risks? The little turtle lectured and urged him. I just want to make sure, Master Turtle, please forgive me. I'm still young, old man, don't mind me, Bai Xiaochun said, running towards the giant ghost king's main body prison. Seeing Bai Xiaochun so compliant for the first time, the little turtle felt relieved and smug, thinking that he would have to train Bai Xiaochun more in the future, using this to prove his wisdom and prowess. Just as the little turtle was feeling smug, Bai Xiaochun had already flown near the giant ghost king's prison. As he approached, the old man with the reddish hair slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with a cold light. He exuded an aura of disdain for heaven and earth, staring intently at Bai Xiaochun. His gaze was like looking at an insignificant insect. But without waiting for the old man to say anything, Bai Xiaochun unhesitatingly swung the token in his hand, instantly opening the prison door. Without waiting for the little turtle to say anything, Bai Xiaochun shouted, "Old geezer, take my hidden weapon." He yelled, and with lightning speed, he threw the smug little turtle into the prison, straight at the reddened old man's face. Everything was neat and agile, incredibly powerful. After throwing it, Bai Xiaochun closed the prison door, and while closing it, he quickly retreated backward, moving so fast that he became a blur, his eyes still fixed on the prison. He was ready to escape if he sensed anything was wrong. Little turtle, don't blame me, you're immortal, but I'm not. Bai Xiaochun inwardly reassured himself. He felt no shame. Why, you. The little turtle's eyes widened in disbelief. No matter what, it never imagined Bai Xiaochun would be so insidious, throwing itself away like a weapon. Bai Xiaochun, you're too shameless, despicable, shameless. The little turtle was furious, but helpless. It charged straight at the giant ghost king. How dare you! The giant ghost king's true form frowned, roaring as he raised his right hand. Boom! The little turtle slammed into the giant ghost king. Even though they were separated by half a meter, it seemed as if a barrier had stopped the little turtle's body slightly. Its anger didn't lessen. Instead, it roared even louder at the giant ghost king. Giant Ghost King, do you think hiding here means no one knows? You can deceive others, but you can't deceive me, turtle. Quickly hand over your treasure to me, or I'll beat you to death. The little turtle roared loudly, its body trembling as it flew straight forward, crashing through the barrier half a meter away from the giant demon king. Immediately afterward, its body slammed into the giant demon king. Who are you? Hearing the little turtle's words, the giant demon king's expression changed. His usual cold demeanor vanished. His eyes even held an expression of disbelief. He was indeed the giant demon king. He had arranged for himself to be a prisoner 200 years ago, protected by a formation. He believed he had done everything flawlessly. His clone had met someone else. His true body was here. And now the truth had been revealed, causing him to panic. Immediately, a fierce killing intent erupted. In the instant the little turtle approached, he raised his right hand and pointed at it. Formation activated. Dissipate. When the giant demon king spoke, the stone turtle trembled, followed by an unimaginable aura, as if a sleeping monster had awakened. A divine power capable of destroying everything condensed on the giant demon king's finger. Bai Xiaochun trembled. At that moment, the little turtle opened its eyes wide and shouted, "Immortal." As soon as it uttered these words, an explosion occurred, and at the same time, the will of immortality condensed. In an instant, all its aura completely vanished. The giant ghost king was terrified by this, his fear unimaginable. Before he could react, the little turtle's speed was too fast. It pierced the giant ghost king's chest. The giant ghost king cried out in pain, his face pale, his body staggering back a few steps. He looked up at the sky in horror. "Impossible! That's impossible! Destroy it for me!" The giant ghost king was terrified. He pointed his finger at the little turtle again, but the formation within the stone turtle showed no reaction. The giant ghost king's face turned even paler, devoid of any color. His heart pounded. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had been so nervous. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped his entire body. This was even more serious than the three great families uniting against him. "I'll kill your grandmother." The little turtle stretched its neck and laughed, attacking again. Outside the prison cell, Bai Xiaochun stared intently, his eyes shining brightly. He looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. He knew this person was the giant ghost king, who currently only had the core formation cultivation level. With the formation ineffective, he was like a tiger without claws. Bai Xiaochun felt completely at ease. He opened the prison door and went inside. The mighty giant ghost king disguised as a prisoner to escape to this place. "Giant ghost king, I despise you." Bai Xiaochun arrogantly tilted his chin up, his demeanor showing he was the greatest in the world. He said to the giant ghost king with a haughty air, "When I, Bai Hao, appear, the giant ghost king will also be reduced to dust. Ha ha." Bai Xiaochun laughed loudly, causing the giant ghost king's immense aura to tremble. His heart was filled with anxiety, his eyes cold and sinister. After all, he was a demigod, and even now, he hadn't lost his dignity. "Bai Hao." He wanted to speak, but before he could say anything, Bai Xiaochun took a step forward, raised his right hand, and flicked it. Bang! He struck the giant ghost king on the head, instantly sealing the giant ghost king's cultivation. Immediately afterward, the little turtle beside him roared, "Steal him! Steal him!" The giant ghost king trembled with anger upon hearing this. He glared at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes filled with murderous intent. As soon as the murderous intent appeared, Bai Xiaochun kicked the giant ghost king into the wall, then picked up the storage ring from the giant ghost king's body. He searched inside but found nothing. Only a storage ring. Bai Xiaochun was dissatisfied. The giant ghost king had suffered unprecedented humiliation, and his anger was indescribable. Previously, in his eyes, Bai Xiaochun was merely an insignificant pawn, something he wanted to throw in to make the game more interesting. Therefore, he arranged things arbitrarily, killing him whenever he wanted, crushing him at will. His fate rested solely on his whim. But he never dreamed that this insignificant pawn would shatter all his calculations. The contrasting transformations and the sense of danger made the giant demon king unwilling to accept his fate. He was a demigod, his plan was flawless, but today he had fallen into this predicament. Anyone else would have gone mad, but he was the giant demon king. He gritted his teeth and glared at Bai Xiaochun. In an instant, he regained his composure, and the little turtle roared, This treasure hunt by Xiaochun, you're not allowed to participate. With that, the little turtle flew straight towards the giant demon king, instantly piercing through him. As it passed through, empty objects appeared, all falling before Bai Xiaochun. A red spear, a blue jade slip, a multicolored treasure vase. Besides these, there was also a black stone. Seeing the items falling, the giant demon king's expression changed drastically. His face became extremely grim, his mind unbearably suppressed. He had hidden these items in his spatial dimension, and no one but him could find them. The little turtle continued to move the items out. You! The giant demon king gasped, his eyes wide. These items weren't numerous, but each one was an extraordinary treasure. The red spear was his signature weapon, unusable only by celestial beings. Made from extraterrestrial meteorite iron, it contained 1 billion forbidden spells, possessing immense power and ranking among the top-tier demigods. The blue prison scroll, seemingly simple, actually contained his inherited Tao, extremely important. The treasure vase, named a Qiangkun Wenxia vase, could only be used by celestial beings. In the hands of a celestial being, it could absorb all living things and refine them into great elixirs. He had paid a heavy price to obtain this treasure, and even the 9 Nether Kings' attack this time was for it. As for the Blackstone, it was unique in the world, even he didn't know its origin. Legend said it was a relic of the Emperor, secretly acquired without anyone knowing. These items, arguably his greatest treasures, were now being brought out by the little turtle, and the giant ghost king couldn't help but worrying. Bai Xiaochun was delighted, quickly picking them up to examine them. After examining them, he couldn't discern anything special, nor could he use them. They bore the giant ghost king's mark, but Bai Xiaochun could tell these items were extraordinary. To be hidden like this by the giant ghost king, they must be treasures. Even if I can't use them now, I can use them next time. Bai Xiaochun happily retrieved them, the little turtle looking at the giant ghost king with great satisfaction. In front of Turtle King, you still want to hide things, dream on. The giant ghost king controlled his emotions. He understood the outcome was already decided. Even if he was furious, it wouldn't solve anything. Even though his heart was bleeding, he could only grit his teeth and force himself to regain his composure. What is your purpose? The giant ghost king took a deep breath, speaking each word distinctly. Although his cultivation was weakened, and his life and death were beyond his control, after calming down, his deep eyes held an unassailable majesty. As he spoke, Bai Xiaochun felt uneasy, especially considering the other party's half-god status and cultivation level. He felt a sense of unease. Did you scare me? Bai Xiaochun asked nervously, then felt ashamed. He thought about how the other party was still afraid even in such a state, and then he thought about how the other party treated him like a pawn. Adding to that, the little turtle beside him was looking at him disdainfully. Bai Xiaochun became furious, and in his shame and anger, he slapped the giant ghost king on the head. Close your eyes and speak, Bai Xiaochun said angrily, then licked his lips, looking at the trembling giant ghost king. Bai Xiaochun felt a thrill. The demigod's head was smashed by me, and it felt incredibly exciting and exhilarating. Bai Xiaochun's heart burned with anger, and because of the provocation, he slapped him again. HMPH, you're not listening, are you? Close your eyes and talk to me. Bai Hao, you want to die. The giant ghost king was about to go berserk. If he had recovered his cultivation, he would definitely kill Bai Xiaochun, definitely beat him hundreds of times. He wanted Bai Xiaochun to know the consequences of daring to slap him on the head. You still dare to threaten me? Don't push me. I am the #1 black immortal of the demon prison. Once I get angry, even I am afraid of myself. Bai Xiaochun thoroughly enjoyed such provocation. Seeing the giant ghost king dare to threaten him, he glared angrily, raising his right hand to offer the aphrodisiac pill to the giant ghost king. The giant ghost king, seeing Bai Xiaochun's frenzied expression, his eyes flashing with shock, recalled hearing that Bai Xiaochun was the black immortal of the demon prison. He immediately regretted his words, thinking of himself, a mighty half-god, the towering giant ghost king, now being tormented by a mere nobody. He trembled, but gritted his teeth in hatred, forcing himself to remain calm. Bai Hao, what is your purpose? Speak up. Could it be that your betrayal of the Bai family was also a conspiracy? The giant ghost king struggled to control his anger, trying to calm himself down. While speaking, he glanced at Bai Xiaochun's hands, his heart filled with indignation, fearing that further provocation would result in a slap on the head. What kind of despicable conspiracy is this? Giant Ghost King, listen carefully. Your grandpa Bai wants. Bai Xiaochun stopped speaking, but before he could finish, the prison in the Ding area suddenly shook, and the prison gate was instantly shattered. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. When he looked up, he saw several figures standing in front of the gate. At that moment, a roar of hatred and animosity echoed, instantly reverberating in all directions. Bai Hao, your death is imminent. The speaker was the Bai family patriarch, and beside him were many Bai family members who had all come to the Ding area. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed, and the little turtle's expression changed as it transmitted a message. Take the supplies and leave, they're coming too fast. Grandpa Turtle is about to lose control of the formation here. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, instantly regaining his composure. Without hesitation, he grabbed the giant ghost king by the neck and fled at top speed. Little White, hand over the token to me, damn it. How dare they ruin my sacred moment of robbery? My turtle family will open all the prisons and remove all the seals for them to play with. The little turtle immediately roared. Bai Xiaochun's face darkened. He was a black immortal, and he had interrogated many prisoners. They absolutely hated him to death. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, the little turtle's eyes widened. Bai Xiaochun felt a pang of sadness, shook his head, and fled with the giant ghost king. If I can't avoid it, I'll charge out. Bai Xiaochun let out a loud shout, his body transforming into a blur. In an instant, 4 clones appeared, and at the same time, all the magic treasures on his person erupted with astonishing power. Although the 14 times refined golden runes were concealed, the magic treasures themselves were extremely formidable. Amidst the resounding explosions, Bai Xiaochun charged straight towards the Bai family members. The Bai family patriarch's eyes blazed red as he roared and attacked. 4 or 5 elders followed, all at the nascent soul stage, and there were also quite a few core formation cultivators. They unleashed astonishing auras. Bai Hao, accept your death. The Bai family patriarch flew fastest, instantly closing in. Bai Xiaochun knew he was in mortal danger and couldn't afford to be delayed. He had to quickly escape this place. He unleashed his full power, his icy aura erupting, and used the mountain-shattering charge to rush forward. At the same time, the little turtle, sensing its perilous situation, shrieked and recoiled, being thrown forward by Bai Xiaochun. In an instant, the Bai family members all attacked. No matter how powerful the White Clan Elder's divine abilities were in attacking the 4 clones, the main body of Bai Xiaochun kicked one of the early nascent Soul Clan Elders, sending him flying back more than 10 meters. Bai Xiaochun didn't stop there. His 4 clones simultaneously attacked other Clan Elders, while he himself used his divine abilities to counterattack, unleashing the throat-shattering lock to crush the neck of a sneak-attacking Bai Clan member. All of this happened in an extremely short time, a brutal and deadly battle. A deafening explosion echoed in all directions, the impact force sweeping across the area, creating a storm in a short time. Bai Xiaochun's entire body glowed with a dazzling light. He wielded the transformed Eternal Night Umbrella, thrusting it with incredible speed into the chest of a Bai Clan member at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. His body withered instantly, his life force devoured, a terrifying sight. A malevolent aura erupted, and during the impact, the golden markings on Bai Xiaochun's body were no longer concealed, revealing themselves to everyone. The 14 colored flames, as Bai Xiaochun arched them, transformed into a sea of fire burning in all directions. Bai Xiaochun resembled a battle immortal, his aura astonishing. In a short time, scenes of carnage erupted everywhere. Bai Xiaochun's hair was disheveled, but his speed did not decrease. With a punch of his right hand, he forced back the Bai family patriarch. Ignoring the Bai family members' encirclement, his 4 clones simultaneously attacked ferociously. It seemed simple, but in reality, it was extremely dangerous. 2 of Bai Xiaochun's 4 clones were nearly shattered by the Bai family elders and returned to Bai Xiaochun's body. His main body bled from the mouth, but his speed remained unaffected. He immediately charged forward. This scene shook both the prisoners and the Bai family, because Bai Xiaochun was too powerful and formidable, especially his incredibly impressive equipment. My god, all his magic weapons have been refined 14 times. Bai Hao is insane. The leather armor on his body has been refined 14 times. He's a genius at refining spirits. You can't escape. Amidst the surrounding commotion, the ferocious Bai family patriarch instantly teleported after him, and the surrounding elders did the same, immediately chasing after Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was worried. He continuously slashed and killed in various directions, partly hoping to wait for the giant ghost king to die. After all, in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, the giant ghost king was a heavenly human soul, but this was too difficult. Just now, in his desperate charge, the giant ghost king, whom he was protecting, had also been hit several times. But from beginning to end, the giant ghost king didn't say a word. His face was gloomy, but inwardly he was terrified by Bai Xiaochun's bravery. It seemed that Bai Xiaochun's iron-blooded and fierce aura during the battle had shocked him, making him look like a completely different person. Although he didn't speak, Bai Xiaochun sensed something was wrong. Even though the giant ghost king had been struck, his face only turned pale. He hadn't spat out any blood yet, let alone suffered any serious injuries. The giant ghost king is a demigod-level expert. Could his body possess some kind of mystery? Bai Xiaochun was stunned. He didn't have time to think much and saw the Bai family patriarch and the elders teleporting towards him. Their divine abilities transformed into countless black smoke, as if concealing countless vengeful spirits. As they approached, Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned crimson, and the eternal night umbrella in his hand emitted a bright light. While blocking the vengeful spirits, he seized the opportunity to throw a small turtle at the Bai family elder's face. Four elders tried to stop Bai Xiaochun, but he was chanting a spell, forming a massive palm print that struck directly at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun roared, his eyes crimson. Instinctively, he swung the giant ghost king to block the incoming palm print. The giant ghost king trembled, wanting to curse but unable to speak. Nothing happened. Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed to see the giant ghost king perfectly fine. The Bai family elders were stunned. They hadn't taken him seriously when they saw Bai Xiaochun holding the old man, but now they realized the old man was extraordinary. A blow from the nascent soul elder had severely injured even Bai Xiaochun, yet the old man with the red birthmark had withstood it without spitting out a single drop of blood. Bai Xiaochun was delighted. He laughed loudly, then, holding the eternal night umbrella in one hand and the giant ghost king in the other, charged forward in a desperate attack. The giant ghost king in his hand transformed into a human shield. In a series of explosions, all divine abilities were blocked by Bai Xiaochun using the giant ghost king. At this moment, the Bai family members were terrified to death. The giant demon king could no longer bear it. His whole body trembled, and he was on the verge of erupting in anger. His face was not pale, but dark purple. In just a few breaths, more than 10 nascent soul-level divine abilities struck him. He felt humiliated at being used as a shield, causing the giant demon king to disregard his status and curse loudly. By how, you little bastard, you won't die in peace. You will face retribution. Even if I can't kill you, my daughter will dismember you. The giant ghost king was furious, but as a demigod and a king, he didn't have much time to hurl insults. Although he was angry, he was speechless when he tried to curse. Bai Xiaochun coughed triumphantly. He didn't care about the giant ghost king's furious cursing. He was thinking of finding an opportunity to have the little turtle teach the giant ghost king how to curse. As this thought crossed his mind, Bai Xiaochun rushed out the prison gate. He swung the giant ghost king shield, sweeping it across the path. With a loud bang, Bai Xiaochun unleashed his terrifying aura and the power of his 14-fold refined spirit-enhanced magic treasures, charging out of the Ding prison area with all his might. The surrounding members of the Bai family were furious, but Bai Xiaochun was incredibly difficult to kill. Not only was he thick-skinned and robust, but he also had clones to protect him, and his entire body was filled with formidable magical artifacts that made them envious. Furthermore, that strange umbrella could absorb the life force of others to replenish Bai Xiaochun's own, making him even harder to kill. His speed was incredibly fast, his physical strength astonishing, and he could even teleport. Since Bai Xiaochun was determined to escape, they found it difficult to kill him in a short time. And then there was the old man with the red mark on his face. The Bai family members, seeing his strangeness, had attacked him countless times, their magical artifacts bombarding him. Yet he never once fled. Bai Xiaochun sped forward. They attacked again, and in a short time, Earth-shattering explosions resounded. Magic spells of all colors struck, terrifying Bai Xiaochun. He used the Giant Ghost King's body to block them, but the Giant Ghost King cursed incessantly. "Bai Hao, you won't die in peace. Bai Hao, you will be punished." The Giant Ghost King wept uncontrollably, his hair disheveled, his clothes tattered, lacking any trace of the half-god's majesty. Although he didn't spit blood, his body was on the verge of collapse, swollen in many places. He knew that his body was that of a half-god, so even if he wasn't immortal, killing him wouldn't be easy. Unless a celestial being intervened, others could only slowly wear him down like ants trying to kill an elephant. A burning rage and resentment surged within him, a sorrow so profound that even the waters of the underworld couldn't extinguish it. This was a rare tragedy, unlike anything he had ever encountered. Even with his many years of life and his resilient mind, he still felt the urge to weep. He felt that since encountering Bai Hao, the injustice in his heart had grown to an unimaginable extent, especially when he thought about how, according to his original plan, he would endure several days in the demonic prison like a cicada shedding its skin, and soon he would overcome the period of decline. During this time, even if the three great families came looking for him, it wouldn't matter. The stone turtle's formation could keep him in an invincible position. He could contemptuously watch the three great families anxiously searching for him, watching them tremble with fear over time, while he himself could control the entire process from beginning to end. He was extremely hopeful, even to the point of not taking the three great families of heaven and man seriously. He was overly confident he didn't speak to anyone in Giant Ghost City, and his daughter was in the distant Imperial City, so he couldn't see her. Because so many years had passed, he couldn't find anything interesting to do, so he took this opportunity to play a game. But this game didn't have the outcome he expected. It's not like that. The more the Giant Demon King thought about it, the more sorrowful he felt. He regretted it all. He had calculated everything, prepared every plan, but time and again, this insignificant pawn had ruined everything. He watched as his body was swung up to block the divine abilities and magical artifacts, and the sound of explosions echoed in his ears. The Giant Demon King's heart sank as if it had been plunged into water. "I am not reconciled." Blood vessels appeared in the Giant Demon King's eyes, but he was helpless. Time and again, he secretly contacted the formation within the stone turtle, but there was no response. He was in despair. Just as the Giant Demon King was grieving and despairing, Bai Xiaochun spat out fresh blood. His two remaining clones were shattered, turning into streaks of light that flew back to his body. Although his body was very strong, he was severely injured. No matter what, he was surrounded and attacked by the Bai family. Immediately afterward, he took the little turtle and the Giant Ghost King and hurried out of the prison. Behind him, shouts rang out. The White family patriarch and elders relentlessly pursued him, determined to kill him if they didn't allow Bai Xiaochun to leave. "Let's see how long you can hide. The entire Giant Ghost City is besieged by the three great families. You have no escape route, neither to heaven nor to earth." The White family patriarch roared, his killing intent erupting fiercely. Looking at Bai Xiaochun not far away, he accelerated his pursuit. Without hesitation, the White family patriarch chased after him, and the elders also relentlessly pursued. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. He wasn't seriously injured. The most important thing now was to get out of here. Otherwise, if the little turtle couldn't suppress the formation and the Giant Ghost King controlled it, he feared he would want to kill him even more than the White family members. Looking at the Giant Ghost King in his hand, seeing him closing his eyes and connecting with the formation within the stone turtle, Bai Xiaochun became anxious. He slapped him. "I warn you, don't force me to reveal your identity," Bai Xiaochun said fiercely. These words made the Giant Ghost King open his eyes and stare at Bai Xiaochun, breathing heavily but still holding back. He understood that he couldn't win, so he accepted his fate. Swish, 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 Bai Xiaochun flew quickly. Relying on his familiarity with the demonic prison, he swiftly passed through the passage and rushed out. Suddenly, the little turtle's expression changed. "I can't suppress it anymore." At the same time, the Giant Ghost King's body in Bai Xiaochun's hand trembled, his eyes flashing with cold light. He sensed the formation awakening, the entire stone turtle shook, and an overwhelming aura erupted, causing the Bai family patriarch chasing after Bai Xiaochun to tremble. The giant ghost king was agitated, and just as he was about to summon, Bai Xiaochun's expression turned pale. The giant ghost king, also being used as a shield by Bai Xiaochun, felt dizzy, so he directly grabbed 6 or 7 aphrodisiac pills. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaochun shoved them into the giant ghost king's mouth as he was about to rejoice. "You!" The giant ghost king's eyes widened, but he couldn't resist. The pills dissolved instantly upon entering his body. The number of aphrodisiac pills was too great, the medicinal power too strong, erupting in an instant. The giant ghost king's cultivation was weakened, making it difficult to suppress. His head reeled, and even his summoning at the formation slowed down. He tried to summon once, but the scorching power within his body directly enveloped him, impacting his mind. His mind was unstable, but he frantically suppressed it and summoned again, causing the stone turtle to unleash terrifying pressure. The Bai family patriarch and his group gasped, even feeling a sense of mortal danger. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaochun's aphrodisiac pill was too harmful. The giant ghost king consumed too much, causing an extremely powerful outburst. The giant ghost king's face flushed red. His whole body trembled, his eyes were bloodshot, and his mind was unstable, so his summoning was interrupted. Because of this delay, Bai Xiaochun had time to escape the life-or-death crisis. Bai Xiaochun shouted loudly, then his speed increased dramatically, even his potential exploded, doubling his speed, and he directly rushed out of the demon prison. In an instant, he rushed out. The giant ghost king, relying on his incredible willpower, suppressed the burning and frenzied heat in his lower body. He wanted to summon the formation within the stone turtle, but as soon as the stone turtle's aura erupted, Bai Xiaochun had already carried the giant ghost king out of the stone turtle, and the aura that had just been generated vanished. "No!" The giant ghost king roared in frustration, his hopes shattered by a bottomless abyss. He was consumed with grief and despair. But before he could utter a sound, the enraged Bai Xiaochun slapped him on the head. "Shut up! Bai Hao, I want to kill you, kill you, kill you," the giant ghost king screamed. Slap! Bai Xiaochun slapped him again. "Don't hit my head. You slap, 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 slap." Bai Xiaochun, consumed by rage, slapped him 7 or 8 times. The giant ghost king's head swelled even larger than before, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. He faced the harsh reality with bitterness and sorrow. He felt that Bai Xiaochun's desperate escape was far more terrifying than before. In his mind, Bai Xiaochun was the most fearsome demon. Make this old geezer behave himself. Let me tell you, old man, don't push me, because when I'm angry, I'm terrifying. Bai Xiaochun was furious. Thinking of the danger he just faced, fear gripped him. He stepped forward. With the giant ghost king controlling the stone turtle, he was certain to die. Even the mere thought of it still frightened him. Bai Xiaochun glared fiercely at the giant ghost king, a murderous glint in his eyes. The giant ghost king's heart trembled. If he provoked him, Bai Hao, with his ruthless nature, would humiliate even his own father by tying him up. He would truly do something he'd regret. He'll definitely beg me for help. I'll endure it. First, I shouldn't provoke him. With the stronger party at his disposal, the giant ghost king had no choice but to suppress his anger and accept his fate. The moment the giant ghost king bowed his head, inside the stone turtle behind Bai Xiaochun, the Bai clan chief and his men plunged into the corrosive river water to pursue him. Evidently, the Bai family had a way to resist, and were now chasing Bai Xiaochun with all their might. Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale. He had no time to worry about the giant ghost king. He immediately flew out of the water, and as he approached the surface, the little turtle's expression changed and it roared, "Step back!" Without hesitation, Bai Xiaochun immediately used the giant ghost king to shield himself, retreating backward. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous explosion, louder than a lightning strike, erupted above. A terrifying force seemed to descend upon the river protecting the city, causing it to almost shatter. A large amount of water flew high into the air and scattered in all directions, the immense force overwhelming Bai Xiaochun's defenses. Fortunately, the giant ghost king blocked almost all of this force. The giant ghost king trembled and spat out blood. His internal organs were nearly shattered, and he lost half of his hair in an instant. His vital energy and spirit seemed to have decreased by 2/3. His cultivation level was no longer at the core formation stage, having dropped to foundation establishment after enduring that attack. It was clear that the attack wasn't a nascent soul divine. ability, but a heavenly human-level strike. After the explosion, the river water splashed everywhere. The water around Bai Xiaojun disappeared, and nothing obstructed his vision anymore. He looked up at the sky and saw the Bai family's ancestor almost in a frenzy. Bai Xiaojun was nervous, his mouth dry, his heart pounding. He understood that if it weren't for the little turtle's warning, he would have surely died. Even with the little turtle's warning, if it weren't for the giant ghost king in his hand, he would have been already seriously injured. And now he was even more severely injured. The Bai family's ancestor had attacked just now. He was looking for the giant ghost king's true form and happened to pass by. He received a message from the Bai family, and remembering the hateful Bai Hao, he wanted to kill him with a single blow. He didn't expect that even his full power couldn't kill Bai Xiaojun. What startled the White family's patriarch was the person blocking Bai Xiaojun's path, the giant ghost king whom Bai Xiaojun had used as a shield. He is the White family's heavenly human patriarch looked at the giant ghost king, his body suddenly trembling, his aura becoming chaotic, his eyes blazing with unprecedented brilliance. As if he had just found a way out of a desperate situation, seeing hope in his despair. He is the White family's heavenly human patriarch choked, trembling before tilting his head back and laughing loudly. His laughter echoed throughout Giant Ghost City, even carrying a maniacal, triumphant joy that everyone could clearly feel. Bai Xiaojun's heart trembled. The giant ghost king before him was dim, but unlike Bai Xiaojun, he was incredibly calm. He understood that he was going to die. Heaven hasn't destroyed my Bai family, haha. Heaven hasn't destroyed the Bai family. Giant Ghost King, I never expected you to be here, T. He Bai family's ancestor laughed excitedly, his body trembling uncontrollably, even turning bright red, showing just how agitated he was. The previous few hours had been a time of crisis for him. He regretted it more than once, but it was useless. Just thinking about the Giant Ghost King's game filled him with extreme fear. He knew his chances of finding the Giant Ghost King were almost non-existent, and even if he did, the Giant Ghost King's methods would surely take more than 3 months. He was desperate, and in his despair, he went mad, launching a deadly attack on Bai Hao, completely disregarding the possibility of reincarnation. No matter what, he never dreamed that at the moment of his utter despair, he would see a glimmer of hope, that he would find the Giant Demon King, and moreover, the Giant Demon King before him was extremely weakened, his eyes filled with a palpable murderous intent. His gaze wasn't directed at Bai Xiaojun, but at the Giant Demon King himself. After the White family patriarch spoke, the White family clan leaders who were chasing after him stopped in their tracks. They immediately looked towards the White family patriarch, gasping in disbelief at the old man in front of Bai Xiaojun. He is the Giant Ghost King. My God, the Giant Ghost King has escaped to this place. I wondered why this person's body was so strange, enduring our repeated attacks without any problems. It turns out he is the Giant Ghost King. Not only were the White family members terrified, but at this moment, people from other clans, the 6 major legions, and many other scouts in Giant Ghost City were also shaken. They all looked at the Giant Ghost King, and many noticed Bai Xiaojun, noticing Bai Xiaojun's hand gripping the Giant Ghost King's neck. Clearly, the Giant Ghost King had been captured by him. This scene shocked many. Impossible. Is that Bai Hao? He captured the Giant Ghost King. Bai Hao is too powerful. He can capture the Giant Ghost King. Everyone is searching for the Giant Ghost King's true form, and it's in his hands. My God, I underestimated Bai Hao before. This guy is too powerful. I didn't expect him to be so formidable. This time, he will become famous throughout the 8 directions. Gasps of astonishment rang out as many people were shocked upon hearing the news. Later, everyone in Giant City knew. Bai Hao captured the Giant Ghost King. Bai Hao. Ruthless, merciless, cruel, and vicious. Not only did he capture his own father, but he captured the Giant Ghost King. It can be said that Bai Xiaojun is a celebrity throughout the city. However, this time it wasn't as Bai Xiaojun hoped. Bai Xiaojun's body trembled, his eyes blazing red as he looked around, his heart unsettled, his face grim. The Giant Ghost King remained silent, not uttering a word from beginning to end. His eyes were incredibly calm, even the majesty that had vanished reappeared, as if even death would be dignified. He merely murmured regretfully, gazing into the distance, "What a pity, I couldn't wait until the Ghost King flower bloomed." By how you can loosen your grip now, the giant ghost king said. What do I do now? What do I do now? Bai Xiaochun worried. The Bai family's heavenly human ancestor in the air raised his right hand. A ruthless expression appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes as he shouted, Ancestor, you are wise. You had already foreseen that the old villain giant ghost had a trump card. Howard was fortunate not to disgrace your command. Following your orders, I endured humiliation, even sending someone to accuse me of treason against the Bai family. In the end, I gained the giant ghost king's trust, and I have completed the mission of capturing him alive. Howard wishes to personally offer the old villain, the giant demon, to the ancestor. May the ancestor reign supreme, and may our Bai family last forever. Bai Xiaochun's loud shout echoed throughout the city. The giant ghost king was bitter. The Bai family patriarch gaped in astonishment, and the others stared in disbelief. They didn't see Bai Xiaochun approaching the Bai family's ancestor. His demeanor so excited it was as if he wanted to offer the giant ghost king to him. Even the Bai family's ancestor was stunned by Bai Xiaochun's words. He didn't think about anything else. Bai Xiaochun's words were perfectly timed, like adding the finishing touch to a painting. No one could find fault with it. He was shifting all the credit onto the Bai family's ancestor. And if the ancestor spoke, he could logically claim this credit, using it to compete for the throne and gain a clear advantage. With this thought in mind, the ancestor's eyes gleamed. This Bai Hao is quite interesting. A joyful smile appeared on the Bai family ancestor's face as he was about to speak to the obedient Bai Xiaochun approaching. At this moment, however, a strange phenomenon occurred. Bai Xiaochun's words were astonishing, leaving everyone's minds in a state of confusion. Everyone thought he was talking nonsense, but time and again his words were logical and reasonable. The Bai family patriarch gasped in disbelief. If even he was like this, imagine what others would think. Many soul cultivators even glanced at the Bai family's ancestor. Bai Xiaochun's words contained a hidden meaning that perfectly matched everyone's judgment of the heavenly human ancestor. With such cunning and resourcefulness, everyone thought it was only natural. After all, this was the first battle for the prestige of the three great families. While everyone was still bewildered, the Bai family ancestor's eyes narrowed, a smile still lingering on his face. But as soon as that smile appeared, Bai Xiaochun, with a submissive demeanor, presented the giant ghost king to the ancestor at a distance of 10 meters between them. The expression on the face of the Bai family's patriarch changed. After all, he was a celestial being, and his being was one with the celestial being, so his divine consciousness was sensitive. He even had a strange sense of danger. At this moment, an unknown life or death crisis arose in his heart. He instinctively retreated, wanting to distance himself from Bai Xiaochun, a deep feeling of life and death stemming from Bai Xiaochun himself. Even though this was unimaginable to him, the Bai family patriarch felt a strong sense of danger. He shouted, "Stop!" As he cried out in alarm and retreated. Bai Xiaochun instantly raised his head, his face turning ferocious. "Go to hell!" Bai Xiaochun roared, his left hand slapping his storage bag. He immediately grabbed the crystal soul tower and threw it with all his might towards the Bai family patriarch. With a whoosh, the soul tower flew towards the white family ancestor at an incredibly fast speed. The soul tower looked unremarkable, but its sudden appearance instantly instilled a sense of deadly danger in the white family ancestor, far more intense than any life or death situation he had ever faced. The threat enveloped every fiber of his being. This thing can threaten my life. I can't resist. I must quickly get away. The white family ancestor reacted quickly, realizing the urgency of the situation, and immediately retreated. Because everything happened so suddenly, from the moment Bai Xiaochun approached until he threw the soul tower, his every action caught him off guard. Most importantly, the distance between him and Bai Xiaochun was incredibly close. 10 meters was extremely close, and as Bai Xiaochun threw the soul tower with all his might, it was even closer by the time the soul tower flew away. It was only a few meters from the white family ancestor. As the body of the Bai family's ancestor began to become hazy, Bai Xiaochun shouted, "Explode! Explode! Explode!" Without hesitation, Bai Xiaochun activated the soul tower's restrictions and retreated extremely quickly, his speed reaching its limit. He even used the immortal forbiddance technique, holding the giant ghost king in front of him as he retreated. Feeling anxious, While everyone's attention was focused on the Soul Tower, he secretly used the turtle pattern cauldron to block between himself and the giant ghost king. All of this sounds lengthy, but in reality, it all happened in an instant. When the restrictions in the Soul Tower shattered, the ravaged demigod soul inside awakened, instantly generating an earth-shattering aura. The heavens and earth changed color, winds raged, and clouds swirled. An unimaginable pressure descended, crushing everything. Demigod soul. The Bai family ancestor's face changed drastically. He was terrified, his mind exploding, facing an unprecedented risk of death. He shouted and teleported away, but it was too late. The demigod's aura was incredibly terrifying, appearing in an instant like a raging storm sweeping across the heavens and earth, sealing off all directions in a flash. Everyone cried out in shock and their faces turned pale. A demigod's aura? What is that? Oh my god! The uproar didn't stop, followed by a deafening explosion that seemed to split the heavens and earth apart. The blast echoed throughout the giant ghost city, causing countless people to feel their ears ringing and their heads aching. Even the ground was shattered into countless tiny pieces by the explosion. The impact force was like a giant punching the giant ghost city, shaking it to its core. Immediately afterward, wind and clouds surged, and a rift appeared in the sky stretching for thousands of miles. After the powerful punch, the White family's ancestor, who bore the brunt of the attack, let out a mournful scream as his body was instantly engulfed by the explosion. The surrounding architecture and the monks standing nearby were all affected, desperately using all their strength to resist the impact. Boom! Boom! The explosions echoed throughout the heavens and earth, shaking the void. Countless figures around didn't even have time to let out a scream before their bodies were annihilated. Even the members of the Bai family and their elders suffered the same fate. They were utterly powerless to resist, their bodies reduced to nothingness by the impact. The Bai family patriarch, because he had been captured by Bai Xiaochun before, had been given a protective artifact by the Bai family's ancestor. Even with the artifact, half of his body was reduced to nothingness, his hands shattered, his chest a bloody mess, his hair gone, his cultivation destroyed, and his body sent flying far away. Even so, he managed to survive. No, this isn't real. By how? By how? The White family patriarch cried out in agony, his eyes filled with madness and despair. He screamed mournfully, his expression one of terror. A deep crater appeared in the ground of his city, emanating an aura of destruction. Those standing far away felt their hair stand on end. They dared not approach. The impact of the explosion destroyed many things. The giant ghost king screamed in agony, his body thrown backward by the impact, spitting out blood. Bai Xiaochun, hiding behind the turtle pattern cauldron, used the giant ghost king to absorb the impact force, but he also spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His entire body felt like it was about to shatter, his internal organs displaced, but ultimately, he was not seriously injured and did not die. The giant ghost king was also shocked by this. He never imagined the situation would reverse, and that the one who caused this reversal was Bai Hao. Bai Xiaochun looked at the deep crater in the ground, his heart pounding, still feeling terrified at the thought. The self-destruction of the soul-selling tower was too powerful. If I hadn't been careful, I would have lost my life. Bai Xiaochun stabilized his aura, secretly congratulating himself on his early preparation. Moreover, he cleverly chose the direction to throw the soul tower and retreated extremely quickly, so even though he was affected, it wasn't significant. Because of the giant ghost king and the turtle pattern toad's defense, he survived. This was also the reason why he dared to approach the Bai family's ancestor and even dared to self-destruct the soul tower. The real reason was that he had calculated everything meticulously. If he didn't hold the initiative, Bai Xiaochun was very worried that he would also be blown to death. The Bai family's ancestor was hit by the exploding soul tower near him. When the destructive force dissipated, he was standing in midair. His hair was matted, blood covered his entire body, and his clothes were torn. He was in a terrible state. His face was pale. He realized his current condition was very bad. He didn't have the cultivation to kill Bai Xiaochun, and forcing a move would only worsen his injuries. His body trembled, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His eyes, filled with fear and intense killing intent, looked at Bai Xiaochun. Without hesitation, he retreated, using all his remaining life force to flee back to the Bai family. Not dead, Bai Xiaochun's heart was in shock. Seeing the Bai family's ancestors still alive, he was terrified. Seeing the other party retreat in fear, Bai Xiaochun was also stunned. He didn't dare to pursue, his eyes darting around before he shouted loudly, Bai Hao, I am a man of right and wrong. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. Listen carefully, I can use this divine ability 100 more times. Anyone who dares to provoke me, once I strike, even I will be afraid of myself. Bai Xiaochun roared, and immediately, he took the pale and injured giant ghost king and fled far away. Bai Hao, good for Bai Hao, insidious and vicious, ostracizing even his own family, cruel and ruthless. At this moment, the Bai family's ancestor was flying rapidly, spitting blood as he flew, his heart filled with bitterness, his eyes filled with unwillingness and panic. Although the self-destruction of the Soul Tower couldn't kill him, it had severely wounded him. His injuries were too severe to control, and he had to consider his own condition. Not only could he not kill the giant ghost king, but he himself was in extreme danger. Whether the patriarchs of the Tai and Chen families would seize this unparalleled opportunity to eliminate him was still uncertain. After all, the three families, though cooperating, were also enemies. He didn't dare gamble, couldn't afford to gamble, and couldn't even make a move. Time was too urgent, so he used his last ounce of strength to flee as fast as he could, wanting to escape back to the Bai family. He needed to immediately go into seclusion to save his life. As for the giant ghost king, he no longer had the mood to pay attention to him, and as for Bai Hao, he didn't want to provoke him now. The most important thing was to return to the Bai family to heal his injuries. The longer one lives, the more afraid of death one becomes, a trait clearly demonstrated by the Bai family patriarch. He carried the fate of the entire family on his shoulders, and no matter what, he didn't want anything unexpected to happen to him. At this moment, fleeing back to Giant Ghost City, two streams of heavenly human aura erupted. One flew straight towards Bai Xiaochun, while the other pursued the Bai family patriarch. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was running rapidly through the Giant Ghost City, concealing his aura. He looked around in terror. It's over, it's over. I was too impulsive just now. The Giant Ghost King was too eye-catching. Bai Xiaochun cried, his face filled with anguish and his heart pounding with anxiety. He was still shaken. The Giant Ghost King in his hands was extremely tense, spitting out several mouthfuls of fresh blood. His aura was steadily weakening because he had endured an attack even stronger than a heavenly human's, nearly causing his death. The Giant Ghost King, having survived a near-fatal ordeal, didn't care how much blood he was spitting out. His eyes were filled with terror as he kept looking towards Bai Xiaochun. You're running away with a purpose. Sooner or later you'll be caught. Listen to me. Let's go back to the demon prison, this king. The Giant Ghost King spat out fresh blood as he spoke. He saw through Bai Hao's hidden madness and feared he might provoke him with a single word. Now he understood that Bai Hao was acting recklessly as if nothing had happened. You still dare to speak. As soon as the Giant Ghost King said this, Bai Xiaochun immediately lowered his head and angrily cursed, his face cold and ruthless. The moment the other party spoke, he slapped the Giant Ghost King on the head. The Giant Ghost King spat out even more blood, his anger rising. After seeing Bai Xiaochun's eyes blazing red and filled with madness, the Giant Ghost King felt sorrowful, but he forced himself to restrain himself. This is a madman, this is a rabid dog. The great demon king cursed inwardly, feeling that he had truly brought this upon himself back then. He shouldn't have played that game, shouldn't have provoked Bai Hao. If he could do it all over again, he swore he would never have taken advantage of Bai Hao. It would have been better to let the Bai family and Bai Hao kill each other, and he would have stayed far away. You old geezer, it's all your fault, just now, because I saved you. I ended up in this situation. Not only are you ungrateful, but you also want to harm me, telling me to go to the demon prison. Am I stupid? If I really went there, you would definitely kill me. Bai Xiaochun said angrily. His heart was filled with resentment, thinking about how the little turtle always brought him trouble. If it weren't for the little turtle this time, he would have run away long ago. And there's the little turtle. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, glancing at his storage bag. The little turtle had long since disappeared, obviously knowing it would cause a lot of trouble. There's no other way. If all else fails, I'll just hand over the Giant Ghost King. A fierce glint appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. The giant ghost king trembled at the sight. He knew that whether he survived this ordeal depended heavily on Bai Xiaochun. Brother Bai Hao, don't be impulsive. Don't. Just tell me whatever you're thinking. I'll definitely satisfy it. The giant ghost king didn't dare utter the word purpose, fearing he might provoke Bai Xiaochun. He tried his best to speak in a gentle tone, but inwardly he was distressed. He thought to himself that he should have stayed safely in the demon prison, overcome the period of decline, restored his cultivation, and then made a glorious comeback. This game would surely have been incredibly fun, but now he was completely wrong for taking advantage of this crazy guy. Now this sudden change had put him in danger. Bai Xiaochun panted, flying swiftly and fiercely responding, I want the heavenly human soul. I want the heavenly human soul with the metal attribute. If you have it, give it to me, and I'll let you go. Bai Xiaochun glared at the giant ghost king. Hearing this, the giant ghost king was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief and astonishment. The giant ghost king asked instinctively, feeling this was utterly absurd, a laughingstock for the world. What, you won't give it, will you? Don't force me, old man. Bai Xiaochun hurriedly said, having gone through so much hardship to get to this point, if the giant ghost king didn't agree, he would truly want to cry. He immediately shouted, threatening the giant ghost king, I'll give it. The giant ghost king felt his heart collapse. Although the heavenly human soul was precious, it was nothing to him. He had originally thought Bai Hao had bigger plans, but he never imagined that it only cost a single heavenly human soul. The demon king's inner thoughts roared, quickly bring it out. Is it in your storage bag? Bai Xiaochun impatiently said, then glanced around frantically before slipping into an alley. This king, I don't have it on me. It's not in my storage bag. It's just a bunch of miscellaneous items. My cultivation hasn't recovered yet, so I can't open the secret chamber. Brother Bai Hao, I have a suggestion. Please consider it. If you protect me for a month, and after a month my cultivation recovers, I swear I'll immediately open the secret chamber and give you the heavenly human soul. The giant ghost king spoke cautiously, and he was telling the truth. Truly, because he hadn't sacrificed anything. After what happened with the White family's heavenly human ancestor, the giant ghost king clearly saw that following Bai Xiaochun was his only hope of survival. Without Bai Xiaochun by his side, he would be in danger. Most importantly, he sensed and judged that Bai Xiaochun had the ability to help him escape from the clutches of the three great families. As soon as the giant ghost king finished speaking, Bai Xiaochun became enraged, his entire body erupting with killing intent. He reached out and slapped the giant ghost king on the head, angrily saying, Old geezer, do you think my Bai family is a fool? Once you recover your cultivation, the first person you'll kill will be me. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, feeling that the giant ghost king was too despicable, daring to treat him like an idiot. Before, the Bai family's ancestor wanted to kill me, and you helped me. I'm still grateful to you. I interrogated prisoners for you, and helped you seize the Tai family's soul field. Yet you repay kindness with malice, stripping me of my prison guard status and making me a prisoner. Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed with ferocity. He was extremely nervous, knowing he had committed a shocking act, finding a demigod-level expert. He had never considered such a thing before, but now he had no choice. With determination in his eyes, he thought that perhaps he should use the giant ghost king to negotiate with the three major families. Perhaps he could exchange it for a heavenly human soul. This gaze shocked the giant ghost king, his heart pounding wildly, his inner turmoil stirring. He quickly explained, Brother Bai Hao, absolutely don't get emotional. Absolutely don't get emotional. You, listen to me, you can place a restriction on me. If you place a restriction, you don't need to worry about me recovering my cultivation and harming you. What cultivation level do I have? What cultivation level do you have? How could I place a restriction on you, old man? You're being too arrogant. Bai Xiaochun became even more enraged, feeling that the giant ghost king was insulting his sanity. He waved his hand decisively, causing the giant ghost king's heart to tremble. He cried out in indignation. Your cultivation isn't enough, but that doesn't matter. I'll teach you a forbiddance technique, and I'll help you place the forbiddance technique on me. The giant ghost king was on the verge of tears. He had said so much, something he hadn't said to anyone in a long time, given his status. Now he could only stare at Bai Xiaochun, his heart filled with resentment, yet he had no way to do anything. "You'll help me place a forbiddance technique on you?" Bai Xiaochun was bewildered by the giant ghost king's words. Fearing that Bai Xiaochun would get angry and do something crazy again, the giant ghost king clasped his hands together, spitting out fresh blood. Ignoring his physical condition, he even gritted his teeth and forced a drop of his lifeblood into the seal. In an instant, a five-colored forbiddance technique appeared between his hands. "Brother Bai Hao, you just need to infuse a drop of fresh blood into it, then place the forbiddance technique on me, and it's done," the giant ghost king said cautiously. Bai Xiaochun looked at the restriction, hesitating for a moment. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to make a deal with the three great families. After all, the outcome of such a deal was very unpredictable, and he himself faced considerable danger. If there was a restriction to prevent the giant ghost king from seeking revenge after recovering his cultivation, then he could take a gamble. If he failed, so be it. He could just abandon the giant ghost king and run. Only if he succeeded. Bai Xiaochun's heart stirred at this thought, his eyes widening. "Old man, even now you dare to play mind games," Bai Xiaochun said angrily. I really didn't. Brother Bai Hao, you must believe me. I really didn't lie to you." The giant ghost king was telling the truth. At this point, he had no intention of deceiving Bai Xiaochun, nor did he dare to. If he were exposed, he would die. "Nonsense!" Bai Xiaochun's aura surged, and he shouted, "Absolutely not, I swear." The giant ghost king, forced to swear, began to make an oath. Bai Xiaochun carefully observed the giant ghost king, feeling that the other party's expression was very sincere, but he still didn't feel at ease. He snorted coldly and patted his storage bag with his right hand. "Little turtle, come out." There was no reaction from the storage bag. "Damn it, little turtle, I'm warning you. This time it's your fault for causing trouble. If you dare not come out, our relationship is over. If anything happens again, don't come looking for me," Bai Xiaochun said angrily. As he spoke, his storage bag moved, and the little turtle poked its head out. It looked a little embarrassed, even embarrassed for the first time. "Bai kid, don't be angry. I didn't expect this either." The little turtle looked over, and seeing Bai Xiaochun reach out, it didn't dodge, letting Bai Xiaochun grab it and pull it out. "Stop talking nonsense. Look at this restriction to see if there's anything wrong with it." Bai Xiaochun snorted, telling the little turtle to look at the giant ghost king's hand. The giant ghost king looked at the little turtle, his heart filled with hatred. He understood that Bai Hao had figured out his identity because of this little turtle. The little turtle knew it was its fault. Bai Xiaochun was furious. Now facing a life or death situation, it couldn't just brush things aside. So it braced itself and stared directly at the restriction between the giant ghost king's hands. After a moment, the little turtle's eyes widened and its mouth gaped open. "This restriction is truly deadly, Bai Xiaochun. This restriction can leave an imprint. This thing is too vicious. This is a restriction of coexistence between life and death. If you die, the giant ghost king will die. If he dies, you'll be fine." The giant ghost king lowered his head, his heart bitter. He secretly lamented that he hadn't acted rashly to overcome the tribulation. He had planned to use this restriction after quelling the rebellion and also prepared it for his rebellious subordinates, but it had become his own. Although this restriction wasn't unbreakable, it would still take several years to break it after he recovered his cultivation. "Let me tell you, old man, you can see I have many tricks up my sleeve." Even the heavenly human ancestor was severely injured and forced to flee by me. No matter how well you hide, this little turtle can still see through it. These are just some of my tricks. Even if you recover your cultivation later and make me neither alive nor dead, I have ways to directly kill you. If you harm me, then we'll both die. Bai Xiaochun threatened the giant ghost king after hearing the little turtle's words. "I'm not afraid of you, and you shouldn't harm me. I'll protect you for a month, and you give me the heavenly human soul. We'll forget about this." The giant ghost king remained silent for a long time before looking at Bai Xiaochun and speaking in a low voice. "This king never breaks his promises regardless of the reason. As long as you, Bai Hao, can protect me for a month, after this king recovers his cultivation, I will not use any tricks against you. So you can rest assured." Bai Xiaochun glanced at the giant ghost king, pondered for a moment, then handed the items and storage bag to the giant ghost king. Giant ghost king, since we're in this situation, quickly erase the markings on the magic artifacts and storage bag and replace them with mine. That way, our chances of escaping will be much greater, Bai Xiaochun said immediately. The storage bag contains a few miscellaneous items and some things I like. Even if I erase the markings, you won't be able to imprint them on my artifacts. These artifacts can only be used by celestial beings. The giant ghost king hesitated for a moment. Seeing Bai Xiaochun glaring at him again, he sighed inwardly. He wasn't lying. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's disbelief, he had no choice. Although his cultivation had decreased and he couldn't control the artifacts, he could still erase the markings. He quickly erased the mark on the magic weapon. Bai Xiaochun excitedly opened his storage bag, and after looking inside, he was shocked. Inside were countless soul elixirs and many rare treasures. These rare treasures were not magic weapons, but rather some treasures that ordinary people liked. These are miscellaneous items. Bai Xiaochun pursed his lips. Although he wondered why the giant ghost king liked these trinkets, he quickly looked at the red spear. He sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the spear. Bai Xiaochun wanted to imprint his mark on it, but as the giant ghost king said, it was impossible to integrate it. The other items were the same. Bai Xiaochun had no choice but to put them away. He assessed the giant ghost king several times before nodding and agreeing with him. The giant ghost king sighed inwardly. He asked Bai Xiaochun to lead him into the stone turtle's lair. Bai Xiaochun hesitated, feeling uneasy. Not only were the three major families likely to heavily blockade the demon prison, making it impossible for him to enter, but another reason was their agreement. From now on, although Bai Xiaochun was confident, he wasn't sure of his own safety. If the giant ghost king took the initiative so quickly, Bai Xiaochun felt uneasy. I have far more experience escaping than you. Over the years, I wouldn't dare say anything about other things, but I've escaped countless times, Bai Xiaochun said proudly, leading the giant ghost king away. You! The giant ghost king was displeased and about to speak, but Bai Xiaochun impatiently patted him on the head. Shut up! Are you protecting me or am I protecting you? Bai Xiaochun glared at the giant ghost king. The feeling of bullying a demigod was incredibly exciting, and he was now used to it. The giant ghost king gritted his teeth but had no choice, so he reluctantly followed. Bai Xiaochun ignored the giant ghost king. He knew that leaving Giant Ghost City was too difficult, and currently people from the three great families and many others were searching for him. There's no other way. I can only use the teleportation arrays that Su Xiu mentioned. Hopefully, I can quickly find that 100,000-mile teleportation array, then. Running 100,000 miles will be much safer. Bai Xiaochun made up his mind, recalling the location of the array Su Xiu had mentioned, and he quickly approached. Before long, he led the reluctant giant ghost king to the back courtyard of a dilapidated building. Under the curious gaze of the giant ghost king, Bai Xiaochun surveyed the surroundings, and after confirming that this was the place, he stomped his right foot forcefully on the ground. Boom! The ground collapsed, revealing a crack. Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and pressed it against the crack, pouring his cultivation into it. In an instant, a teleportation aura appeared. The giant demon king's eyes narrowed and emitted a strange radiance. In an instant, the teleportation array activated, and Bai Xiaochun and the giant demon king vanished immediately. Shortly after their disappearance, more than 10 beams of light flew towards them. Upon seeing the teleportation array, everyone's expressions changed. The array collapsed after completing the teleportation, making their faces even more grim. At the same time, in another area of Giant Demon City, in a residential area, a faint light shone, and Bai Xiaochun and the giant demon king appeared. Bai Xiaochun was anxious. Although he knew many formations, he didn't know the location of the 10,000-mile teleportation array, so he could only search slowly. Despite this, the giant demon king took a deep breath, his mind greatly shaken. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Bai Xiaochun punch the ground. In an instant, the teleportation array shone brightly, and in the blink of an eye, it carried the two of them away. At this moment, chaos was brewing throughout the entire Giant Demon City. The entire city was sealed off, and even outside the city walls, numerous soul cultivators were stationed, ready to surround and attack any Bai Xiaochun who flew out from anywhere. After the outer blockade was lifted, more and more people began searching the area, especially the region where Bai Xiaochun had left earlier. The heavenly human ancestor of the Chen family personally appeared and began the search. The explosion of a demigod soul had disrupted the void, causing chaos in the giant ghost city, preventing the divine consciousness of heavenly human cultivators from extending too far. Otherwise, finding Bai Xiaochun would have been easy. Therefore, they could only disperse their search. Besides the Chen family ancestor, the Tai family ancestor, after chasing the Bai family ancestor to Bai family city, turned back with a glint in his eyes and flew straight to Giant Ghost City to join the search. At this time, there were two other heavenly human powerhouses in Giant Ghost City, the Underworld Lord and the Impermanence Lord. The Underworld Lord wanted to search, but after learning that the Giant Ghost King's true form had gone with Bai Hao, he decisively chose to do something else, no longer needing to participate. His task was to prevent the Impermanence Lord from finding Bai Hao. Otherwise, once Wu Chenggong appeared before the Giant Ghost King's true form and fled with the Giant Ghost King, it would be troublesome for others to stop him. Underworld Gong, however, decisively attacked Wu Chenggong, not engaging in a life-or-death battle, but merely restraining him. Wu Chenggong understood his intentions, sighing inwardly, realizing he was powerless to prevent this. From then on, the heavenly beings in the city searched for Bai Xiaochun's whereabouts. Besides the two of them, the people from the three great families and the 6 legions of the heavenly Marquis began searching the giant ghost city with their divine senses. While the others searched the giant ghost city, Bai Xiaochun, carrying the giant ghost king, teleported everywhere. Each time he appeared, he was within a formation. Unable to find the 100,000-mile teleportation array, Bai Xiaochun had to try each one, and teleportation lights constantly flashed throughout the city. Sometimes to the west, sometimes to the north, the teleportation arrays scattered in all directions throughout the city. The 3 great clans and the 6 heavenly Marquis legions knew about Bai Xiaochun's teleportation arrays, and everyone was terrified that there were so many arrays in the giant ghost city. But they reluctantly gritted their teeth and chased after him. Wherever there was a teleportation array, someone would follow. No, not that. This is a secret array, the Immortal Forbiddance Array T. Teleportation arrays exploded, swirling around, Bai Xiaochun continuously teleporting, leaving the giant ghost king wide-eyed and speechless. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun passed through a secret array, forcibly teleporting. When he appeared in the western courtyard of the giant ghost city, the array lit up and a figure landed, surrounded by shouts. The Chen family patriarch, along with the elders and many other Chen family members, rushed to this place. In an instant, a teleportation light appeared, and they didn't hesitate to chase after him to this courtyard. Bai Xiaochun and the giant ghost king appeared. It's Bai Hao, notify the ancestors. The group immediately attacked, unleashing numerous divine abilities and magical artifacts against Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. He didn't activate the formation, but pulled the giant ghost king back. In the blink of an eye, a resounding explosion echoed in all directions. A deep crater appeared in the courtyard where he stood. The surrounding buildings exploded, and countless fragments of rock flew everywhere. Bai Xiaochun transformed into a blur, carrying the giant ghost king as he rushed out. As he emerged, a fan-like object appeared before him, seemingly capable of sweeping away the heavens and earth. It carried a thick blood mist, blocking his path. Within the blood mist were more than 10,000 children stained with fresh blood. Each child, around 4 or 5 years old, was covered in a bright red, skin peeling off splatter, their eyes filled with sorrow and malice. They lunged at Bai Xiaochun, their cries echoing repeatedly, "Uncle, save us! Uncle, save us! It hurts so much! Uncle, it hurts so much!" These sounds were incredibly eerie. Seeing this, not only was Bai Xiaochun startled, but even the giant ghost king stared intently. The 10,000 infant blood banner. The Chen family dared to create this in Giant Ghost City. The giant ghost king's eyes flashed with sharp anger as he roared. The 10,000 infant blood banner required the sacrifice of 10,000 children to forge. It was an evil artifact, forbidden even in the savage wilderness because of its extremely tragic nature that angered heaven and earth. Anyone found would face severe punishment. The Chen family patriarch had refined it, clearly having only recently created it and therefore unable to utilize its full power. Even so, the scent of blood was incredibly strong. A murderous glint appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Such matters, regardless of location, would enrage gods and humans alike. Even in this desolate wilderness, Bai Xiaochun, witnessing it firsthand, felt an overwhelming surge of killing intent. I Chen, pay my respects to the great Ghost King. The matter of the blood banner requires no concern from your highness. A cold voice echoed from within the blood mist, revealing a tall, slender figure. This man, over 40 years old, possessed a handsome appearance, a refined and dignified demeanor, and cold eyes that betrayed a ruthless and cruel nature. He was the Chen family patriarch. As he spoke, he chanted a spell, causing the blood mist to swirl, and all the blood spirits attacked Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, the elders of the Chen family and members of other clans all attacked, creating earth-shattering roars. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. He chanted a spell and used the Eternal Night Umbrella to block the attacks. While blocking, he retreated and used the mountain-shattering strike to stab directly at the Chen family patriarch. Get back! The Chen family patriarch sneered, flicking his sleeve. His nascent soul cultivation erupted, and within the blood mist, 3 purple blood nascent souls, all nascent soul cultivators, attacked Bai Xiaochun. A loud explosion resounded. Bai Xiaochun roared, swinging the giant Ghost King's body to block and leaping forward to steps. His speed exploded, the surrounding environment slowed down, and as he landed, he instantly appeared 3 meters away from the Chen family patriarch. Die! Bai Xiaochun shouted, raising his right hand. His physical strength and cultivation power erupted, even utilizing the heaven-penetrating Dharma eye beneath his mask. The heavens and earth trembled. The Chen family patriarch's expression changed. He knew Bai Hao was extraordinary, but he didn't expect such incredible speed. Facing danger, he roared, blood nascent soul burst. Boom, boom, boom. The blood spirits rushed towards Bai Xiaochun, screaming in agony. They exploded and coalesced into a bloody mouth behind Bai Xiaochun, seemingly intending to tear his body apart.